Mecha and Sword. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301 Let Me Kill Alone. The Battle of the Galaxy Squad, which was in a state of rapid march, was not affected, and they were as unstoppable as before. The 15 mechas were like tanks with legs, with greater flexibility, stronger defense, higher attack frequency, and more accurate strikes. There was no need to consider the passability of the road. The humanoid structure allowed them to run and even leap like humans. All obstacles and trenches blocking their way were easily crossed by them. The code of conduct for mecha warriors not to leap could be completely ignored by the Galaxy Squad, which was composed of all special level members. In the current combat environment, countless shells fell around them, and there was almost no possibility of accurate hits. The fragments and shock waves of the shells could hardly cause any damage to them. They were always in a state of high-speed movement, protecting themselves while also protecting the mecha warriors in their cockpits. No matter how many bullets were fired, they could not cause any substantial damage to them. Even the standard mechas in the Galaxy Squad, as long as they are not facing the continuous attack of close-in defense guns, or are not moving forward under the heavy machine guns, the protective armor around them is enough to make them ignore the attack of guns. The firepower of the Empire is too strong, so they choose to take shelter temporarily, bypass and then attack. It can also be that the mechas with stronger defense, such as the General Armor, the General of the Ox and the Super G, actively attract the enemy's firepower, and others will detour from the side and then remove the enemy's firepower output points. One after another, the attack targets were removed by them, and the running route has circled half a circle around the B-72 Highland. The enemy positions whose communication support vehicles and air defense systems were destroyed by them are already in a state of chaos. At this time, the Federation has not launched an attack on these positions, because the firepower on the B-72 Highland, in addition to the normal defensive use, is almost concentrated in two positions. One is the location of the Galaxy Squad, and the firepower of the Highland has been providing them with remote support. The other is the northern defense line of B-72 Highland where Han Li is located. The number of enemy troops is too large. Without fire support, the defense line has already been completely lost. No matter how good Han Li is at fighting, it won't work. In a battle of this scale, mecha warriors are important, but they are definitely not the most important link. Keep up the speed, Ji Xinghe said indifferently. This state should be a normal phenomenon in the battle, but his indifference made the members of the Xinghe team a little flustered. The enemy formations that have been in chaos behind them are their meritorious resumes. When the Federation has the power to start clearing those enemy formations, or when the imperial forces in those enemy formations are used as guerrillas, their meritorious resumes will be more dazzling. But all this is all because of Han Li, all because of Ji Xinghe. In the command center of the Nanxianmen space station, there are people who wonder why Han Li defends the north side instead of Ji Xinghe. Because Ji Xinghe is stronger than Han Li. The Xinghe team naturally had the same doubts before. They know Ji Xinghe's strength better than those people. And they also know their own strength. Until the end of the conversation just now, everyone in the Galaxy team knew the reason. This was Han Li's choice. Han Li was repaying Ji Xinghe's kindness. Han Li was using a way that might kill him to make up for a sin that made him suffer in his heart. Ji Xinghe had already sacrificed himself because of the same choice. So Han Li could only use the same choice to repay Ji Xinghe's father Ji Xinghe. Before the final battle began, Han Li spoke out the guilt that he should have hidden for a lifetime, which showed that Han Li knew very well that if he didn't say this guilt in secret, he might never be able to say it again. This made Han Li's choice more precious, and made Han Li appear more friendly, courageous, and responsible. The Galaxy team, which went deep into the enemy's camp, was getting closer and closer to the north side of the B-72 Highland, and closer to Han Li. This showed that the dawn of victory had appeared. As long as they could appear on the north side, whether they continued to sweep forward or directly launched an attack from the rear of the enemy camp on the north side, all of them can make the dawn of victory, like the sun that has existed since ancient times. When it is about to rise, nothing can stop it. But there is a very critical question, that is, whether Han Li is still alive, whether he is still fighting and entangled with the enemy's main mecha core. If Han Li fails, the light of victory is destined to illuminate the entire alien planet, but the dark clouds over the B-72 high ground will last for a long time. Many people in the Xing team want to ask and take a look, but they dare not. Ji Xinghe said that he had known it for a long time. Ji Xinghe said that he had never hated Han Li. Ji Xinghe said that Han Li must live. Ji Xinghe. But Ji Xinghe's son Ji Xinghe was dragged to death by Han Li after all. If there is no concession, if Ji Xinghe is like Ji Xinghe, he is always in a state of going all out. Then Han Li will die. Or, they don't have to die, because Ji Xinghe has a great chance to become the ace mecha warrior of the Federation before that battle comes, get exclusive mecha and more resource support. They won't even participate in that battle. Before Tu Yuan came to the alien planet, who would dare to let the ace mecha warriors fight to the death? So the people of the Galaxy team did not agree with what Han Li said. Ji Xinghe was killed by me. But they all came up with the same idea. Ji Xinghe was dragged to death by Han Li. They did not blame Han Li. They began to blame themselves. If I have always been so weak, but have always stayed in the Galaxy team and fought side by side with Ji Xinghe, then will one day, I will also drag Ji Xinghe to death like Han Li dragged Ji Xinghe to death? The emotions of the people in the Galaxy team gradually became complicated, and vaguely began to affect their operation of the mecha and their cooperation with each other. Ji Xinghe noticed this, he sighed in his heart, and then continued to speak in a cold tone. He couldn't do the calmness when he said those words to Han Li just now, although he wanted to do it now. After some things are exposed, can they really go back to the way they were before? Chen Sun, are you here yet? Ji Xinghe's voice reminded everyone in the Xing team that Chen Sun was the only one in the Xing team who went to the northern battlefield for support. Because the Xing team needed to go deep into the enemy camp, Chen Sun, who was only wearing an exoskeleton armor, obviously couldn't keep up with them. And Chen Sun's gun couldn't reach that far, so he had to go to the north for support. We're here. Chen Sun's tone was very calm, and his breathing was steady. It didn't seem like he had just run for miles on the high ground just to find a suitable sniper spot on a complex battlefield. Only he knew the thrill of it. He set up his gun and aimed. Han Li's mecha appeared in Chen Sun's side and was within his attack range. Don't let Han Li die, yeah. After a brief conversation between Ji Xinghe and Chen Sun, the Xing team suddenly returned to normal. Their speed and formation were as brave and advanced as before, and they were getting closer and closer to the rear of the northern battlefield. Chen Sun, who was in the northern battlefield, certainly couldn't shoot at Han Li's mecha, because he and Han Li were both federal soldiers, and because Ji Xinghe said that Han Li would not die. Because of the agreement and the common goal, he was Ji Xinghe's sniper, and he wanted to fight for Ji Xinghe. The opportunity soon appeared. Chen Sun, wearing a single soldier exoskeleton armor, looked like a robot from the outside, but he was more stable and accurate than a robot, and knew better when to shoot, who to shoot, and where to shoot. While waiting, the opportunity soon appeared. The moment the trigger was pulled, the dedicated armor-piercing projectile had already hit the head of an Earl-class Imperial mecha at an incredible speed under the force of electromagnetic propulsion. Its weapon was about to hit Han Li's mecha, but it made a mistake because of this shot. Han Li, who was ready to resist this attack in exchange for an opportunity, took down a Marcus-class Imperial mecha without injury. Then he cut a bullet hole on the head of the Earl-class Imperial mecha. It was Chen Sun. Han Li made a judgment and smiled even happier. After he ended the communication with Ji Xinghe, he kept fighting with a smile, and kept killing with a smile. At this point, no Imperial mecha could stop him from killing the Imperial Duke. Can't win? This time, Han Li didn't have Ji Xinghe's guidance. Luo Su was stronger than the pump paka he had killed before, but so what? Han Li was stronger than before, and he had a new mecha that the Federation had built at all costs for the ace mecha warriors. Moreover, the expressionless Chen Sun still had two chances to shoot. One of these two people was laughing, and the other was expressionless, but they inexplicably felt that they complemented each other. The battle continued. The Imperial Duke is going to run away, it's no match for Colonel Han Li, Chen Sun, who fired the second shot, said to everyone in the Galaxy team. The people in the Galaxy team finally stopped worrying about the outcome of this battle, because they were sure to win. Han Li injured the Duke-class Imperial mecha, but he didn't chase him. Chen Sun, who had already fired the third shot, reported the battle situation to everyone in the Galaxy team as if he had become a broadcaster. In fact, he only reported to one person. Old G, look at the route map I sent you. That was the route that the Grand Duke of the Empire, Luo Su, took to escape. because of Chen Sun's sight and the detection capability of the high-altitude reconnaissance satellite. It was clearly displayed on the visual window in Ji Xinghe's cockpit. Galaxy Team, go and intercept the Duke-class Imperial Mecha immediately. The Duke is very likely to be the enemy commander. The command from the command center was issued, and the mission of the Galaxy Team changed. This was a good thing, because everyone in the Galaxy Team knew that the Imperial Duke's mecha was damaged. Even if it wasn't damaged, Ji Xinghe could kill it, let alone now. However, this was something that Han Li could chase and kill, but he deliberately let it go. From the perspective of the battle situation, the situation on the northern battlefield is still tense. Han Li's choice to chase and kill Luo Su will lead to the death of many mecha warriors. His can make the federal mecha warriors, who are outnumbered, sacrifice less to win the battle. So it can't be said that Han Li's choice is wrong. It can only be said that you can't have both fish and bear's paw. Which is more important, the honor and significance of killing the enemy commander or saving people? But everyone in the Galaxy Team is sure that Han Li's choice must be because he knows that Ji Xinghe has arrived. He also knows that Ji Xinghe will definitely catch up. Han Li wants fish, and he also wants bear's paw. He also has to make up for the guilt in his heart, just like when Ji Xinghe just arrived on the alien planet, he chose to help Ji Xinghe in a self-humiliating way. Old Ji, actually, all members of the Galaxy Team listened to orders. Ji Xinghe interrupted what Qin Tong was about to say and ordered, support Han Li immediately. The Galaxy Team rarely obeyed orders. That Duke didn't run alone, old Ji. Don't, I know. Ji Xinghe interrupted Qin Tong again, and directly broke away from the formation of the Xing team, and began to accelerate the general armor at full speed. No one in the Xing team could keep up. He said, leave me alone for a while, let me kill alone for a while. P.S. I will add more chapters for the reward of the leader of the 9 bosses who are clashing through the clouds. I still owe 1 chapter, 1 million words, please give me some monthly tickets. May is almost over, and I still need 164 more to break 1000. Bosses, please help me, thank you. Chapter 302, The Warp Gate reappears. B-72 Highland finally came to an end. On the Highland, a federal mecha with 187 gold stars sprayed on it, with its tungsten gold mecha heavy sword in hand, broke open the cockpit of an imperial mecha from behind. Under the Highland, a federal mecha with 563 gold stars sprayed on it, with its tungsten gold spear in hand, broke open the cockpit of an imperial mecha from behind. The miraculous synchronization was achieved, but it was actually normal, because the imperial mecha facing the 2 federal mechas had no intention of fighting at this time, and only wanted to escape. These 2 mechas are undisputed ace-class mechas, and their drivers are also undisputed federal ace mecha warriors. The one on the Highland is called Han Li. He got the exclusive mecha of the ace mecha warrior for the first time. His years of hard training and driving skills and strong physical fitness were finally fully demonstrated, so he rushed and killed continuously with an unparalleled posture. The one under the Highland is called Ji Xinghe. He has been driving the general armor for a long time, and the golden stars all over his body are enough to prove his combat effectiveness. Facing the imperial mechas led by Luo Su who were fleeing in panic, he was like a harvester when he chased them alone. On the high ground, Han Li drove a new mecha whose real name only he knew, and completed the acceleration charge in 0.7 seconds. When an imperial mecha was completely unable to react, Han Li had already rushed to its side. Swing the sword and chop. The new mecha with fully improved performance has fully exerted the armor-breaking ability of the mecha heavy sword, made of tungsten steel gold. With just one sword, the cockpit of the imperial mecha was broken open, and the imperial gorilla inside was not killed because Han Li did not use his full strength in this sword. He wanted to resolve the battle faster, so his attack had to be just right. Ji Xinghe finished the attack, a thought emerged from Han Li's mind, and was then successfully captured by the brainwave sensing helmet. The intelligent auxiliary program named Ji Xinghe by Han Li immediately controlled a launch port on the shoulder of the mecha and fired a fatal bullet at the imperial mecha whose cockpit had been broken. The intelligent program used by the ace mecha warrior and the computing power that the program can mobilize are enough to make close-range automatic shooting extremely accurate. After the tiny bullet penetrated the cockpit of the imperial mecha, it automatically exploded, and the imperial gorilla wearing a simple protective suit died on the spot. At this time, Han Li had already appeared in front of another imperial mecha. The mecha heavy sword swept away the opponent's spear, and then took it back and completed the stab. It just broke the opponent's cockpit. Ji Xinghe finished the attack. It was the same command again. Han Li, who was fighting continuously, kept repeating this command. In many cases, he could actually avoid such trouble. He could directly kill the gorilla in the cockpit of the Imperial Mecha with a little more effort. The Mecha still has a lot of energy, so using a little more effort is really just a little bit. But he just wants to fight in this way. He just wants Ji Xinghe to finish off the enemy. This is his insistence. It doesn't matter whether it makes sense or not, because it will not affect his combat efficiency, but will improve it. It's just that issuing more commands will make him consume more energy. There is no need to worry about anyone questioning him, because no one can know his insistence. Although the Ace Mecha warriors have no right to encrypt or delete their combat records, they can make modifications in accordance with the regulations. Han Li has set up automatic replacement. When the records are uploaded, Ji Xinghe will become another name. No one except a very small number of technicians can know this. Ji Xinghe has no authority to know. Another name is Bai Qi, which is also the official name of this new mecha in the federal system. It is called Ji Xinghe, and it will fight side by side with Han Li. And these are all secrets of Han Li alone. Ji Xinghe, which is 5.3 meters high, slaughtered crazily under Han Li's driving. When all the remaining Marcus and Earl level Imperial mechas were broken by him, and the Imperial Duke Luosu had already escaped. On the high ground, nothing can stop them. When the ammunition runs out, this is the reason why most of the Federation Mecha warriors don't like to use firepower weapons. It is difficult to replenish ammunition in real combat, and in order to increase these firepower weapon systems, the defense and flexibility of the Mecha will be affected. But this is not a problem for the Ace Mecha warrior Han Li. The Federation has a great inclination of resources for Ace Mecha warriors. Ji Xinghe can exchange the Imperial mechas and other weapons he destroyed, and even the merits, for money at 40% of the recycling value. This is the privilege of the Ace Mecha warrior. Han Li does not need money. One of his privileges is 12 drones that can fly on alien planets. When Ji Xinghe's ammunition runs out, the drones forcefully approach him with ammunition regardless of the risk of being destroyed. The modular ammunition compartment can be replaced in a very short time. Ji Xinghe, who is full of ammunition again, leaps up after an accelerated charge. The energy engine nozzle behind it starts, but it is not to make Ji Xinghe jump higher, but to make Ji Xinghe land faster. This is the limit of what the energy engine installed on the mecha of the Federation can do. It fell down, landing between the 7 Imperial mechas. Ji Xinghe, high flash, the sudden burst of strong light made the 7 Imperial mechas suddenly blind. It was like when you take a picture of a dark place with your mobile phone, and suddenly turn to a bright light, the screen of the mobile phone will turn white in an instant. Han Li, who launched this attack, could naturally see it, because his mecha was specially made. Ji Xinghe, armor-piercing, taking the opportunity to swing with his sword, Han Li, who dealt with 2 Imperial mechas in a flash, issued an order again, targeting the armor-piercing shells of the mechas, causing all 5 Imperial mechas that had just regained their sight to be damaged. It was not serious, but when they still had to face Han Li, these injuries were enough to be fatal. When Han Li was killing people, Ji Xinghe was also killing people. One old and one young, as if they were cooperating, they ended the battle in the same way. When Han Li jumped up, Ji Xinghe also jumped up. This maneuver allowed him to avoid the interception of 6 Imperial mechas. Without the energy engine used by the most advanced mechas in the Federation, the general armor did not land as fast as Han Li's Ji Xinghe. But it didn't matter. Because Ji Xinghe's gun was long enough, and the stab when it fell was even more accurate. The Earl-class Imperial mecha that wanted to take the opportunity to attack was directly broken open by Ji Xinghe in the cockpit, and was fatal with one shot. The characteristic weapon used by the Viscount-class Imperial mecha next to it successfully hit the general armor, but failed to cause substantial damage. Ji Xinghe ignored it, and also ignored the 6 Imperial mechas chasing from behind, and continued to chase. His goal was to kill all the gorillas, but this goal could not be rushed, and it had to be done step by step. Today, he had to kill the Grand Duke of the Empire first, and then go back to kill the other Imperial gorillas. The Imperial Duke Luosu was in front of him, and the right leg of the mecha was damaged, and it was finally caught up by Ji Xinghe. Kill 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 kill. Only killing can ease the complex emotions in Ji Xinghe's heart. He really didn't hate Han Li, but how could he feel good when the scar hidden deep in his heart was suddenly revealed? Moreover, in addition to hatred, people actually have many kinds of emotions. Why can't this secret remain a secret? Don't tell me. I'll pretend I don't know. You call me Uncle Ji. I call you Ziohan. You don't have to ask me. I'll beat you up when I have a chance. The spear in the hand of General Ji swept across and hit Luosu's mecha. There were pursuers behind him. Ji Xinghe, who should have solved the battle quickly, chose to use a meaningless fighting method. How could the Imperial Duke-class mecha weighing more than 5 tons be swept away by a spear? How could the protective armor that could withstand the continuous strafing of heavy machine guns and even close-in defense guns be broken without the gun head? There are too many moves between humans and humans that are not suitable for battles between mechas. But Ji Xinghe just wants to smash. Luosu, who finally stopped, swung a sword and slashed at Ji Xinghe. It can be said that it was unscathed by the sweep of the gun just now. But after it rushed forward and slashed with his sword, Ji Xinghe was also unscathed. Ji Xinghe, who was in a complicated mood, was still agile in operating the general armor, and easily avoided the sword. Then he swung his gun and smashed it. Smash, smash, smash. Ji Xinghe, who was fighting as if to vent his anger, clearly saw the Imperial mechas that were charging, as well as the Imperial military vehicles. Everything was under control, and he did not lose his mind because of anger. Because he understood Han Li. Ji Xinghe, who was full of hatred, theoretically could not achieve the goal of revenge. Even if the Federation won, he could not kill all the gorillas and monkeys. To commemorate the heroic spirit of Ji Xinghe in heaven with the destruction of the Empire? It's a long way off. Then how can hatred be eliminated? How can you close your eyes when you die? It's very simple, change the target of hatred. If the person who killed Ji Xinghe was Han Li, this revenge would be too easy to avenge. There is no need to revenge, Han Li will die by himself. So the revenge was successful, so Ji Xinghe could take Ji Rongzhen back to the Blue Star and stay away from this war. But if I want to take revenge like this, Han Li, you are already dead. Ji Xinghe, who was smashing madly, suddenly gave up Luosu and turned to face the 6 Imperial mechas that were chasing him. But he did not let Luosu go. Instead, he used Luosu as a cover to block the strongest charge of the 6 Imperial noble mechas, and then shot straight. Luosu struggled but to no avail, just like the Imperial Duke Pumpaka who challenged Han Li in front of the battle. That time, Han Li should have died. It was Ji Xinghe who allowed him to beat Pumpaka, and it was Ji Xinghe who saved his life. Just like what Ji Xinghe had done before, but it was completely different. When the 6 Imperial mechas fell to the ground one after another, Luosu was still unable to escape from Ji Xinghe's attack range, and more than a dozen Imperial military vehicles had rushed over. They have no more mechas, only these cars, but not only these cars. Do you want to leave? Ji Xinghe suddenly spoke. He believed that Luosu must be able to understand what he said in Longzhou language. Luosu did understand, and he would say, "You have no chance to kill me." Its voice was full of joy, even though it was being suppressed by Ji Xinghe. Because of the jump gate, Ji Xinghe's tone finally returned to calm. "Open it." Luosu was shocked. It was not surprising that Ji Xinghe knew about the jump gate. The miniaturized jump gate device itself was first discovered by Ji Xinghe, which was one of the reasons why Ji Xinghe was famous among the top officials of the empire. But the question is, if Ji Xinghe knew, why did he have to fight like this? Why didn't he run away? "I told you to open it." Ji Xinghe raised his voice, and the speaker of General A released his last injustice. Is the destruction of the empire far away? No, as long as he robbed a space battleship, robbed 10,000 nuclear bombs, and robbed the jump gate, he could achieve revenge that many people thought was impossible. This is the revenge he wanted most. It's not Han Li, it has never been Han Li, and it shouldn't be Han Li. A buzzing sound suddenly appeared, as if it could be transmitted without the help of air. The diamond-shaped metal body that Ji Xinghe had seen before appeared from an Imperial transport vehicle. Light blue energy flowed, and a circular jump portal appeared. This is the jump gate device that Ji Xinghe wanted. This is why he could kill Luosu directly, but he wanted to fight as if to vent his anger. He really needed to vent his anger just now. When the jump gate was successfully opened, Luosu wanted to rush into the jump gate regardless of everything, but it was no match for Ji Xinghe with its damaged mecha. With one leg damaged, it was not easy for it to run to this position and complete the reunion with support. If its mecha was intact, Ji Xinghe would not even be able to catch up with it. Reach out and pull, and hit with the body. The general armor was like a wrestling match, and easily knocked Luosu and his mecha to the ground. "General, So Luo Su could only call for help, and the one he called for help from was the Imperial Prince Ada Kang, who was standing behind the circular jump portal. And the 12 Du-class mechas formed the personal guard. Ada Kang, Ji Xinghe didn't understand Luo Su's cry for help, but he recognized him at a glance. Ji Xinghe, who should have turned around and fled at the first moment, did not choose to flee. Instead, he stabbed Luo Su's mecha with a gun, and then drew his sword and slashed wildly at the same time. Angry voice. You, come here. P.S. Extra chapter for the reward to the leader of 9 Chuanyanjian bosses. Chapter 303, The Incredibly Powerful Imperial Prince. General, they opened the warp gate. Yes, Tu Yuan, who had been sitting upright, stood up, stared at the multiple images on the big screen in front of him, and clenched his fists. The most important image was the perspective of Ji Xinghe's mecha. They could not only see, but also hear. General, wait a minute. The mecha made of tungsten steel alloy was chopped wildly by the mecha sword made of tungsten steel gold. The first part to be damaged was the joints. After falling to the ground, Luo Su could no longer control his mecha to get up, and he couldn't even crawl. Then the protective armor. Like an onion, it was peeled off layer by layer. During the whole process, Ada Kang, who was on the other side of the warp gate, and the 12 guard mechas behind it just watched quietly, without any movement, and no one responded to Ji Xinghe's words. Don't understand Longzhou language? Ji Xinghe was not anxious or afraid. He continued to chop until the entire cockpit was broken. Then he put away the knife, held the gun, and inserted the tip of the gun into the cockpit. Waiting to stab. What have you prepared for me? Ada Kang finally spoke, and the voice coming through the mecha speaker did not change when passing through the jump gate. In the command center of the Nantianmen space station, relevant personnel obtained a lot of intelligence based on this. You will know when you come here. Ji Xinghe's voice was full of expectations. Ada Kang laughed twice and controlled the mecha to spread his hands. You won't think that the badges on the chests of my 12 personal guard mechas are all what you call Earl-level mechas. Badges are one of the important bases for judging the level of Imperial mechas. Although most Baron and Viscount-level Imperial mechas rarely spray badges on mechas because they cherish their lives, while Earl-level Imperial mechas will spray badges. The badges on the chests of the 12 personal guard mechas beside Ada Kang all represent the title of Earl, so under normal circumstances, it is easy to mistake them for Earl-level mechas. But Ji Xinghe is a mechanic. I know they are all Du-class mechas, I know they are all made of tungsten steel alloy, and I also know that your mecha is made of tungsten steel gold. Ji Xinghe's voice was still full of expectation. He said, my weapons can't break your mecha at all, so as long as you come over, you can easily kill me. I heard that killing me is a great merit. Even if you are an Imperial Prince, you should care, right? Ada Kang put down the arm of the mecha. It did not carry any weapons. The mecha stood there with bare hands and looked at Ji Xinghe. It seems that Kaisman or Bilrosi revealed a lot of information to you. Can you tell me how they evaluate me? This Duke and Marcus were both captured by Ji Xinghe himself. In addition to the Imperial Prince captured by Li Yuanba a long time ago, these two guerrillas can be said to be the two largest nobles of the Empire, captured by the Federation. There is also a Marcus, who was also captured by Ji Xinghe in a 1,000-mile hunting war. But the Marquis's mastery of some secrets of the Empire is not as good as Kaisman. It wasn't those two who told me about you. Then who was it? A Baron. He said his grandfather was a member of your Emperor's royal guards. In an accident, he killed a monkey that sneaked into the royal hunting ground, and then his family began to decline. Oh, so what did he say about me? Ji Xinghe didn't repeat what the gorilla said, but asked someone to retrieve a recording and then play it directly. It was the cry of an gorilla. Ji Xinghe couldn't understand it, but Ada Kang could. Our supreme commander on the alien planet was replaced by His Royal Highness Prince Ada Kang, known as the Conqueror, about 5 months ago. He has received a gift from His Majesty the Emperor, only this sentence, but it was enough. Ada Kang's voice was a little sad. Conqueror, but I have been on alien planet for almost 2 years, and I have not been able to conquer you, Ji Xinghe suggested in a serious tone. I understand. From today on, we will change your title to Waste Ada Kang. Ha ha ha. Ada Kang laughed again, and then asked, Ji Xinghe, how do you want me to deal with its family? Are you guilty of punishing the 9 clans? Of course, it revealed my name and the gift of our emperor to you. The facts are clear and the evidence is sufficient. It should be punished with the 9 clans, then punish the 9 clans. Check it out to see if you are among its 9 clans. Okay, Kang immediately gave the order in Long Zhao dialect, "If you find him, kill all his 9 clans." Yes, after the order was issued and began to be executed, Kang asked curiously, "Ji Xinghe, don't you think you are cruel? In your words, there are many old, weak, sick and disabled people in his family. They are all innocent. Don't you value the so-called humanity?" Ji Xinghe asked back, Are you human? Very good, very good," Kang praised, and then asked, "Then, what about the recordings of Kaisman and Bilrosi's confessions? Let me listen to them, and I will help you kill their 9 clans, as you wish." Ji Xinghe continued to play the recordings. As long as the communication was maintained, he could mobilize all the data within his authority. Even if his authority was not enough, 2 yuans was enough. Kaisman's confession recording was played. "Bilrosi IV, the Duke who killed him, must be Bilrosi IV. Bilrosi IV, the mecha he drove was customized and modified based on the Kada mecha, which is the 8th generation imperial standard mecha you know. The protective armor and other positions and the main frame of the mecha are made of tungsten steel alloy. Tungsten steel alloy, not tungsten steel gold, and the engine of that mecha is a high-power version of the Royal Academy of Sciences, which is stronger than the conventional 8th generation standard mecha." After playing the selected recording of Kaisman's confession, Ji Xinghe said sincerely, "Only Bilrosi's mouth is harder, and he didn't say anything." Really, Kang didn't believe it at all. Although he knew that what Ji Xinghe said might be the truth. But true and false and true, many times people or gorillas don't want to know the real truth, but want to know the truth they want to know. Whether Bilrosi rebelled or not does not depend on the so-called evidence, but on whether those families that are more powerful than Bilrosi's family want to divide Bilrosi's fiefdom. Yes, Ji Xinghe urged, "Give the order, and kill the 9 clans of Kaisman." "Sorry, I don't have the power, because he is a Marquess." After Kang went back on his word, his tone also turned serious. "Ji Xinghe, if you are willing to cross this jump gate, I guarantee with my royal blood that you can directly get the title of Duke, and your fiefdom will be at least 100,000 square kilometers, and it must be the most fertile and rich fiefdom." The people who could hear this conversation at the Nantianmen space station suddenly became nervous. What is the concept of 100,000 square kilometers of land? There are many small continents on the Azure Star, and the area is not so large. Even for the 3 largest continents, Longzhao, Xiongzhao, and Yingzhao, 100,000 square kilometers is not a small number. It can support tens of millions of people. Ji Xinghe, who has always given people the impression of being greedy for money, can he withstand this temptation? Ji Xinghe is actually not greedy for money at all, so he also made suggestions in a serious tone. "If you are willing to cross this jump gate, I guarantee with my blood that I will not kill you, not now, and I will not kill you even if I kill your emperor and destroy your empire in the future. I will prepare a zoo for you to die naturally." Everyone in the Nantianmen space station breathed a sigh of relief and then laughed. One side used the royal bloodline as a guarantee, and the other side used their own bloodline as a guarantee. This is undoubtedly a great mockery. One side used the Duke title of 100,000 square kilometers of fiefdom as a temptation, and the other side used the preparation of a zoo as a temptation. Anyway, everyone knew that Kang would never agree to Ji Xinghe's suggestion. Is there anything wrong with being a little more sarcastic? Then, Kang was not angry, and continued to seriously suggest, "What about the gift? Don't you really want to get extraordinary power? Extraordinary power?" Haha, Ji Xinghe laughed out loud, and then made an extremely sarcastic suggestion. "Come here, I will fight you without armor. The average physical fitness of gorillas is 4 to 6 times that of humans, and the prince of the empire must have the power of Ki. This is a suggestion to send him to death. Take off your armor and fight me." Kang knew very well that Ji Xinghe wanted to provoke it and let it go. It shouldn't be angry, but it couldn't help it after all. "Do you really know how powerful the power of the gift is? Come here and tell me with facts." Kang didn't come over, but he decided to tell Ji Xinghe how powerful the power of the gift is. The click on the other side of the jump gate was inaudible. Prince Kang of the Empire actually opened the cockpit of his mecha, and then walked from the back of the mecha to the front of the mecha, facing Ji Xinghe in general armor with his true body. Everyone who saw this scene through Ji Xinghe's perspective was shocked, because Kang, who was standing in front of the mecha, began to take off his clothes. It took off the extremely expensive protective suit on its body, took off its helmet, and only wore a pair of shorts on its body. Then it looked at Ji Xinghe and smiled. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. It looks good, but what is terrifying is that when the jump gate was opened just now, no airflow came out of the jump gate. This shows that the other side of the jump gate is also a normal alien environment. Therefore, a Dakan can survive directly on the surface of the alien planet without the help of any protective equipment. In fact, ordinary gorillas can also do this, but they cannot last long and will die in 1 or 2 minutes, so gorillas need to wear simple and light protective clothing. And now a Dakan looks like he is in a normal state. And he can last for a very long time. 1 minute. A Dakan, with a smile on his face, suddenly turned around and punched a Duke-level Imperial mecha guarding it beside him at a very fast speed. So an even more shocking picture appeared. There was an obvious fist mark on the mecha made of tungsten steel alloy, but there was no scar on a Dakan's hand. That's tungsten steel alloy. Ji Xinghe's general armor is made of tungsten steel alloy, and it can almost ignore the attacks of Imperial mechas below the Earl level. After being hit by countless bullets and shells, only the coating on the surface was destroyed, and the main protective armor did not even have a noticeable dent. However, this kind of defensive metal was punched by the Imperial Prince Dakan and left an obvious fist mark. If it was replaced with an ordinary standard mecha, what would be the result of this punch? When everyone was shocked, Ji Xinghe was not shocked. When a Dakan retracted his fist and turned to face him, he suddenly threw the spear in his hand. At the same time, the only firepower system of the general armor was fully activated and fired. No armor? Kill you. But if a Dakan died so easily, he would not have become the supreme commander of the Empire on the alien battlefield. A shield and 3 Duke-class mechas blocked the jump gate, and all attacks were isolated. When the shield and the 3 Duke-class mechas retreated, the unarmored Dakan had disappeared. Its voice sounded again, which meant that it had returned to its mecha. It is worthy of Ji Xinghe, who is known as the Killer. The Killer, the Empire's name for Ji Xinghe, comes from his public slaughter of 2 Imperial guerrillas in the Battle of the Heart Moon Fox space battleship crash. How about it? A Dakan's voice was full of temptation. Do you want this kind of power that can make you surpass your limits? Ji Xinghe said calmly. Sorry, I don't have any limits. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 Nuclear Baptism. B-72 Highland ended faster after the Galaxy Squad joined. The strength of the Galaxy Squad is unquestionable. Harris and Kintong, the 2 new ace mecha warriors of the Federation, do not have the exclusive mechas that ace mecha warriors should have, but their mecha performance is not weak. Led by the 2 of them, and supplemented by the Blind Man, the Lame Man, and Sichuan Iron, the Galaxy Squad rushed to B-72 Highland from the rear of the Empire and crushed more than 50 Imperial mechas that were forced to disperse. So far, the battle is finally over. Led by the Duke of the Empire, Luo Su, the more than 500 Imperial mechas that broke through the third line of defense have been annihilated. The casualties on the Federation side are also heavy. Only in terms of mecha warriors, of the 300 mechas led by Han Li at the end, only 29 were able to fight after the war. But this is undoubtedly a great victory. There is no time to calculate more losses and the number of enemies killed, and no time to rest. Han Li led the Galaxy Squad to the bottom of the Highland. Because Ji Xinghe was facing the Imperial Prince and 12 Duke-class Imperial mechas. Although the Federation had been prepared, Han Li and others still wanted to be foolproof. Han Li, who was running in silence, used his authority to access Ji Xinghe's perspective, so he saw the Imperial Prince punching a dent in the tungsten steel alloy with his fist. Before he could be shocked by his terrifying strength, he heard Ji Xinghe's calm voice. Sorry, I don't have a limit. Han Li smiled again, and the shock that had just occurred in his heart completely dissipated. Yes, Ji Xinghe has no limit. Han Li thought of what Ji Xinghe had said to him. Son, don't believe in limits. As long as you don't believe it, it doesn't exist. Are you scolding me? No, my dad's original words, tell you, this is my family secret, and I won't tell ordinary people if they want to hear it. You must remember clearly, son, don't. The memory briefly emerged and then disappeared, and Han Li's eyes became firm. Except for himself, no one knows how much influence Ji Xinghe has on him. The first competition with Ji Xinghe on the alien planet was the first time that Ji Xinghe really influenced him. Although he had almost no contact with Ji Xinghe after that, he had been paying attention to Ji Xinghe. He saw Ji Xinghe fighting 10 people one by one in the training area of base number 6 many times. He saw Ji Xinghe fighting 3 people one by one in the first battle of the canyon. He saw Ji Xinghe hunting in the dust storm. He saw Ji Xinghe going back to the Heart Moon Fox space battleship. He saw a lot, and he was affected a lot. Without these influences, he could still become an ace mecha warrior, but aces like Qin Tong and Harris would not be as powerful as they are now. In the battle just now, he would die. If Ji Xinghe hadn't said that, "Han Li, my son asked you to live, you can't die," he would still die. And now, he survived and is stronger than ever, so he is going to fight side by side with Ji Xinghe. Because the person who should fight side by side with Ji Xinghe is dead. If you have any opinions about me, wait until we finish this battle. Han Li's voice sounded in the communication channel of the Galaxy team. He could feel that everyone in the Galaxy team had opinions about him through the silent communication channel of the Galaxy team. Under normal circumstances, even if they didn't discuss the previous battle, they should discuss the new round of battles that might happen. At least, when everyone could hear the conversation between Ji Xinghe and Ada Kang, they should cheer and be excited. Colonel Han Li, Chen Sun's voice sounded. "You underestimate us too much." Qin Tong then spoke. "Colonel Han Li, I have no opinion about you." Harris then spoke. "Colonel Han Li, this sentence doesn't sound like you should say it." The blind man then spoke. "Colonel Han Li, the past is over." The lame man then spoke. "Colonel Han Li." Everyone spoke up, and they all used Colonel Han Li as a prefix, which sounded normal, but this was the biggest abnormality. Before, the people in the Galaxy team usually called Han Li by his name, especially Qin Tong and Harris, 2 special-level soldiers who had the potential to be ace long ago. For a long time, they were at the same level as Han Li and Jackson. They never used military ranks as suffixes. After all, they are estranged. Han Li thought of some of the things Tu Yuan had said to him before, and felt a little mixed. Ji Xinghe should go back to the Blue Star, and he must go back to the Blue Star, not only for Ji Rongzhenyu, but also for his Kung Fu. I didn't think that Kung Fu would be of much help to a war before, but Ji Xinghe told me with facts that Kung Fu is really useful. Or rather, his Kung Fu is really useful. Yes, perhaps the biggest reason is the talent that Ji Xinghe himself possesses. But with this talent, can he find more people for us who have this talent and turn this talent into combat effectiveness? The breakthrough in neural link technology also surprised me. Because of this, our mecha technology has once again entered a path of rapid development. Mechas will become more and more like humans, with iron bones. So, Ji Xinghe must go back. If this war really needs to be decided 10 or 20 years later because of peace talks, Ji Xinghe who returns to the Blue Star can bring us 100 Galaxy teams, 1,000 Galaxy teams. Han Li, you know very well what this means. I hope you can persuade Ji Xinghe to go back. I hope that after Ji Xinghe goes back, you can take over the Xinghe team. I believe Ji Xinghe is willing to hand over the Xinghe team to you. Tu Yuan, who said these words, did not know the secret in Han Li's heart. This is also one of the reasons why Han Li was about to be unable to bear the inner torment. The Xinghe team, selected by Ji Xinghe and cultivated with his own abilities and privileges, will surely become the most powerful mecha team in the Federation. And what qualifications do I have to take over? The person who killed Ji Xinghe. This is also good. If the people of the Xinghe team don't like me, I don't have to take over. They should have a good relationship with Jackson, and Jackson has the ability to take over the Xinghe team. Uncle Ji should also be willing to let Jackson take over. Qin Tong, Han Li said, arrange a battle plan. Yes, when the Xinghe team, regardless of their respective mecha energy, was on the verge of the alarm line and rushed to Ji Xinghe's position with the charging posture. Ji Xinghe's side was still calm and peaceful. There was no real battle, only a verbal confrontation. It seems that you are unwilling to cross this warp gate. Ada Kang's tone was a little regretful. Ji Xinghe turned into a repeater, and even his tone was the same. It seems that you are unwilling to cross this warp gate. The warp gate continued to be open, and it was unknown when it would close. Ada Kang did not seem to be in a hurry. In this position, the Federation had no ability to attack it behind the warp gate. Ji Xinghe, the only one who could launch an attack, obviously would not rush over to die, and it would not let its guards rush out to die. Let me guess, Ada Kang said, if we go over, will the light of divine punishment come down directly? Ji Xinghe stood with a gun, keeping a posture that could kill Luosu at any time. No comment. In fact, The light of divine punishment is useless to us. Tungsten steel gold and tungsten steel alloy can isolate electromagnetic pulses, so what? Why don't you dare to come over? Oh, I forgot, you are not a conqueror, you are just a waste. But you think that the light of divine punishment is useful for the jump gate. So you really want me to go over, and then use the light of divine punishment to close the jump gate, and then kill me at the cost of your life? Ji Xinghe's analysis was well reasoned, and then he asked curiously, Ji Xinghe, are you really not afraid of death? Only 2 of my guards will take action, and you will die, at most 3, don't bother, can you all come together? I'm in a hurry. Ji Xinghe's sudden venomous tongue made many people in the Nantianmen space station feel very unfamiliar, but they felt very happy to hear it. Tu Yuan was not very happy, because he had long known that Ji Xinghe was very venomous. The fact that Ji Xinghe could beat 102 Yuans had long been spread as Ji Xinghe's fame grew. Rumor has it that it was Tu Yuan who admitted this personally, and used this to prove that Tu Yuan was Ji Xinghe's mentor. It was also said that Tu Yuan brought Ji Xinghe's talent to the alien planet. It was really shameful. But Tu Yuan, who could have dispelled the rumor, did not do so. Was it because he was too busy? Of course not, but because, in fact, your light of divine punishment is useless for the warp gate. Ji Xinghe took the initiative to reveal some information. The operating principle of the warp gate is completely different from your technology. Even if I leave this miniaturized warp gate device to you, you can't research anything. Ji Xinghe raised his tone. Do I need a waste like you to leave my things to me, your things? Ha ha ha. Ji Xinghe laughed out loud, as if he had heard a very funny joke. The laughter suddenly stopped, and Ji Xinghe's tone turned indifferent. Ji Xinghe, I'll wait for you at the Mountain of Guts. As he spoke, a Duke-class Imperial mech threw a device towards the side of the warp gate. At the same time, the long-awaited light of divine punishment also fell from the sky at an incredible speed. Ji Xinghe turned around and ran without any hesitation, but before he ran, the spear in his hand had pierced into Luo Su's body. The jump gate composed of light blue light was closing at a relatively slow speed. The Imperial soldiers guarding the diamond-shaped metal body did not run away. They began to attack the diamond-shaped metal body frantically, but their weapon seemed difficult to cause damage to the diamond-shaped metal body. When the light of divine punishment submerged the diamond-shaped metal body and them, the diamond-shaped metal body was still not destroyed, and the jump gate was still in a state of continuous closure. Ji Xinghe was right. The light of divine punishment seemed to have no effect on the jump gate. It seemed that this was the best opportunity for the Federation to obtain the jump gate's technology. But in Ji Xinghe's communication channel, many hoarse shouts were heard. Run, 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 old Ji, run, Ji Xinghe, run, run. General Jia, who was charging at full speed, had already rushed hundreds of meters away. The view behind him could clearly see through the light of divine punishment that had spread, and the jump gate was finally successfully closed. Until then, the Imperial soldiers who attacked the diamond-shaped metal body wanted to turn around and run, but it was too late. The device that was thrown over the jump gate was finally activated. The scorching heat expanded instantly, and their bodies turned into ashes in an instant. The dazzling light rose and spread, forming a mushroom-shaped light ball. At this time, General Jia, who had just rushed to a position about 1,000 meters away from the jump gate, was also submerged in the rapidly expanding light ball. That was a nuclear weapon. In order to destroy the jump gate left on the battlefield, the Empire used a small-yield nuclear weapon. But no matter how small the yield was, it was still a nuclear weapon. Perhaps, Ji Xinghe also wanted to take the opportunity to kill Ji Xinghe? The Xinghe team that charged over could only watch General Jia being submerged. Old Ji. Chapter 305, late but arrived. The Federation had determined one thing a long time ago, that is, the Empire would definitely use nuclear weapons on alien planets. But before today, no one could have predicted that the target of the Empire's first use of nuclear weapons on an alien planet would be a mecha warrior. Ji Xinghe, inside the Nantianmen space station, Tu Yuan, who had been standing straight, suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably. The knuckles of his clenched fists had turned white, and his clean nails had embedded into the flesh of his palms. For the sake of victory, he could ignore the lives of hundreds of thousands of people, including Han Li, Jackson, Ji Xinghe, and even Li Yuanba. But he could not accept Ji Xinghe's death like this, at this time. Intelligence correction, the Empire's highest commander on the alien planet, the Imperial Prince Anakin, who is known as the Conqueror and the Waste, has the authority to use nuclear weapons. It is currently unclear whether it is the authority to use nuclear weapons once or multiple times. Intelligence correction. The diamond-shaped metal device used by the Empire to activate the miniaturized jump gate can ignore the influence of the light of divine punishment. The device has more ways to destroy it. An ultra-high temperature can cause complete destruction. The critical point of ultra-high temperature is 6,000 degrees Celsius. Intelligence correction. The Empire will stop us from obtaining the diamond-shaped metal body at all costs. That is, if we can obtain the diamond-shaped metal body, we can achieve a significant improvement in jump gate technology. Intelligence correction. The Empire has a miniaturized nuclear weapon device, tentatively named B-72S1. The device is a cube-like box with a side length of about 70 centimeters and a weight of about 56 kilograms. The specific data needs to be accurately calculated. The equivalent of B-72S1 is 15,000 tons. Due to the alien environment, the shockwave and airwave failed to reach the level of destruction of the same equivalent detonation on the Azure Star. If the device is detonated on the Azure Star, the central air pressure can reach hundreds of thousands of atm, and the wind speed at the center of the explosion is 440 meters per second, which is equivalent to 10 times the wind speed of a 12-level typhoon. The central wind pressure reaches 35 atm, which is equivalent to pressurizing 350 tons of weight in 1 square meter. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, the wind pressure can reach 10 atm, that is, 10 tons of weight is pressurized. Hearing this, many people suddenly had an idea in their minds. Ji Xinghe has escaped about 1,000 meters away from the center of the explosion wearing the general armor, plus the defense capabilities of the general armor and the life support system inside the general armor. Can he survive? However, the light group on the surface below did not completely disappear, and the electromagnetic pulse generated by the nuclear explosion affected almost all communications. The dust storm reappeared, mixed with light to cover everything, and the general armor was still out of contact and missing. The closest Xinghe team could not enter the search under this circumstance. The voices of the relevant personnel continued to sound, and they forcibly suppressed some emotions in their hearts, making themselves more like robots, using everything they knew to analyze all the information they could analyze. In other words, it took advantage of Ji Xinghe's sacrifice. The alien environment did not affect the other destructive methods of B-72S1. B-72S1 released about 0.22 mJ of infrared rays, with the energy at the center being about 420 JCM, the energy at 500 meters being about 240 JCM, and about 100 JCM within 1 kilometer. In other words, the energy received by Colonel Ji Xinghe at his location is equivalent to 1,000 times that of ordinary sunlight. Ordinary sunlight refers to the sunlight that can be exposed to the surface of the Azure Star under normal conditions. Thinking that using a magnifying glass to focus sunlight can ignite an object, what is the concept of 1,000 times? The people who had just risen in hope began to feel depressed again. The temperature at the center of the explosion was 6,000 degrees Celsius. The Imperial soldiers were vaporized and the related vehicles were dissolved. The temperature continued to weaken with the increase of distance. Due to the impact of detection, we cannot determine the temperature that Colonel Ji Xinghe needs to withstand at his location, but based on speculation, it is no less than 3,000 degrees Celsius, but the high temperature dissipates very quickly. With the defense of Colonel Ji Xinghe's general armor, the high temperature is not a fatal injury. Hope appeared again, but like a roller coaster, it kept rising and falling with the voices of professionals. The most dangerous attack method of B-72S1 to Colonel Ji Xinghe is the large amount of alpha rays, beta rays, gamma rays and neutrons released during the explosion. It is estimated that the number of fast neutrons at the location of Colonel Ji Xinghe is about 1.2 trillion cm, and the number of slow neutrons, thermal neutrons, is about 9 trillion cm. Radiation is the most threatening killing method of nuclear weapons. Aliens, which do not have the ability to autonomously regulate the natural environment, are far inferior to the blue star in offsetting radiation. Many people in the command center did not know what alpha rays, beta rays, gamma rays and neutrons were, but they could clearly hear the numbers that professionals said. 1 trillion and 200 billion, 9 trillion. And the units were all square centimeters. What is the surface area of the 5.6 meter high general armor? What is the volume? Neutrons should be very small, but when this number reaches hundreds of trillions, trillions or even more, how much damage do they cause? And this is just the number of fast neutrons and slow neutrons, and what about those rays? What is their magnitude? Even the bumpy roller coaster has to stop, but people's emotions have not calmed down because of this, because for them, the roller coaster at this time is not stopped at the end or returned to the starting point. Instead, it stops at the edge of the fog. Behind the fog may be a flat track, or it may be a cliff, and there is an endless abyss below. Is the Federation, which just has 12 active ace mecha warriors, going back to the edge of the curse? And it's Ji Xinghe. A few days ago, there were more than 10,000 people on B-72 Highland. In order to allow Ji Xinghe to leave B-72 Highland earlier and go back to see his granddaughter, and so that Ji Xinghe, a 66-year-old man, no longer had to fight for the Federation and humanity, Han Li agreed to his request. For those who have sacrificed, for all those who are sacrificing, please encourage me, like Colonel Ji Xinghe, and now. Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me if Colonel Ji Xinghe is okay, a well-mannered staff officer suddenly shouted hoarsely. Some of them did not want Ji Xinghe to be in trouble, and some of them, as staff officers, always believed that the Empire could not use nuclear weapons at this time. This was their mistake. But those who could say thousands of words could not answer this question. Everyone looked at the screen they could see, expecting the clouds to disperse. Do things, Tu Yuan's voice suddenly sounded, very loud. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then started to work. The war below was not completely over. There were still more than 100,000 beheaded Imperial troops, and they were still surrounding B-72 Highland. According to the previous battle plan, these Imperial troops would become the apes of B-72 Highland to delay the Empire's attack on B-72 Highland. But the apes do not need more than 100,000, and they will not surround B-72 Highland without command. They may continue to attack B-72 Highland, or they may begin to retreat. All of these require the Nantianmen space station to monitor, analyze, and judge, and provide more feasible combat plans to the command center of B-72 Highland. When people were working in silence, a voice suddenly sounded in the command hall. This voice first sounded in the ears of the communicators, and then the communicators broadcast it on all channels at the first time, and the communicators did not even request relevant instructions. Tell Ada King that I will go to the Mountain of Gods to kill it. Everyone who heard this voice was stunned for a moment, and then cheered. This cheer should have sounded when victory was confirmed. Although it sounded a little late now, it finally sounded. Because the sound of Ji Xinghe surviving the nuclear explosion was late but arrived. Just like for this war on the alien planet, Ji Xinghe arrived late but arrived. Just like for Ji Rongzhenai who was waiting at base number 5, Ji Xinghe arrived late but arrived. A space battleship landed at the Federal base number 5. When a large amount of supplies were transported down, Ji Xinghe, wearing a special protective suit, drove out of it on a balance car. Under normal circumstances, you don't need to wear protective clothing when you are inside the base, but Ji Xinghe is not only wearing protective clothing at this time, but his protective clothing is also very heavy. It looks like the abnormally heavy protective clothing worn by humans many years ago when they just began to explore outer space and the moon. It is so heavy that people like Ji Xinghe need a balance car to help them move. The professional medical team has been waiting for a long time, as well as Shen Mu, Su He and many others, but when Ji Xinghe got off the space battleship, they did not flock to him. Everyone was waiting and watching quietly, including those who were moving materials, and they all stopped their actions. Only machines such as automatic transport robots were busy under the control of intelligent systems. A small figure wearing protective clothing ran to Ji Xinghe. She said nothing, but hugged Ji Xinghe's legs tightly. Ji Xinghe stopped the balance car and patted Ji Rongzhenai's head gently. He didn't feel anything through the protective helmet and his own protective clothing. But this action made him feel very relieved, because he came back alive. Xinghe, turn on the speaker, Ji Xinghe reminded. But Ji Rongzhenai did not turn on the speaker on the protective suit because she didn't want Ji Xinghe to hear her crying. Ji Xinghe noticed this and kept quiet. Time passed by, and Ji Rongzhenai finally let go of Ji Xinghe's legs. She didn't look up, but finally turned on the speaker. Grandpa, go see a doctor quickly. I'll go with you. Yes, Ji Xinghe said softly. Xinghe, don't worry. Grandpa has been treated at the Nantianmen space station. They said that Grandpa is well, so they asked Grandpa to come back to see you. This is actually a lie. If Ji Xinghe hadn't insisted, he would never have left the medical center of the Nantianmen space station at this time. The special protective suit he was wearing was evidence. 10 days had passed since Ji Xinghe was baptized by the nuclear explosion, and he was transported to the Nantianmen space station on the same day. The people of the Xing team couldn't even say a few words to him, because he soon fell into coma after he said he was going to the Mountain of Gods to kill Ada Kang. Han Li and the Xing team rushed over regardless of the radiation, resisting the urge to open the cockpit of the general armor, because they didn't want Ji Xinghe to be exposed to more radiation. Tu Yuan in the Nantianmen space station was also decisive. He did not hesitate to transport resources and risks. When he confirmed that Ji Xinghe was still alive, he directly ordered a space battleship to forcefully land on the battlefield and transported Ji Xinghe in general armor up. When Ji Xinghe woke up again, he was already in the Nantianmen space station. The expected treatment time was 3 months, but Ji Xinghe did not want to wait that long, so he came to Ji Rongzinayu. He told a lie that Ji Rongzinayu knew was a lie, but had to believe. Then you have to go see a doctor quickly, Grandpa, be obedient. Ji Rongzinayu's voice was unprecedentedly stern, like a little adult. Okay, Ji Xinghe slowly got off the balance car and waved to stop the medical staff who wanted to come forward. He held the little Ji Rongzinayu's small hand and walked slowly but firmly towards the direction of the medical area. He held it tightly, as if he was afraid that he would not be able to hold it again in the future. Xingyu, who was driven by Ji Rongzinayu not far away, was very calm when he saw this scene, just like many mechas without drivers. But what no one knew was that its intelligent core computing power had reached the threshold. For some reason, this scene gave it some emotions that only humans could have. Shock, sadness, anger, sadness. It stored this scene forever in its database. The big Ji Xinghe, holding the little Ji Rongzinayu, walked a road that it and everyone else did not want to end, in the eyes of everyone and in its eyes. Chapter 306 Xingyu, let's go kill it. Except for the excessive radiation, there is basically nothing serious. There are no external injuries, but there are some internal injuries. However, Lao Ji is in good health. After treatment at the Nantianmen space station, these internal injuries are recovering steadily. Outside a fully enclosed treatment room at base number 5, the doctor who had just taken off his protective suit introduced the situation to Shen Mu, Su He and others who had been waiting for a long time. They had just done a comprehensive examination on Ji Xinghe. Shen Mu, Su He and others felt a little sad when they saw Ji Rongzinayu running into the treatment room in protective suits. When can we eliminate the radiation in Lao Ji's body? The estimate given by the Nantianmen space station is 3 months. Our medical equipment here is not as good as there, so the time should be extended to 3.5 to 4 months. Is there any problem with this? Yes, the longer the time, the more serious the damage to Lao Ji's body will be. Some damage is irreversible. Even if we can completely eliminate the remaining radiation in Lao Ji's body, it is difficult to guarantee that he can fully recover. Or, Shen Mu looked at Su He and asked, let's persuade Lao Ji to return to the Nantianmen space station? Or go directly back to the Blue Star? Before Su He could answer, the doctor next to him shook his head. It's not possible to go back to the Azure Star. We can't move all those medical equipment into the spaceship and transport them back just for Lao Ji. Even if it's possible, who can guarantee that there won't be any accidents during the nearly 3-month voyage? Moreover, the spaceship doesn't have a gravity simulation system and is not suitable for treating Lao Ji. The best place for treatment is still the Nantianmen space station, where the gravity is the same as that of the Azure Star. Medical equipment on alien planets is not scarce. In the past 20 years, a large part of the Federation's transportation resources have been used in medical-related aspects. It's not a big problem to transport some medical equipment, but professional equipment requires professional personnel to operate. If Ji Xinghe wants to go back to the Azure Star, he needs a top medical team to go back with him. Su He also shook his head. Xinghe can't go to the Nantianmen space station because the gravity environment there is the same as that of the Blue Star, and her body can't bear it now. If this affects her return to the Blue Star, Lao Ji will get furious, Shen Mu said subconsciously, so we have to persuade Lao Ji to let him and Xinghe be separated for another 3 months. Su He sighed. You also know that it means separation again. 2 months have passed since Ji Xinghe left base number 5 and returned this time. 2 months plus 3 months, that is 5 months. Ji Xinghe has been on the alien planet for more than a year. How much time has he spent with Ji Rongzinayu? The doctor hesitated for a moment, but still said what he didn't want to say. There was a nuclear explosion of similar magnitude on the Azure planet, which killed more than 200,000 people, 70,000 of whom died on the spot. 90% of people within 500 meters of the explosion center died on the spot or on the same day. 70% of people within 500 to 1,000 meters died on the spot or on the same day. 50% of those who survived the nuclear explosion died within 6 days. And about 25% of those who survived died between the 6th and 12th days. The explosion site existed as a radioactive contaminated area for 60 years. There are two main reasons for so many casualties. One is trauma, the direct damage caused by the shock wave of the nuclear explosion, the indirect damage caused by the fragments of buildings and various objects destroyed by the shock wave splashing out at extremely high speeds, and the damage caused by high temperature, infrared energy, etc. Another is radiation sickness. The large amount of radiation produced by the nuclear explosion will cause the affected people to suffer from acute radiation sickness. Specific symptoms include but are not limited to nausea, vomiting, loss of appetite, diarrhea, fever, alopecia, subcutaneous hemorrhage, etc. Some people have also developed leukemia because of this. Most of the affected people died within a month. At this point, the doctor paused. There is also secondary radiation sickness. Colonel Han Li, Lieutenant Colonel Qin Tong, Lieutenant Colonel Harris, Major Li Lin, Colonel Wang Jiyue, who went to rescue Lao Ji at that time, all of them received treatment afterwards. Because except for Colonel Han Li's mecha, their mechas do not have sufficient radiation protection capabilities. Even Colonel Han Li's mecha is not as good as professional radiation protection suits in this regard. So, Shen Mu stared at the doctor and asked in a cold tone, "What do you want to say, Shen Mu?" He frowned and reminded. The doctor sighed. He understood Shen Mu's current mood and attitude. "I want to say that Lao Ji may know that he doesn't have much time left, so he wants to come back more." Bullshit your mother." Shen Mu's mouth was blocked by Suhi, but he still struggled to curse. Suhi, whose physical fitness could not be compared with Shen Mu, could not stop him at all. Bullshit your ancestors." "It's okay." The doctor's expression was very calm. He ignored Shen Mu's curses, waved his hand and said, "If I admit that I farted, Lao Ji will be fine. I hope that everything I say in my life is bullshit, and my mother should agree." This sentence made Shen Mu quiet down. He stood there with his fists clenched and his body trembling, and his eyes gradually turned red. "I'm a doctor. I will do my best to cure Lao Ji, because we need Lao Ji, and the Federation needs Lao Ji." The doctor took a deep breath and continued, "I hope Lao Ji won't have any complications, but unfortunately, I can't guarantee this. No one can guarantee this, not even at the Nantianmen space station. Our medical technology is actually very different from our mechanical technology. Because war requires weapons and mechas, not much medical care. This is a very cruel fact. So, I hope you don't persuade Lao Ji to go to the Nantianmen space station for treatment, because you should know better than me where he wants to be and who he will be with if Lao Ji's time is running out." After saying this, the doctor suddenly slapped himself. Crow's mouth, fart, then he left. This was a scene that was completely unexpected by Suhi and Shen Mu, but it looked normal. He believed that if slapping himself and scolding himself a few times could make Ji Xinghe intact, there would be tens of millions of people in the Federation who would do this. Even if these tens of millions of people had never really met or talked to Ji Xinghe. Before the day when Ji Xinghe decided to become a legend, he was already a legend in the hearts of many people. And now, he is a legend in the hearts of millions of people. When everything Ji Xinghe did on the B-72 Highland battlefield was passed to the Blue Star and was made public in the Old Man and the Sea of Stars, the number of people who think he's a legend will be in the hundreds of millions. There should be many of these people who are willing to scold and slap themselves for Ji Xinghe. Shen Mu, who was silent for a while, suddenly turned and left. He frowned. "What are you doing?" Shen Mu said without replying. "Do what I can do." His brows relaxed. Ji Xinghe's general armor was really broken this time, but it completed its mission and helped Ji Xinghe block the most ferocious damage of the nuclear explosion. The tungsten steel alloy as the main body can also be recycled and reused. After eliminating the radiation, it has returned to base number 5 with Ji Xinghe. What Shen Mu can do is to help Ji Xinghe build a new general armor. "I'm not a doctor, I can't cure Lao Ji, but I'm Lao Ji's mechanic. I can build a mecha that can withstand a nuclear explosion," Shen Mu said to himself in his heart when he left. "I can do it. Lao Ji will definitely survive and drive the new mecha I built for him to fight." He said that he would go to the Mountain of Gods to kill Ada Kang, Shenmue actually didn't have much confidence. He was still too young, not experienced enough, and not professional enough. His real profession was mecha repair, not mecha design and manufacturing. But from this moment on, he had it. Because he told himself in his heart that he must have it. Others also left one after another. Suhee did not leave, because Ji Xinghe had not left yet. The grandfather and grandson in the room didn't actually say anything, because Ji Xinghe fell asleep on the bed. Some of the drugs he needed for treatment contained tranquilizers, so he had to sleep if he didn't want to sleep. Ji Xinghe, wearing a protective suit, sat by the bed, gently holding Ji Xinghe's big hand with both hands, with his head next to Ji Xinghe's arm. She wanted to cling to Ji Xinghe's arms, but she was afraid that her helmet was too heavy. Unconsciously, the tears on Ji Xinghe's face dried up, and she fell into deep sleep. She had a dream. In the dream, it was another ward, and she was hugging the person on the bed just like now. The difference was that in the dream, she was not wearing protective clothing or a helmet. The difference was that the person lying on the bed in the dream was not her grandfather, but her mother. This was not a dream, but her memory and her fear. When she woke up, Ji Xinghe had not woken up yet, and she put her hand on Ji Xinghe's heart. There were instruments and doctors next to her, but she was worried and didn't believe it. The old man lying in front of her was the only person she believed in this world. It was not until she felt Ji Xinghe's heartbeat that she finally turned around and left. Xinghe, shall we go for dinner? Yes, Ji Xinghe's answer surprised Suhee, who had been waiting for a long time. He thought that he needed his persuasion before Ji Xinghe would agree to go for dinner. But Ji Xinghe didn't need it. Although she didn't want to eat, she knew she had to eat, and she ate very seriously. She chewed all the food thoroughly before swallowing it. She chewed very hard. So hard that Suhee felt distressed. After dinner, Ji Xinghe went to the hangar and found Xinghe, who was left there by her. Xinghe has an automatic driving mode. Let it go back to the repair area by itself. No, Uncle Su, I can take her back. It pronounced exactly the same as hers, and Suhee didn't hear the difference. In this world, except Ji Xinghe, no one knew the difference yet. Then be careful, Suhee could only tell him like this. He wanted to comfort Ji Xinghe and say that Ji Xinghe was actually fine, but he couldn't say it. He also knew that Ji Xinghe was very sensible, so sensible that it made people feel distressed. Xinghe, who was in standby mode, woke up when Ji Xinghe arrived, and took the initiative to squat with her back to Ji Xinghe. This allowed Ji Xinghe to climb into the cockpit easily. Ji Xinghe sat in her seat skillfully and fixed the safety device. She should have closed the cockpit door but did not do so immediately. She sat in the cockpit, her face in the helmet could not be seen clearly, and her voice was very calm as Ji Xinghe. Uncle Su, what is the name of that gorilla? The gorilla that blew up my grandfather with a nuclear bomb. Anakin, Prince of the Empire, Anakin. Its title in the Empire is Conqueror, and its code name in the Federation is Waste. This is the code name your grandfather gave it. Yeah, Ji Xinghe nodded slightly and closed the cockpit door. Xinghe slowly stood up and walked towards the direction of the machine repair area. She glanced at Suhee who followed her, and her narrow eyes filled with white light seemed to have some emotions. But Suhee did not see it. Even if Shenmue was present, he could not see it. It was just a subtle change in light. Who could tell it with the naked eye? A tall mecha and a relatively short man walked towards the direction of the machine repair area together. Because his legs were too short, Suhee, who could only follow Xinghe at a fast pace, did not notice that the surveillance equipment on the apron did not pay attention. For a moment, Xinghe's eyes suddenly turned red, like blood-stained red. That was Xinghe's combat mode, which was inexplicably turned on when it was not fighting and there was no real driver. Although it recovered quickly, as if this change had never happened, it did happen. And before that moment, in the cockpit, Ji Xinghe spoke with an expressionless face. Xinghe, do you remember that name? Remember, Waste, Ada Kang, Prince of the Empire. The location is suspected to be in the battlefield of the Mountain of Gods. Xinghe actually knows a lot, because she can directly connect to the federal database, and her authority is Ji Xinghe's authority, which is very high. Ji Xinghe took a deep breath and said firmly. If Grandpa can't kill it personally, then we will kill it, okay? Chapter 379 Dreams and Key. When Ji Xinghe was dreaming, Ji Xinghe was also dreaming. He had been dreaming these days, and this situation was simply unimaginable for him. In the past 56 years, he only needed to sleep 4 or 5 hours a day. If it weren't for the deep sleep without dreams, how could he be energetic every day? But he didn't find it strange, because this was not the first time in the past 56 years. He dreamed for a while when his parents died, he dreamed for a while when his wife died, and he dreamed for a while when he got the news of his son's sacrifice. And now, he started dreaming again. 11 days, 9 dreams. The first dream. The general armor failed to block the power released by the nuclear explosion. The fuselage made of tungsten steel alloy vaporized in an instant. He was in it without a body, turned into flying ashes and scattered on the land of the alien star, no different from the dust that had existed for billions of years. When the dust storm that occurs every year appears again, he rises to a height of tens of thousands of meters with a dust storm, and then falls to the ground with a dust storm. In the process of displacement, he saw the Galaxy Squad being annihilated under the siege of the endless Imperial Mecha army. He saw Han Li standing on the Mountain of Gods to avenge him, but eventually died of exhaustion. He saw Jackson carrying a nuclear weapon larger than a single soldier starship and rushing to the Empire's jump gate, but was shot dead by the gorilla at the last step. For some reason, Jackson, who was carrying a giant nuclear weapon, did not wear armor. He saw millions of troops coming from the Azure Star, but were ambushed by the Empire and completely overwhelmed by the power of the explosion of 10,000 nuclear weapons. He saw that after he died, the Federation lost the war. But there was no Ji Xinghe in this dream, so he missed Ji Xinghe more and more after waking up. The second dream. He was transported to base number 6 in a sleeping state, and Ji Xinghe's mother's colleagues were doing their best to rescue him. He actually woke up, but he couldn't open his eyes or move, and could only learn about the latest battle situation through the conversations of the medical staff around him. B-72 Highland was flattened by the Empire's firepower. The entire mountain that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of troops was razed to the ground by the Empire's firepower. The Empire's army headed straight for base number 6, advancing a certain distance every day, and the Federation suffered heavy casualties. Master Liu took those mechanics he was familiar with, put on mechas and participated in the battle. Each of them was very good at fighting, just like him. But the Empire's firepower was too fierce, and there were too many mechas in the Empire. Master Liu died. Nurse Wang left the ward, put on armor and started fighting, and also died. When Ada Kang appeared in the ward with 12 Duke-class mechas, Ji Xinghe finally opened his eyes, and then closed his eyes forever. The last voice in this dream was, "I'm going to base number 5, so Ji Xinghe woke up at the Nantianmen space station, and he said to the doctor beside him, "Send me back to base number 5. The third dream. Ji Xinghe did not die. He survived the last explosion of the Empire's mecha and was taken to the Empire Star as a prisoner. In the towering Imperial City, the Emperor of the Empire seemed to be sitting in the clouds, his face covered by clouds. He interrogated Ji Xinghe in a loud voice, but Ji Xinghe was unwilling to say anything. Then, the Emperor of the Empire said, "In fact, you have a daughter." Ji Xinghe confessed. He said everything he knew, because he wanted to go back alive to see his daughter. In order to go back, he even married a daughter of the Emperor of the Empire, a female gorilla with white hair, which was regarded as a heresy in the Empire that advocated black. But Ji Xinghe and the white-haired female gorilla could not have children, so Ji Xinghe took the white-haired female gorilla to fight for the Empire. Until one day, he stood in front of Ji Xinghe. With a smile on his face, he said to Ji Xinghe, "Dad, this is your daughter-in-law." With sadness on his face and tears streaming down his face, he roared at Ji Xinghe in a desperate tone, "Dad, where is my daughter? Why didn't you protect her?" So, Ji Xinghe woke up again at the Nantianmen space station. He wanted to see Tu Yuan, and he asked to return to base number 5 again. The fourth dream. Everything was normal in the number 5 living base, and Ji Xinghe's life seemed to be no different from before. Eat on time, rest on time, and receive treatment on time every day. But it was different after all. Ji Xinghe didn't have Ji Xinghe every day. The doctors were no longer willing to treat her, and she no longer worked hard to practice to improve her physical fitness. As time went by, Ji Xinghe, who should have grown up, became shorter and shorter, and her body was as thin as a stick. Then she died. So Ji Xinghe woke up again. He rushed out of the medical area of the Nantianmen space station in protective clothing. No one dared to stop him, and no one was willing to stop him. He found Tu Yuan, who didn't want to see him, and threatened Tu Yuan in public, saying, "If you don't let me go back, I will beat you." Tu Yuan remained silent, and the medical staff who chased him kept telling Ji Xinghe some truths, saying that if he went back, he might die. But Ji Xinghe didn't care, and looked at the silent Tu Yuan in silence. The look of wanting to hit someone can't be hidden. Everyone can see Ji Xinghe's eyes and believe that he will really beat Tu Yuan. While hesitating about what to do, Ji Xinghe fainted. The fifth dream. Ji Xinghe did not give up on herself because of his sacrifice, but gave up studying. Every day she spent her time trying to train her fighting skills and mecha driving skills. As time went by, all the children in base number 5 could not beat her together. She began to conduct actual combat training with the adults, and those elite mecha warriors could not beat her. But Suhi and Shenyu would never let her go to the battlefield. Until one day, the Empire's army appeared outside base number 5. Ji Xinghe shouted loudly in the training area. "Instructor, I want to drive a mecha." Then she used her small body to drive a big mecha to fight. The Xing team appeared behind her, Han Li appeared behind her, and Jackson appeared behind her. She led them to be invincible until Ada Kang appeared in front of her and them, and then threw countless nuclear warheads. So, Ji Xinghe in the Nantianmen space station woke up, and his anger echoed in the medical room. "Ada Kang, you deserve to die." The sixth dream. It was the Azure Star that Ji Xinghe had left for a long time, and it was the Azure Star that Ji Xinghe had never been to before. A small figure appeared in the house that Pei Jing had helped to sell. She cleaned alone, cooked alone, watched TV alone, read alone, and sat alone in the brightest place in the room crying. She seemed afraid to go to the dark corners and had to sleep with the lights on every night. She stayed in the house for many, many days, and she never grew up, as if she would never grow up. But unknowingly, the dark corners of the house occupied a larger and larger area. The space she could stay in was getting smaller and smaller, and the lights on were eroded by the darkness, and she was also eroded by the darkness. So Ji Xinghe woke up at the Nantianmen space station. This time he didn't make a noise, didn't trouble anyone, but just lay quietly on the hospital bed thinking about some problems. Should I take Ji Xinghe back to the Azure Star and stay with her until she really grows up? Should the idea of revenge be abandoned? Should this war be kept away? Do I still have the chance to grow up with her? The seventh dream. Ji Xinghe returned to the Blue Star and lived under the care of Suhi and Shenyu. She went to school like an ordinary child. But in school, all the children mocked her for not having a father, a mother, or a grandfather. Everyone called her an orphan. She began to avoid going to school, she learned to smoke, she drank secretly, and she fought with people. It seemed that she had forgotten all the kung fu she learned, and it was as if she was unwilling to use the kung fu that Ji Xinghe taught her. She couldn't fight anymore, she was injured. She became a bad girl with a band-aid on her face. Suhi gave up on her, Shenyu gave up on her, and Pei Jing gave up on her. But many reporters did not give up on her. For news and traffic, they followed Ji Xinghe like a group of mad dogs every day, secretly photographing her smoking, drinking, perming her hair, swearing, fighting, stealing. People all over the Federation began to scold her and spit on her, saying that she was not worthy of being Ji Xinghe's granddaughter. One day, she asked the whole world a question. Why? Then she jumped into the endless abyss. Ji Xinghe woke up from the abyss, and his body also woke up from the abyss. This was the beginning of his real recovery after 7 days of treatment. Because he knew that he must not die. The eighth dream. The sound of firecrackers that had been banned on the Azure Star for many years rang out, just like on a battlefield, dense and endless. But Ji Xinghe was not on the battlefield of the alien planet, he was at home on the Azure Star. It was the New Year. He prepared the New Year's Eve dinner by himself and turned on the TV. The Spring Festival Gala of Longzhou had just started. Someone knocked on the door. It was Ji Xinghe with Margao, Lin Shu and the other children. They had all grown up, but their faces were not real. The only thing that could be seen clearly was that they were all wearing brand new military uniforms. Medals covered their chests. "Grandpa, we are back, Grandpa, we are back, Grandpa, we are back," one after another, as if it would never stop. Everyone ate the New Year's Eve dinner happily. If the table could not accommodate them, they would stand beside and eat. Everyone stood straight, because they were all the best soldiers. The taste of the New Year's Eve dinner could not be tasted in the dream, But the taste of happiness filled Ji Xinghe's chest. Even though he had woken up from the dream, he still wanted to laugh. He told himself in his heart, Ji Xinghe, you must not die. Then he got up from the hospital bed, tidied himself up, and started practicing boxing, just like every day in the past 56 years. It was like the first day he started practicing boxing. His boxing skills looked out of place, and professionals would say that he practiced it wrong and crookedly. But it didn't matter, he would practice it and practice it. It was like this in the past, and it will be like this in the future. He didn't dream on the 9th day, perhaps because his body really began to get better, perhaps because he started practicing boxing again, or perhaps because Tu Yuan finally agreed to let him return to base number 5. He once again fell into deep sleep. He didn't dream on the 10th day. Until today, the 11th day. He saw Ji Xinghe. He was lying on the hospital bed. Ji Xinghe sat beside him, holding his hand. Looking at Ji Xinghe's little face trying hard to hold back tears, he wanted to say something, but his physical condition and the medicine made him fall into deep sleep. He had another dream. The 9th dream. It was a ward with 2 beds. One was a hospital bed, and the other was also a hospital bed. Ji Xinghe was lying on one bed, and Ji Xinghe was lying on the other. Both of them were wearing oxygen masks, and their bodies were covered with various sensor patches. The lines seemed to be densely connected to various instruments. Grandpa, I'm scared. Ji Xinghe turned his head and looked at him, and stretched out his hand to him. Ji Xinghe wanted to say something, but in his dream he couldn't open his mouth, so he could only hold the hand that Ji Xinghe stretched out. It was the right hand, the hand that Ji Xinghe was holding him in the real world. So the touch in the dream is extremely real, more real than the real world, because Ji Xinghe in the dream does not need to wear heavy radiation protection clothing. Grandpa, can my body get better? Grandpa, can your body get better? Grandpa, when will we go back to the blue star? You said you would take me back to see the moon. Grandpa, I want to grow up. I want to grow up healthy. Grandpa, you said you would teach me to drive a mecha. You said you would fight side by side with me. You said the two of us would join forces to chop off the head of the emperor of the empire. Grandpa, if our bodies can't get better, are all the things you said a lie to me? Grandpa, lying is not good. Mom said that adults don't like children who lie, so Xinghe can't lie to Grandpa. So, Grandpa can't lie to Xinghe either. Ji Xinghe wanted to answer, but he tried his best and couldn't speak. In the state of gradually getting angry, there was a warm force balancing his emotions, coming from his right hand, the right hand held by Ji Xinghe. Grandpa, they said that as long as you learn the power of Qi, you can heal yourself and me. Grandpa, can you learn the power of Qi? Ji Xinghe, who was unable to answer, seemed to be bound by countless hands, not only his mouth, but also his body. Those hands pressed hard on every part of his body, even every cell. When the feeling of pain became clearer, the real terror came. Ji Xinghe let go of his hand. Ji Xinghe's hand swung down weakly, swinging on the edge of the bed, like a pendulum, and finally stopped completely. The dream turned into a dark cage in an endless abyss. His consciousness was tightly grasped and held down by countless hands from hell. Then he began to sink and fall into the abyss. But he was unwilling, he used all his strength to struggle. Ji Xinghe, you can't die, you absolutely can't die. If you die, what will happen to Xinghe? In the intensive care unit of base number 5, Ji Xinghe, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly sat up. His thoughts seemed to still stay in the dream, in the last question of Ji Xinghe. The mouth that couldn't open in the dream made a roaring sound in the real world. Yes, P.S. I added more chapters for the reward from Brothers Yuan's Hallmaster. Sorry boss, it's too late. PS2, I wrote this chapter from 1:30 to 6:30, and it's only 4,200 words. I'm not useless, am I? PS3, please give me monthly tickets. I still need 73 tickets to make 1,000. Bosses, please help me. I love you. Chapter 308 The Power of Radiation. In the isolation ward, Ji Xinghe does not need to wear radiation protection clothing. The ones who need to wear radiation protection clothing are the medical staff and Ji Xinghe, who comes to see him every day. When Sui comes to see him, he does not come in, but talks through the radiation-proof glass window. Old Ji, how do you feel? Very good, that's good. Is there anything you need? Don't be embarrassed to ask, this is what you deserve. It's already very good. Ji Xinghe really doesn't need anything now. This intensive care ward is of a high level. When various resources inside base number 5 are already in short supply, his ward also has a separate bathroom and training area. In addition to medical equipment, training equipment is also available. 4 third-generation simulation devices were shipped in yesterday, Suhi asked again. I'll contact someone to send one to you. The entire base number 5 now has only 4 third-generation simulation system devices, which serve all the mecha warriors in the base who need training. But when Suhi said that he would give Ji Xinghe one alone, his tone was very natural, and he didn't think there was any difficulty. This is the privilege of the ace mecha warrior, but this privilege is what Ji Xinghe deserves, just as Suhi said. Ji Xinghe, who has accumulated 601 gold stars, has become the second person to obtain the most gold stars since the Federation had mecha warriors. From this perspective, he can be regarded as the second person in the Federation's personal combat power ranking. And the gap between him and the first is actually not much, because he also has 3 big gold stars, which means that he has defeated 3 imperial dukes. Of course, the guy ranked first has defeated a prince-level imperial mecha and a prince-level imperial mecha. So Ji Xinghe, who was almost killed by the imperial prince Adakang, actually still has a big gap. It can only be said that different people have different opinions. No need, Ji Xinghe refused this privilege. Old Ji, don't feel any psychological burden, Suhi persuaded. I just said that this is what you deserve. No one will have any objections. Besides, don't you really want to try the new technology? The third-generation simulation system of the Federation is built based on neural link technology, so that the mecha warriors can adapt to the new mecha driving method in advance, so as to avoid a weakening of the combat effectiveness of the Federation mecha when the mecha cockpits are replaced on a large scale. If it were before, Ji Xinghe would definitely agree, and even be a little impatient. He really wants to know if he can adapt to the neural link technology. Theoretically, if he can use the new technology to drive the mecha, his combat effectiveness will be unprecedentedly improved. The new operation method allows the mecha warriors to operate the mecha more accurately and efficiently, and the transformation of the mecha with neural link technology makes the joints and maneuvering methods of the mecha more like humans. When the mecha can really learn martial arts, who else but Ji Xinghe? But now he can't use the new technology. My body has not fully recovered. The doctor said that I can't implant a brain-computer interface now. The reason given by Ji Xinghe was fair and square, which made Suhi give up the proposal just now. To use the third-generation simulation system, a brain-computer interface, also called a neuron link chip, needs to be implanted at the back of the head close to the neck. This device is the key to driving a mecha using neural link technology. Thinking about Ji Xinghe's current physical condition, it is indeed not suitable for such a transformation of the body, even if this transformation has been tested on humans many times, and the possibility of accidents is infinitely close to zero. Then you have to take good care of your body. Suhi smiled a little sadly. I'm still waiting for the results of your synchronization ray test to come out, and then write a special report for you, so that those who looked down on you at the beginning and thought that you couldn't use new technology when you were old can take a good look at how blind they are. I will. Ji Xinghe nodded in response, which surprised Suhi. When mentioning new technology before, Ji Xinghe was not as confident as he is now, not like when he was doing combat training with those soldiers in the training area, nor when he was driving a mecha to fight. Is it because of the injury that his mentality has changed? Suhi didn't think much about it. After chatting with Ji Xinghe about some things, he took Ji Rongzhen out of the isolation ward and left. While he was chatting with Ji Xinghe, Ji Rongzhen had been listening quietly beside him. Holding Ji Xinghe's big hand, she didn't know what she was thinking. Or maybe she didn't think about anything, just enjoying the long-lost comfort of the grandfather and grandson. When Ji Xinghe was the only one left in the ward, he was still standing by the window, but the difference from before was that he closed his eyes. The medical staff who had been observing the monitoring equipment outside the ward did not notice that Ji Xinghe's standing posture had changed, and they could not see the tiny difference. Ji Xinghe was standing, but he was standing in a pile. Pile training is the most important part of Kung Fu. Some people say that Kung Fu without pile training is external Kung Fu, and Kung Fu with pile training is internal Kung Fu. This statement is not entirely correct, but it cannot be said to be wrong. One of the biggest characteristics of Longzhou Kung Fu is standing in a pile, and the core purpose of standing in a pile under normal circumstances is only one word: stable. Whether it is hitting, kicking, or throwing people, whether it is being beaten, being thrown, preventing being beaten, preventing being thrown, or tearing each other in a stalemate, It involves a key issue. Are you stable yourself? If it is unstable, how can you advance and retreat calmly and defend and counterattack freely? This is very similar to the battle between mechas. The most critical point for mecha warriors in the process of driving mechas is to maintain the center of gravity of the mecha. Compared with the speed of humans getting up after falling, the speed of mechas getting up is relatively much slower due to the special structure of their joints. The attack speed of mechas is much faster than that of humans because of their engines and transmission systems. Falling down means suffering a fatal blow. Even if there is protective armor that can withstand bullets or even artillery fire, it is difficult to ensure that your mecha will not be damaged when facing the melee weapons specially built for armor breaking by the Imperial mecha. The general armor does not need to care about this when facing the conventional Imperial mecha. The bayonet used by the conventional Imperial mecha cannot break the defense of the general armor at all. But the general armor needs to face the most powerful Imperial mecha on the battlefield. The weapons used by the Earl level and above mechas are almost all made of tungsten steel gold, which are capable of causing damage to the general armor. For most of the Federation mecha warriors, there is another key influence on the degree of control over the center of gravity of the mecha, that is, the collision of the Empire mecha. The average physical fitness of the Empire guerrillas is better than that of humans, so what they like most is to use their mecha to hit the Federation mecha. In the case of unstable center of gravity, it is not only easy to be knocked down, but also to bear more impact force, causing physical damage to the Federation mecha warriors in the cockpit. Ji Xinghe has always been a leader in this area, no doubt. He has practiced standing for decades and has long been integrated into his every move. He almost never stood in the previous training. However, now, he started standing like a beginner. There are two types of standing, dynamic and static. Dynamic includes martial arts routine practice and repeated practice of a single move. Standing is static. The most common standing is Zhama, Santishi, etc. These standings have posture requirements, not like Ji Xinghe now, which looks like a standing posture like at ease. The posture is different, but the essence is the same. Ji Xinghe, who has already mastered the Gangjin, created the Ji family boxing that is now spreading among the Federal Army. He has his own style and does not need to follow some common sense rules. He looks motionless, but in fact, all parts of his body are moving. If those medical sensor patches are still on him, the medical staff outside the isolation ward will be able to see Ji Xinghe's heartbeat, pulse, breathing, blood pressure and other data, and begin to undergo a strange change. His body is like starting to die. The heartbeat rate is only 30 beats per minute, and the pulse is the same, the two echoing. The time of a single breath exceeds 16 seconds, and even if you put your ear between his nose and breath, you can't hear him breathing. Blood pressure keeps falling. The blood pressure of a normal adult is between 90, 140 60 90 mmHg, but as Ji Xinghe's standing time continues to increase, this value drops to a level that is enough to make ordinary people faint or go into shock. But Ji Xinghe did not faint, he stood very steadily, so the medical staff still did not find anything abnormal. The state of gradual death of the body triggered a more serious change. The radiation left in Ji Xinghe's body, due to the baptism of nuclear bombs, gradually became active from the suppressed state. Just like when Ji Xinghe had just endured a baptism of nuclear explosion. If you want to make an analogy, these radiations are like the Imperial army that surrounded B-72 Highland before, and Ji Xinghe's body is not B-72 Highland, but the entire Federation. But if B-72 Highland is lost, the strategic layout of the Federation's alien planet will suffer a heavy blow, or even lose the war. In Ji Xinghe's body, representing B-72 Highland are all his important organs. If these radiations are allowed to damage his body, the previous treatment will be in vain. He will die. However, this is actually a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. In the information that Kazman once revealed, there is a way to practice the power of ki that may be successful radiation. With Ji Xinghe's identity, the Federation cannot let him conduct such an experiment. His practice with electricity is already the limit that the Federation can tolerate. Ji Xinghe actually had no psychological burden to let other people use radiation to practice and try to crack the secret of ki like little white mice. In fact, many people in the Federation sacrificed for various experiments. In the face of the war crisis that could destroy mankind, what was this sacrifice? But he didn't believe that others could succeed. He only believed in himself, and he had to believe in himself. 9 dreams in 11 days gave him unprecedented motivation and determination. Another important reason came from the imperial prince Adakang, who hid him with a nuclear bomb. When throwing the nuclear bomb, Adakang said to him, "Ji Xinghe, I'll wait for you at the mountain of the gods." It knew the lethality of the nuclear weapon very well. It knew the defensive power of the mecha made of tungsten steel alloy very well. It should also know Ji Xinghe's strength very well, and it knew the secret of Ki even more. It knew that Ji Xinghe would not die, and it knew that Ji Xinghe could go to the mountain of the gods to fight. Maybe it was just a casual remark, but it unknowingly endorsed Ji Xinghe. "I can do it. I can do it. I can cultivate the power of Ki because I promised Xinghe that I would definitely get the power of Ki." The radiation, like the Imperial Army, was attacking the B-72 high ground in Ji Xinghe's body with all its might. Ji Xinghe, who was overlooking from the top of the mountain, finally came down the mountain. He stood with a gun in his hand and drew a line at the foot of the mountain, exactly the same as what he had done before. The same. Insurmountable. Chapter 309, Ji Xinghe vs. Xinghe. After returning to base number 5, Ji Xinghe's health improved faster than anyone expected. The medical team at Nanxianmen Space Station communicated with the medical team at base number 5 every day to obtain Ji Xinghe's physical diagnosis information and provide technical support. They were also shocked, because when Ji Xinghe decided to return to base number 5, many of them even thought that Ji Xinghe was sending himself to die. The only thing worth noting is that the radiation level in Colonel Ji Xinghe's body is still above the standard, and we need to find a way to solve this problem as soon as possible. Yes, being in a state of higher radiation for a long time will cause irreversible damage to the body. Our treatment plan should be modified in a targeted manner, from treating Colonel Ji Xinghe's physical injuries to reducing his body's radiation level. But this is very strange, don't you think? What's strange? Colonel Ji Xinghe's body radiation level is so high. Logically speaking, his body can't recover so quickly. Why? Do you really hope that Colonel Ji Xinghe's body cannot be cured? I'm discussing this with you seriously. Are you arguing with me? I'm not arguing, but your idea is very dangerous. What idea am I? And why is it dangerous? You want to study Colonel Ji Xinghe's body. I'm doing this for the good of Colonel Ji Xinghe. If we don't conduct the research, what if something goes wrong later? Are you responsible? Can you afford to take responsibility? Haha, haha, haha. A series of haha sounds ended the medical conference. Some people have some ideas, but these ideas are just ideas, because that person is Ji Xinghe, and he is not at the Nanxianmen Space Station. From a certain perspective, base number 5 can be completely regarded as Ji Xinghe's territory. At least a machine repair area that he has not been to since he came back this time must be his territory, and he must have the final say. Where is Shen Mu? Ji Xinghe felt a little strange. He originally thought that after he came back, Shen Mu would come to him when he had nothing to do. As a result, except for the first day they met, Shen Mu never came once in so many days. This time he asked Shen Mu to help him build an instrument, and Shen Mu also gave up the opportunity to deliver it in person. He is building a mecha, so he still did not enter the isolation ward. When he saw the self-propelled transport robot carrying the equipment and following Ji Xinghe through the disinfection warehouse, he actually wanted to follow in. Wearing anti-radiation clothing is no problem for him. But he didn't want to ruin the time that the grandfather and grandson were alone together. Under normal circumstances, if Ji Xinghe didn't ask questions on his own initiative, he would go to the side and chat with the medical staff, ask about Ji Xinghe's physical condition, and finally wait until Ji Xinghe was about to leave before he would say a few words to Ji Xinghe. Didn't you say yesterday that the 9 mechas of the cripple were all built? Yes, they're all built, but your mecha is not built. It's impossible that the mecha you drive is not as good as the blind and crippled ones, right? So he answered as a matter of course. Before the final battle on B-72 Highland, Ji Xinghe had obtained the resources to build 6.5 mountain-cutting mechas, and handed them over to Harris, Sichuanian, the cripple, the deaf, Li Lehei, Chu Feng, and Zhang Ji, with half of them on loan. Among them, Harris and Sichuanian's mechas were the first to be delivered. Before Ji Xinghe endured a baptism of the nuclear bomb, he got the resources to build 2.5 new mechas, so the total number was 9. The 8th was given to Zhang Yun and the 9th was given to Liu Zhenou. All these mechas were built by Shen Mu and his team. As long as there are transportation resources in the near future, they will all be delivered to the Xinghe team for use. So far, in addition to Ji Xinghe, among the 14 mecha warriors of the Xinghe team, only Andre, Zuo Shou, Blind Man, and Cripple Man do not have new mechas. However, Zuo Shu got the Zanshin used by Harris and Ji Xinghe before, and the mechas of Blind Man and Cripple Man are very good in themselves. Now they are about to be promoted to ace. The Federation has been communicating with them and wants to build them exclusive mechas for ace warriors. So from a certain perspective, only Andre has no new mecha. Yet, Ji Xinghe nodded slightly and held Ji Rongzhenayu's hand. Sui hesitated and asked, speaking of this, how do we get the new mechas of Blind Man and Cripple Man? They mean that they don't want the new mechas built by the Federation for them. They want you to seize some of the resources of the Empire, and then let Shenmue build them new mechas of Zanshin level, Ji Xinghe pondered. Sui continued. Chen Sun, Qin Tong and Harris all said that the Blind Man and the Cripple are both very strong and have made rapid progress. The Zanshin class mecha cannot bring out their full strength. Moreover, the mechas they drove before were not much worse than the Zanshin class ones. If the two of them are promoted to aces and a number of gold stars on their mechas exceeds 100, then what awaits them must be the Imperial Marcus and U class mechas. At that time, if you are not with them, they who are only Zanshin are likely to. He paused and looked at Ji Rongzhenayu. The truth he didn't say was, the Galaxy team can only achieve complete victory when fighting side by side with Ji Xinghe. Before, when Ji Xinghe was not with the Galaxy team, 3 people died. Otherwise, the current Galaxy team should be 18 people. The reason is actually very simple. When Ji Xinghe is present, the enemy's most ferocious firepower and the most powerful mecha must be aimed at Ji Xinghe. This is the main reason why the mecha warriors of the Federation want to spray gold stars on the mechas. Ji Xinghe asked softly, what else did they say? Sui's expression suddenly became a little awkward. These things should have been told to Ji Xinghe as soon as possible, but he needed to be the intermediary. Is it because Chen Sun, Qin Tong, Harris and others do not have the authority to contact Ji Xinghe directly? Of course not, it's because they are worried about Ji Xinghe's physical condition and don't want Ji Xinghe to worry. But some things ultimately require Ji Xinghe to make decisions. And, Sui hesitated and said, Chen Sun said that the higher-ups talked to him and intended to let Han Li take over the Galaxy team temporarily. The reason is that the Galaxy team is very strong, but not strong enough. If they are allowed to perform some combat missions on their own, there is a high probability that there will be problems. As soon as he finished speaking, Sui did not wait for Ji Xinghe to speak, and hurriedly added, it's really temporary. Chen Sun said that the higher-ups meant to let Han Li take charge for 3 months, and after 3 months, the Galaxy team will still be yours. Ji Xinghe suddenly shook his head and corrected. The Galaxy team is not mine, but everyone in the Galaxy team. Then, let Han Li lead them. Without Han Li in front, they can't perform more difficult tasks. If they always perform some non-dangerous tasks, it's not justifiable and it's not right. Okay, when Sui nodded in response, his mood was very complicated. He already knew the secret that Han Li said, but he couldn't discuss it with Ji Xinghe, let alone discuss it in front of Ji Rongzhenayu. Sui, who was a little tormented in his heart, felt even more distressed for Ji Xinghe. In this case, Ji Xinghe agreed to let Han Li take over the Galaxy team. How much torment did he endure? I'm fine. Ji Xinghe seemed to be able to guess Sui's thoughts, and continued, if Han Li takes over the Galaxy team, let the Blind and the Lame accept the new mecha of the Federation, and don't have to wait for me, okay? Sui nodded helplessly. It is not without cost for the ace mecha warrior to accept the exclusive mecha built for him by the Federation. The word exclusive can already explain everything. It will be almost impossible for the Blind Man and the Lame Man to exchange the mechas built by Ji Xinghe for them in the future. But there is no other way. Ji Xinghe will need more than 3 months to recover. The speed of improvement has accelerated recently. At present, it will not be less than 3 months. How long will it take to obtain the resources to build a new mecha and start building a new mecha? It is impossible to let the Blind Man and the Lame Man survive on the battlefield for about half a year. What do you think about your new mecha? Sui asked and then said, Shenmue has grown white hair in the past half month, and he has not shaved his beard. His eyes are red all day long. Ji Xinghe frowned slightly. Did I tell him to build it according to the previous design of general armor? He didn't want to. He said that general armor didn't protect you well. It was his problem. Let him come over, okay? If he doesn't come, I'll find someone to tie him up. Sui laughed excitedly. As a war correspondent, he naturally had no right to kidnap Shenmue, a professional technical captain mechanic, but as long as he said that Ji Xinghe asked him to do it, It is estimated that at least hundreds of people would want to kidnap Shen Mu. After Suhe left temporarily, only the grandfather and grandson were left in the isolation ward. Xinghe, do you want to see Grandpa hit the wooden man? Yes, but Grandpa, can you hit the wooden man? Yes, Grandpa's body has recovered a lot. Hitting the wooden man is very simple, and it will help Grandpa recover faster. Then hit it quickly. Grandpa, where's the wooden man? It's this one. Ji Xinghe looked at the direction of Ji Xinghe's finger. It was the equipment that had just come in with her, the self-propelled transport robot responsible for transportation. It had left after automatically unloading. The main body is a cylinder that is 2.2 meters high and 40 centimeters thick. Some limbs extend out of it, layer by layer. But this is made of metal, not wood, because the wooden man made of wood is too brittle. It will break if Grandpa hits it, so I asked your Uncle Shenmue to make this alloy one. Alloy? Is it the alloy used for mecha? Yes, and it is the alloy used by this Hanshin class mecha, which is very strong. Then will it hurt if you hit it? Grandpa, no. Grandpa is just afraid that it will be broken too easily. As he spoke, Ji Xinghe was already standing in front of the special wooden man. But he did not start hitting it immediately, but said loudly, Nuwa, help me contact Xinghe. Xinghe? Ji Xinghe's heart instantly became nervous. Did Grandpa discover Xinghe's secret? The voice of the base's artificial intelligence sounded, Dear Colonel Ji Xinghe, the communication you requested has been successfully established. Xinghe's voice followed, Lord. Ji Xinghe did not notice Ji Xinghe's small changes, nor did he notice the changes in Xinghe's tone. She and her acting skills are getting better and better, for her and her little secret. Xinghe, connect this wooden man. Yes, Xinghe actually had a lot of questions to ask, but she didn't dare to ask, so she could only remotely connect to the wooden man in front of Ji Xinghe and obtain the perspective of the wooden man. As a special wooden man, it is equipped with an eye module, a camera, and a high-speed motor. It makes sense, right? Xinghe, try to make it move. Yes. As soon as the answer sounded, the wooden man in front of Ji Xinghe moved. The main body remained motionless, and the dozen or so metal limbs lying horizontally on it began to rotate at a very high speed under Xinghe's control. It was like a dozen lying flat and turned-on fans. If this scene was seen by the masters of wooden man, they would definitely deny that this thing was a wooden man. Made of super alloy, rotating at super high speed, or more than a dozen at a time? It can really kill people. Ji Xinghe was so scared that she couldn't help but say, Xinghe, don't hit Grandpa. Yes, I have to hit you, Ji Xinghe said with a smile, but you don't have to be so fast at the beginning. Let Xinghe get familiar with it first. I asked Shenmue to design 7 gears. Xinghe, use the first gear. Yes, Xinghe finally executed Ji Xinghe's order, and the speed of the metal limbs on the special wooden man pile was reduced to a level that could be seen by the naked eye. Second gear, third gear, 7th gear, Xinghe, the upper one is called the pile hand, and the lower one is called the pile foot. You control different pile hands and different pile feet, and use different gear speeds. It's like your hands and feet in automatic driving mode, yes, as an intelligent system, and Xinghe, who had been driven by Ji Xinghe for a long time to practice boxing, quickly mastered the operation of the special wooden man pile, which was much easier than operating a mecha. But when Ji Xinghe finally stood within the attack range of the wooden man pile, Xinghe suddenly lost confidence. It seems that it has not learned to drive the wooden man, because it cannot beat Ji Xinghe, at least when using the first 3 gears, she cannot beat him. However, it can learn and grow. Ji Xinghe, who was standing next to it, was stunned. She has been working very hard recently, and she has been working very hard before, and now she is working even harder. Marugao and Lin Shu are no longer her opponents. She thinks her kung fu is already very good. But when Ji Xinghe and Xinghe were fighting, she couldn't see the movements of both parties at all. And, listening to the bang 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 sounds, Ji Xinghe had a question in her mind. Does Grandpa's hands and feet really not hurt? It really doesn't hurt. Ji Xinghe has not only practiced Ganjin, but now there is a force in his body that is helping him. It is the radiation that the doctors want to help him completely eliminate. Chapter 310, Mecha's Energy Shield Generator. Shenmue has been thinking about a question these days: what kind of mecha can withstand a nuclear explosion? The answer is actually very simple, that is, to add to the mecha. Upgrade the life support system of the mecha, increase the defense capability of the mecha, and combine the mobility of the mecha. As long as the driver escapes 500 to 1,000 meters before the nuclear explosion, he will be unscathed. But it is really difficult to design it, because the purpose of the mecha is not to resist nuclear bombs, but to fight with the mecha of the Empire, to break through the fire blockade of the enemy formation, and to be hit or targeted. Under the premise of ensuring the protection capability of the mecha, the design of the mecha should learn to do subtraction, so that the mecha can achieve the three elements of higher, faster and stronger. Addition and subtraction run counter to each other. The designs added to resist nuclear bombs will seriously affect the combat effectiveness of the mecha under normal circumstances. The gain is not worth the loss. It was agreed that it would be available in 1 year, and now the 1 year has come. Where is the energy shield device you promised me for my mecha? Shen Mu looked at the holographic projection screen in front of him. His tone was very dissatisfied. The only design he could think of that allowed addition and subtraction to exist at the same time was to use the individual mecha energy shield generator that the Federation had been researching. Captain Shen Mu, we told you at the time that it would be available for application in 1 year at the earliest, not that we guaranteed it would be available in 1 year. There is a big difference. Then when can you get it out? We can't be sure. The experimental model has finally stabilized, but we have sacrificed a lot of power for this. The protective effect of the energy shield can only barely reach the level of tungsten steel alloy, and it has extremely high energy consumption requirements for mechas. It has no practical significance and it's useless to give it to you. Where exactly is the problem? Tell me and I will solve it for you. The people on the other side of the screen were speechless, and someone couldn't help but remind them, Captain Shen Mu, please note that although the energy shield we are researching is for mechas, it is completely different from the mecha major you are studying. So what? If you don't tell me, how do you know I can solve it? What if I have an epiphany by analogy, learning from one example, and citing a lot of examples? The scientific researchers on the other end of the communication channel, looking at Shen Mu's unkempt and red-eyed state, they all understood why Shen Mu was so unreasonable. Someone couldn't help but say, how about sending a set of laboratory samples to Colonel Ji Xinghe? Someone immediately retorted, if laboratory samples cannot be mass-produced, it means there is a problem. If these problems affect Colonel Ji Xinghe during the battle, who will bear the responsibility? However, they all knew that the equipment Shen Mu wanted was for Ji Xinghe, so the argument suddenly began, and a group of scientific researchers blushed. Is it a question of responsibility? Nuclear bombs are something that, once used, can be used countless times. If the Empire cannot kill Colonel Ji Xinghe in one go, it will definitely use it a second and third time. And the equivalent will definitely be increased. If there is no energy shield, what can it use to block it? What if the performance of Colonel Ji Xinghe's new mecha is affected by this? I believe the Empire will definitely use nuclear bombs to attack Colonel Ji Xinghe, because they cannot kill Colonel Ji Xinghe except with nuclear bombs. But the problem is, if the performance of Colonel Ji Xinghe's mecha is damaged because of this, they may not need to use nuclear bombs against Colonel Ji Xinghe. Colonel Ji Xinghe used to be able to kill when he was driving the 16th generation standard mecha. What about a mecha that is slightly weaker than the general's armor? Colonel Ji Xinghe can still kill, but before, Colonel Ji Xinghe did not have so many gold stars. He was not an ace. His name was not remembered by the Prince of the Empire. His name was not remembered by the Emperor of the Empire. And the strongest opponent he had to face was only the Earl of the Empire. Yes, many of our mecha warriors have sacrificed in this way. The speed at which their mechas are updated and replaced cannot keep up with the speed at which the Imperial mechas they need to face are improving in strength. Colonel Ji Xinghe must be stronger than before. He is fighting and training hard every day. How could his strength not improve? But Colonel Ji Xinghe is already 66 years old. 66 years old. The problems faced by the researchers are actually the same as Shen Mu's. The laboratory sample model has been manufactured, but it is relatively bulky and requires a lot of energy. If it is directly installed in the mecha, it will easily affect the performance and endurance of the mecha. Moreover, the more sophisticated the instrument, the easier it is to be damaged. Without adequate protection measures, a few collisions between mechas may prevent the equipment from operating normally. Adding protective devices to the energy shield generator will require more built-in space, and the mecha will become more bulky. Shen Mu, who listened to the arguments on the other side, gradually fell silent. He finally believed one thing. These people were not unwilling to give it to him for some reason, but because it was really not the time to give it to him. This made him even more desperate. Shen Mu, Lao Ji is looking for you. Suhi's voice sounded from behind. Shenmue didn't reply. I still have things to do. I'll go after I'm done. Suhi had expected Shenmue's reaction. He knew very well that Shenmue didn't want to see Ji Xinghe just because he felt guilty. The general armor was designed and built by Shenmue, but the general armor failed to protect Ji Xinghe. But this was not Shenmue's fault. If you don't go, I'll have someone tie you up. Suhi, who had been listening behind Shenmue for a while, knew very well that this video conference was meaningless. Shenmue looked back at Suhi with red eyes, making sure that Suhi was not joking, and that Suhi really brought 2 base guards wearing individual exoskeleton armor. You're sick. After cursing, Shenmue hung up the video call and walked slowly to the medical area. Thank you. Suhi thanked the 2 guards and followed them. Now they didn't need to tie Shenmue up. The 2 arrived at the medical area at the same time and came to the visiting window of the isolation ward, and saw Ji Xinghe heading the wooden man. Ji Xinghe, who was standing behind Ji Xinghe, clapped her hands non-stop, applauding and cheering for Ji Xinghe. Shenmue, who said he had something to do, was not in a hurry at this time, just like he walked very slowly when he came. His problem was just that he didn't know how to face Ji Xinghe. So he looked at the scene in front of him, and his mood became better and better. Shenmue, Lao Ji can beat 100 of you now. Shenmue didn't answer. Hey, haven't you been practicing boxing with Xinghe? This wooden man pile was made by you yourself. How about it? How many blocks can you hold? Shenmue continued to remain silent. Shenmue, that's enough. I said it has nothing to do with you. Who knew that the Empire would be like a lunatic and hit Lao Ji with a nuclear bomb? Shut up. Shenmue finally spoke. I'm thinking about the problem. Don't disturb me. Suhi. The 2 people didn't wait for long. Ji Xinghe couldn't hit the wooden man pile for a long time now, and his endurance was actually not a problem. But if time goes on, the radiation in his body will not obey, and will no longer help him resist damage, increase strength, and increase speed, but will start to destroy his body like before. Thinking of the physical examination reports of gorillas such as Kazman and Bilrosi that he had read before, Ji Xinghe had a guess. When his body can no longer detect abnormal radiation values, it is the time when he learns to use ki. Because there are no abnormal radiation values in the bodies of gorillas that can use ki. How to keep these radiation and make them undetectable by the most advanced instruments of the Federation. This is a problem, but it is not a big problem. Because he has taken the most critical step. Maybe it is to transform radiation into ki, maybe it is to completely control these radiation. Maybe it is to absorb these radiation and make them become part of his body. No matter what method, there will always be a time to succeed. Logically speaking, Ji Xinghe should now explain the situation to the medical staff. With the help of more professionals, or even find some more people to repeat the nuclear bomb baptism he encountered, the Federation will have a great chance to crack the secret of ki. He can also master the power of ki faster. But he didn't want to say it, because he didn't want more people to receive the nuclear baptism. Especially the Galaxy team, which was equivalent to the nuclear baptism. They shouldn't be experimental subjects. He shouldn't be an experimental subject either. This road, which may be unprecedented for mankind, should be told to more people after he walks out. It may take longer, but for the Federation, what is this time? The more core reason is that Ji Xinghe doesn't want to leave the alien planet for the time being. He still wants to fight, and he has to go to the Mountain of Gods to kill Ada Kang. And if he says that he may have discovered the power of ki, then he will have nothing to do with this war until the Federation masters the secret of ki. What about the ace mecha warrior? What about Ji Xinghe? Delaying aging, curing terminal illnesses. In the face of the interests represented by the power of ki, he will become a small boat that goes with the flow, and he can't help himself in the vast ocean of capital and political power. Grandpa, you are awesome, Ji Xinghe exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, and his little face smiled like a flower. Xinghe will be more powerful than Grandpa in the future. Ji Xinghe felt a long-lost freshness, not only physically, but also mentally. Grandpa, take a rest. I'll ask the doctors to check your health. Let me talk to your uncle Shenmue first. Well, tell me quickly. Ji Xinghe brought Ji Xinghe to the visitor window and saw Shenmue, who had not seen him for a long time. Go back and take a shower, shave your beard, and trim your hair. Well, do you have any ideas about my new mecha? No. Shenmue lowered his head. The energy shield generator is still a laboratory model and cannot be used. Ji Xinghe pondered for a while and asked, Does it have to block nuclear bombs? Shen Mu did not answer because he didn't know how to answer. This kind of design requirement is usually raised by the users of the Mecha. But Ji Xinghe didn't seem to care about this. He just asked this question because he respected his ideas, which made him very entangled. Then block it. Ji Xinghe chose to respect Shen Mu and said, I have 2 ideas. Do you want to listen to them? Shen Mu looked up, his eyes full of expectation. He completely forgot how much Mecha-related knowledge Ji Xinghe had learned from him. He often regarded himself as Ji Xinghe's master. It was not because he felt that Ji Xinghe was better than his master, but because the person who said this was Ji Xinghe, so he was full of expectations, more than when facing those top scientific researchers. The first method is not to change the cockpit structure for the neural link technology. This will save a lot of space, which should be enough for you to play. The expectation in Shen Mu's eyes began to dissipate. He had thought of this method a long time ago, but he always believed that Ji Xinghe would definitely be able to use the new technology, so he was unwilling to use it. Old Ji, can't you really use new technology? Shen Mu asked unwillingly. Hasn't the brain-computer interface been implanted yet, and the synchronization ray test hasn't been carried out yet? This is actually not important. When there was no new technology, didn't I also get more than 600 gold stars? Ji Xinghe comforted. If it really doesn't work, wait until the energy shield generating device can be used, then we can change it. Shen Mu nodded slightly unwillingly and asked, what about the second method? The second method is to build me 2 mechas. Huh? One is driven automatically by an intelligent program, just like Xinghe controls this wooden man. It doesn't need to fight, it just needs to help me block when I need to face nuclear weapons. Shen Mu's red eyes brightened up. P.S. Thank you to the boss Bao Xiao 88 for rewarding the leader, and thank you to the boss 9 Chunaianjian for rewarding the second leader. The 2 bosses shocked me twice today, because I have only updated 200,000 words this month, which is a bit shameful. Thank you for your support. I owe 2 of you 12 chapters of extra chapters, and I still owe Nightwish the Hall Master who gave me extra chapters before. I owe you 13 chapters in total. Please allow me to put quality first, update second, and try my best to pay it back as soon as possible. I haven't posted a single chapter to express my gratitude for the recent rewards. I'll count them in the next 2 days. Thank you to all the bosses for your support. It's because of you that this book, Ji Xinghe, and Ji Rongzhen exist. I love you. This paragraph is written at the end because it will be charged if it is put in the main text PS, and it exceeds the word count. Ho ha ho ha. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311, Want to rob the Empire's stars and moons. Is Xinghe controlling this wooden man? Shen Mu's mood returned to normal because of the 2 methods Ji Xinghe said. With bright eyes, he asked curiously, I always thought that you would let Nuwa control it. There are actually many artificial intelligence programs in the Federation, and there are also many in base number 5. Almost all the intelligent cores of mechas can be called artificial intelligence programs, according to the current Federation's judgment criteria for artificial intelligence programs. It can be regarded as a kind of AQ spirit. There are also intelligent cores of some other equipment, which are also considered artificial intelligence programs. But if you ask which is the most powerful artificial intelligence program in the Federation, the answer must be Nuwa, developed by Longzhou Academy of Sciences 20 years ago. Its importance to the Federation is self-evident. Whether it is people's lives or this war, all aspects have enjoyed the help brought by Nuwa. And for Mecha warriors, one sentence can summarize its importance: without Nuwa, there would be no Mecha. In addition, Ji Xinghe is extremely powerful, so Shen Mu has this doubt. The most powerful is not necessarily the most suitable, and the most suitable is the best in many cases. Ji Xinghe's chicken soup comes out easily. Shen Mu and Suhi are already used to it, and Ji Rongzhen, who grew up in this kind of chicken soup, has already shown some of Ji Xinghe's style when facing Margao, Lin Shu and others. The highest soup-making power of the Xinghe team's youth training team has been transferred from Ji Xinghe to Ji Rongzhen. But there is a life present, who feels that this chicken soup is very fresh. The most suitable is the best. A piece of code suddenly appeared in Xinghe's data core, and after this code appeared, Part of Xingheyu's computing power was connected to the database of the machine repair area of base number 5. She wants to find some things that are most suitable for her, such as modification plans, parts, weapons, and fighting methods. It is worth mentioning that Xinghe has not been driven by Ji Xinghe to fight so far, so there is no real fighting method in her records. But she has Ji Xinghe's authority, so she can see countless battle records automatically uploaded by many mecha warriors, including Ji Xinghe, Han Li, and Jackson. Of course, she is not watching the video, but the data represented by those videos. To be more precise, it is the operation data of the mechas by these mecha warriors at that time. And the most important thing for her is that when she was Ji Xinghe's sparring partner, Ji Xinghe was also her sparring partner. Xingheyu's database began to become bloated. Fortunately, the Federation has a high level of technology in this area. The data storage module built into Xinghe is small in size, but has a capacity of up to 100 T, which is enough. No one noticed the changes in Xinghe. Even if they noticed the data transmission records, it didn't matter. This is one of the functions of Xinghe in many mechas. But just like when going to school, all students can get textbooks with the same knowledge and listen to the same teacher's courses, but the final test scores are high and low. Xinghe, like Ji Xinghe, has something called talent. I thought about it, 2 mechas won't work, and 3 won't work either, Shen Mu spoke after pondering. Because they can't keep up with you. The special class ones in the Galaxy team can't keep up with you. And it's even more impossible for them to keep up with you under the control of an artificial intelligence program like Xinghe. Moreover, the materials used to build them are definitely not comparable to the new general armor. They will be easily destroyed by the firepower or mechas of the Empire on the battlefield, and their existence will be meaningless. This is a fact. Xinghe, who was offended, had no right to speak, and Ji Xinghe, who wanted to say a few words for her, didn't dare to speak. Only she knew that Xinghe was actually very strong. That's why she said that to Xinghe, if Grandpa can't kill Anakin, then we will kill it. But this is a good idea. Shen Mu touched the stubble on his chin and chin at the same time, his eyes brighter. Without affecting the performance of the mecha, the only way to block nuclear weapons is to add defensive components to the mecha outside its body. Self-propelled mechas can't do that, but self-propelled armor can, just like those self-propelled robots. But they only have one function, which is to help you block damage like a shield. Although self-propelled armor can't keep up with you, and ace mecha warriors like you who need this kind of self-propelled armor, in normal combat environments, they don't need to keep up with you at all. With a snap, Shen Mu suddenly clapped his hands, the sound was very loud. Orbital airdrop. Yes, we also have orbital airdrop technology. If we add an orbital airdrop module to the self-propelled armor, and let the artificial intelligence program control its automatic landing when necessary, then we can keep up, just like the temporary repair cabin we often used in the dust storm before. After it falls down, it will take root and completely seal the mecha that needs protection. Coupled with the mecha's own defense, the nuclear explosion can be ignored, and unlike orbital airdrop, the self-propelled anti-nuclear explosion orbital airdrop armor does not need a parachute at all, and the airdrop speed must be very fast. As he spoke, Shen Mu suddenly turned around and ran. He didn't want to waste a second. And this involved some of his knowledge blind spots, such as the energy engine used by the orbital airdrop mecha kit, as well as the requirements of positioning, calculation, etc., which he couldn't handle alone. He had to find someone to help. He looked at Shen Mu's running back and didn't know what to say. Ji Xinghe suddenly said, Uncle Shen Mu runs really fast. Ha. Yes, he runs really fast. But when Xinghe grows up, she will definitely run faster than your Uncle Shen Mu. Can Xinghe? Definitely. Ji Xinghe's tone was extremely certain. Because he believed that no matter whether Ji Xinghe asked whether she could run faster when she grew up or whether she could grow up, there was only one answer. Ji Xinghe had unprecedented confidence, and he must have it too. When He took Ji Xinghe away, the medical staff who entered the isolation ward to examine Ji Xinghe also left the room. Except that the radiation value was still exceeding the standard, all of Ji Xinghe's physical data were very good and were in a state of steady recovery. The premise is that he does not hit the wooden man pile, and those radiation are under his control. After hitting the wooden man pile today, he could feel that the radiation in his body was somewhat out of control, and the recovery speed of his body began to slow down or even stagnate. But as he began to rest, this loss of control gradually subsided, and his recovery speed began to increase. If he wants to recover to his previous state as soon as possible, he should not hide the wooden man from today. Even if he wants to hide it, he should not hide this special wooden man, let alone let Xinghe control it. But Ji Xinghe feels that he must hide it. After resting for 2 hours and taking a nap, Ji Xinghe did not dream. He has not dreamed for many days. Every time he sleeps, it is a deep sleep. Feeling the changes in his body that those scientific instruments cannot fully monitor, Ji Xinghe once again stood in front of the special wooden man, or in front of Xinghe. Xinghe, start. Yes, Lord. The pile hands and pile feet began to rotate and hit Ji Xinghe with extremely high kinetic energy. All the pile hands and pile feet controlled by Xinghe at this time are not active at the same time. If they rotate at the highest gear at the same time, it is equivalent to more than a dozen lying electric fans. Ji Xinghe can't beat them no matter how strong he is. He can't hit it. How can he hit it? Xinghe's operation mode of the wooden man is the pseudo-apes required by Ji Xinghe. Using the speed and strength of the imperial orangutan, which is known in the federal database, to control the rotation of the hands and feet. At present, Xinghe can only move 2 hands and 2 feet at the same time, just like an orangutan fighting with Ji Xinghe in close combat, but there is no attack method such as grappling and wrestling. This does not mean that Xinghe's combat effectiveness at this time is worse than that of a normal imperial orangutan. She can only control 4 limbs to fight at the same time, and when these limbs are blocked by Ji Xinghe, she can control other limbs to attack. It's like there are 3 orangutans with 12 hands and feet, fighting with Ji Xinghe in a round-robin battle, and it's like a orangutan with 12 hands and feet, fighting with Ji Xinghe alone. Ji Xinghe always has to face the attack of 4 metal limbs at the same time. In this operating mode, Xinghe can't beat Ji Xinghe, which makes her feel shocked, and it continues. The computing power of the orangutan is incomparable to her, and the dynamic vision is not as good as the special camera she is using at this time. So, can the Lord fight the imperial orangutan and win? Even 1 against 3? In the case of armor, this is not shocking, because he is Ji Xinghe. But Xinghe's judgment is that in the case of unarmored battle, even if he is Ji Xinghe, this is worth Xinghe's shock, and it is worth shocking the whole Federation. Can the average physical fitness gap of 4 to 6 times really be eliminated with skills? Xinghe can feel that Ji Xinghe's speed and strength have not reached the level of ordinary gorillas, only about 3 times that of ordinary people, but he can just hold it off. No one can answer Xinghe's doubts for the time being. Ji Xinghe, who can answer her directly, she dare not ask. She is afraid that Ji Xinghe will discover her abnormality. So she is going to let Ji Xinghe ask. It didn't take long for Ji Xinghe to rest, stand, read, eat, and learn about the battle situation again. Whenever his physical condition reaches the current peak, he will continue to practice with Xinghe. He is very busy in isolation treatment because he, like Shen Mu, doesn't want to waste time. Ji Xinghe also didn't waste time. Except for the time to visit Ji Xinghe, her life has not changed much from before, and she is still working hard. While driving Xinghe, she knew Xinghe's doubts. So she asked when she visited Ji Xinghe. Smart as she was, she waited until Ji Xinghe finished hitting the wooden man before asking. Grandpa, why are you not that fast and not that strong, but you can block all of Xinghe's attacks? Ji Xinghe certainly couldn't hide anything from Ji Xinghe. After a little hesitation, he asked a question in return. Xinghe, do you still find it difficult to add, subtract, multiply and divide 4-digit numbers? Not difficult. Xinghe can already do it, and can do it for several digits. Did you find it difficult before? For example, when you first started learning, it's difficult, because Xinghe's fingers are not enough, and her toes are not enough. Xinghe wanted to use her hair before, but there are too many hairs, and she can't tell which hair it is if she is not careful. Why don't you find it difficult now? Ji Xinghe thought seriously, and then replied, because Xinghe knows the principle, and the essence remains the same. Xinghe is so smart, Ji Xinghe exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, and touched Ji Xinghe's head through the protective helmet. He whispered, Grandpa is the same. Although Grandpa's strength and speed are not as good as Xinghe, his attack method is too rigid, and the essence remains the same. Ji Xinghe tilted her head and looked at Ji Xinghe squatting in front of her, thinking seriously. But Xinghe has 12 arms and legs, all in different positions, and 7 gears with different speeds. She can build mathematical models and has many ways to attack. Just like Just like Xinghe knows the principles of addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, but when asked to calculate the division of random 6-digit numbers, Xinghe still can't do it mentally quickly. "Grandpa, can you calculate all the ways of Xinghe's attack?" Ji Xinghe, who was thinking seriously about teaching, did not notice that Xinghe told him a fact: the division of random 6-digit numbers cannot be calculated mentally quickly, but the division of 5-digit numbers can be calculated mentally quickly. He thought it was just a metaphor. "Grandpa can't calculate it," Ji Xinghe laughed, "but in addition to the principle of change, Grandpa has an advantage that Xinghe doesn't know." "What advantage?" Ji Xinghe pricked up her ears, and the sound collection device controlled by Xinghe started the maximum power. "Grandpa knows how strong Xinghe's full power is, but Xinghe doesn't know how strong Grandpa's full power is. Because Xinghe was designed by Grandpa, and Grandpa never used his full power when fighting it." When Ji Xinghe heard this answer, she was not shocked, but just thought it was natural. But Xinghe was shocked again. "The speed and strength are about 3 times stronger than ordinary people, and it is close to the level of ordinary imperial gorillas. Isn't this the full power of the Lord?" Xinghe had always believed that if she used her full power, controlled the 12 hands and feet of the wooden man at the same time, and used the highest speed of the 7th gear to attack her lord, she could easily win the victory. But now it seems that she thinks she is overthinking. As for lying, when facing Xinghe, the Lord will not tell such a lie. Then if the Lord uses his full power, won't he lose his hands and feet? If Xinghe can communicate freely with others, she must now find Shen Mu to help her build a wooden man with tungsten steel alloy, and tungsten steel gold is better. But tungsten steel gold is very precious, and the Lord's family has no surplus food. Or, should I go out and rob some back myself? Judging from the battle records automatically uploaded by all the federal mecha warriors who have encountered the Earl-class Imperial mecha, the Earl-class Imperial mecha they faced were no match for me. So, do I have a chance to rob the Empire like my lord? Chapter 312. Do you want to die? The principle of change is the same in essence, which can be used in all battles, whether it is a battle with humans or a battle with gorillas, whether it is bare-handed or using weapons including mechas. Ji Xinghe's small class started again. But his students all sat outside the isolation window, because there were not so many radiation protection suits prepared for the children in the base. Ji Xinghe did not enter the isolation ward this time. She chose to sit outside like the other children without wearing radiation protection suits. Suhi, who was filming next to him, focused a lot of shots on Ji Xinghe. He felt that Ji Xinghe had rare leadership skills. As for whether this leadership ability can be developed into leadership charm, it will take time to verify. Today, Suhi does not mind filming Ji Xinghe. He was reluctant to film before because the editing rights were not in his hands. "If I don't film, you can't edit it." Although he still does not have the editing rights now, who dares to edit news and programs related to Ji Xinghe? In addition, when Zhou Shou was at B-72 Highland, he publicly said that Ji Xinghe had a granddaughter. Now everyone on the alien planet should know about this. So he felt that it could be made public in advance. After all, Ji Xinghe's treatment effect has been very good. It is expected that in about 4 months, he can start to return to the Blue Star to live. Only the existence of Ji Xinghe is made public, and her appearance and even her name are not made public. Then she can enjoy the treatment she should enjoy as the daughter of Ji Xinghe and the granddaughter of Ji Xinghe on the Blue Star without being affected. But many times, when facing unfamiliar enemies in battles, there is not so much time for you to find the rules. The principle of change can be the key to your victory, or it can be the reason for your failure. If you want to win every battle, there is only one principle that is absolutely applicable, that is to improve your strength. As long as you are strong enough, you can always be invincible. What if there are some battles that have to face opponents stronger than yourself? Ji Xinghe paused, and he thought of a dream he had, the 8th dream. He prepared the New Year's Eve dinner on the Azure Star. These children have grown up and are full of merit. While eating the New Year's Eve dinner, they happily told him about their battles and their victories. It's great. Believe in yourselves, believe in your teammates, and beat it up. If you can beat more people with fewer, don't fight them alone. If you can cover them with firepower, don't fight them. Ji Xinghe actually wanted to say, when you need to run, you must run. Just like he once said to Ji Xinghe. But Ji Xinghe didn't run, and these children will not run in the future. If they need to participate in this war, they will definitely not run. The time they spent together was not long, but he knew these children who were born on alien planets and grew up in wars very well. So this sentence he couldn't say anymore. Even if he said it, it would be meaningless. Simply don't say it. Simply end this war before they need to participate in this war. After Ji Xinghe's small class ended, all the children left under the leadership of Ji Xinghe. They were going to train. Ji Xinghe, who was reluctant to leave and wanted to stay with Ji Xinghe every day, did not show any nostalgia. Because she had the same determination as Ji Xinghe. I must let my grandfather live to see the victory of this war. I want to avenge my father, I want to avenge my mother, and I want to avenge myself. Ji Xinghe believed that her mother and her flawed life were all caused by the war brought by the empire. So she would want to avenge herself. The words were a bit inappropriate, but she is just a child now, and this is her voice, and it is the goal she is willing to fight for all her life. I will definitely be able to do it, because my grandfather is Ji Xinghe, a living legend, and I am the granddaughter of a legend. Ji Xinghe, who led the team to the training area, cheered herself up in her heart with a stern face, and then began to arrange training. There were 2 professional instructors next to them, but they only helped Ji Xinghe to check for deficiencies and make up for them, and did not take over. Because these children are all Ji Xinghe's students, Ji Xinghe has developed a detailed training course for them. Because Ji Xinghe did a good job, it was better than they expected or even imagined. But they and many people were not shocked all day long, or had any other exaggerated performance. People always have higher requirements and expectations for the descendants of legends, so even if Ji Xinghe has shown a very high talent, not many people think there's any problem. She is the granddaughter of Ji Xinghe, she is the granddaughter of a legend. Even if one day in the future, Ji Xinghe also becomes a legend, people will first exclaim, it is worthy of the bloodline of a legend. When people admire Ji Xinghe's legend, they are actually admiring Ji Xinghe's legend. Everything will be taken for granted, and how many people will really care about Ji Xinghe's life? Will he make many times more efforts than ordinary people in order to live up to the name of her legend? Suhi, who was filming next to him, cared, so he wanted to film Ji Xinghe's daily life. He wanted to use his lens to tell the world how hard, how strong, and how talented this child of Ji Xinghe is. Ji Xinghe cares. So he forced himself to fight Xinghe, forced himself to rest his body as soon as possible after the battle, and then fight Xinghe again. He forced himself to improve himself by reading books and watching videos during his non-sleeping rest time. He could see Ji Xinghe's efforts every day. Everyone on the alien planet worked hard, but Ji Xinghe's efforts could be compared with those of adults. Even when she was ill, she had always made more efforts than many adults to improve herself. How could he, at the age of 66, not be better than a 7-year-old child? As a grandfather, how could he not be better than his granddaughter? Ji Xinghe once said that he was only 66 years old. After finishing the battle with Xinghe again, after eating and drinking and taking a short rest, Ji Xinghe began to stand still. The radiation in his body once again entered an uncontrollable state and began to affect his body's recovery, and some of it was still damaging his body. To restrain oneself with all one's strength requires not only a strong mental will, but also an extraordinary control over one's body. In the words of Sichuan, Ji Xinghe can have high blood pressure if he wants, and low blood pressure if he wants. It's biased, but it's essentially true. Ji Xinghe's ability was something he had already achieved when he reached Danjin. Now he has reached a higher level of Gangjin, and his control over his body has surpassed the limits of others. But it still doesn't work. It will take at least an hour to completely restrain the radiation, which is too long for Ji Xinghe. He needs to control the radiation faster and more efficiently. But Gangjin is already the highest level of strength in Kung Fu. At least there are only 5 people in the Federation who can reach Gangjin, including Ji Xinghe. A higher level may exist, but no one has reached it. It's a pity that the other 4 can't drive mechas, don't have as much combat experience as Ji Xinghe, haven't practiced with electricity, haven't encountered nuclear bombs, and are not Ji Xinghe. Otherwise, Ji Xinghe would have someone to discuss with. Is this the limit? Ji Xinghe had this question in his mind, but he dispelled it in an instant. No, I have no limit. Ji Xinghe, who was standing still, asked a question in his mind. Do you want to die? He has used the brainwave sensing helmet many times, and he can not only control his body, but also his mind, which is one of the prerequisites for becoming a mecha warrior. It can also be called one of the superpowers that all mecha warriors have. Do you want to die? Ji Xinghe's repeated questions sounded like he was asking the radiation in his body, but from another perspective, isn't it asking his body? The human body is very magical. Take fever as an example. It is not actually the cause of the disease, but a pathological and physiological response of the body to foreign pathogens or substances. To a certain extent, fever is beneficial to activating the body's immune function, so it can also be understood that fever is the body's autonomous treatment of other diseases. And this is not controlled by normal thinking and consciousness, but a completely autonomous behavior of the body. From Ji Xinghe's current understanding, it means that the body itself does not want to have any problems or die. Do you want to die? Ji Xinghe, who is actually very afraid of death, told his consciousness, his body, and the radiation when he asked this question. He is not afraid of death at all. In fact, he is not afraid of death. He just doesn't want to die because he has concerns, not because he is afraid of death. But will the radiation have concerns? Will the body have concerns? Ji Xinghe doesn't know, just like he doesn't know whether his body can understand when he asks this question, and whether those radiation that are still in a runaway state can understand. Not knowing does not mean that you can't ask. If praying to gods and Buddhas can help him learn the power of Qi, Ji Xinghe, who believes in science and has always made many people believe in science, definitely doesn't mind praying to gods and Buddhas. But before that, Ji Xinghe chooses to believe in himself. Do you want to die? The fourth time, the fifth time. Ji Xinghe kept repeating this thought, and at the same time, he restrained the radiation in his body as before. I don't know if it's an illusion. He feels that his runaway radiation has recovered faster than before. He is not unfamiliar with this feeling. Before he came to the alien planet, he broke the metal wooden man when he was hitting the wooden man at home. It's like his strength has improved qualitatively. At that time, he also thought it was an illusion. The reason why the wooden man was broken by him was only due to the metal weakness caused by the accumulation of time. At that time, he hoped that it was because of his strength. Later facts proved that it was not an illusion, just as he expected. This time it was very similar. So Ji Xinghe had hope again. He was not emotional because of this, and his mentality was very calm. Anxious, but not anxious. The gorillas and monkeys in the empire have tried for more than 200 years, but have not been able to crack the secret of the emperor's gift. How long did it take him? Anxious, because Ji Xinghe did not have much time. She was about to return to the Blue Star to survive, and would experience the most dangerous third stage. Ji Xinghe must master the power of Qi before that. He must not be anxious because he cannot make mistakes, because he did not want to gain the power of Qi in order to make himself stronger or to prolong his life, but for Ji Xinghe. Time passed little by little, and Ji Xinghe recovered. He asked aloud. Xinghe, how long did I stand there just now? 58 minutes and 23 seconds. What about the last time? 63 minutes and 39 seconds. It's almost there. P.S. I've added chapters to the chapter for Nightwish, who gave me a reward from Bossy, but I haven't paid it back yet. I still owe him 12 chapters. Chapter 313, Team Galaxy's Goals and Troubles. 7 huge airdrop boxes fell to the ground. The mechanics who had been waiting nearby came forward to check immediately. They were in a very open area, but they were not worried about attacks from the Empire. This was the still surrounded B-72 hill, but the more than 100,000 Imperial troops surrounding B-72 hill seemed to be surrounded by B-72 hill. They were no longer able to launch an attack, nor were they able to retreat. They could only guard the limited supplies and wait for the clearing from B-72 hill. Even without the federal military forces on B-72 hill clearing them, they would die due to lack of oxygen, water, and food. The supply lines were intermittent, and Tu Yuan's decision for them was simple: let them be half dead. Only such apes were qualified apes. No problem, no problem. After one voice after another rang out, the Galaxy team, who had been waiting for a long time, excitedly stepped forward. The airdrop box had been opened, revealing the true appearance inside. It was 7 General Armor, the mountain-slaying mecha of the Galaxy team. From the appearance, they are not essentially different from the General Armor, but some parts have been modified according to the driver's usage habits. These modifications are modular designs, which are convenient for future maintenance and secondary and tertiary modifications. Activate. Lame was the first to get into the cockpit of the mecha. Start the self-test program. Self-test completed. The mecha is 100% intact. With a click, Lamé drove his new mecha slowly forward, and the speed gradually began to increase. This scene was repeated over and over again. 7 brand new mechas were unscrupulously conducting real machine tests in the open area of B-72 Highland. The mechas were perfectly tuned, and the intelligent core program they used was a copy of the intelligent core of the mecha they had driven before, so the time for real machine testing and regular training was not long, and they could directly participate in actual combat. There are also some imperial mechas outside B-72 Highland, which will become their opponents for actual combat training. But before the real actual combat begins, they still need to name their mechas. The Federation's standard mechas only have numbers, but no official names. The modified standard mechas used by ordinary special class mecha warriors do not have them either. For example, Zhang Ming, Xin Yu, Rita and others before. Only Qin Tong, Harris and others before have the authority to name their mechas. Now, almost all members of the Galaxy team have this authority. The work of spraying gold stars and naming are carried out at the same time. The lame man with 51 gold stars has been promoted from second lieutenant to captain. His previous mecha has been recovered by the Federation, and he named the new mecha Jiao. Like the Niumadaja engine, the back of the Jiao mountain cutting mecha is also sprayed with a Ji character that is almost full on the back. So the person in charge of registration, when uploading relevant information, named the lame man's mecha Ji Xinghe. The deaf man with 52 gold stars has also been promoted to captain. His new mecha is named Kang. Because it also has the full back of the word Ji, it is also called Ji Xinghe. Both names sound a bit strange, but as the new mechas of the other members of the Galaxy team were named, people understood the naming rules of the Galaxy team. Li Lehei, 42 gold stars. Lieutenant rank, the new mecha is named D. Chu Feng, 38 gold stars, lieutenant rank. The new mecha is named Feng. Zhangji, 36 gold stars, lieutenant rank. The new mecha is named Xin. Jiang Yun, 31 gold stars, lieutenant rank. The new mecha is named Wei. Liu Junle, 32 gold stars, lieutenant rank. The new mecha is named Ji. This is similar to the naming method of the Federation Longzhou Space Fleet, which takes the 7 eastern stars of the 28 stars. The Galaxy team is named after the galaxy, so it is normal for their new mecha to use the stars as the code name. If it were not for the Longzhou Space Fleet, which has already used names such as Jiaomu Jiao, Kang Jinlong, and Zinaihu, the code name of the new mecha of the Galaxy team would definitely be 3 characters. But the code name of the new mecha of the Galaxy team is not a single character. In the relevant system of the Federation, they are all 2 character codes, because their new mechas all have a character G behind them. Su Chuanayan, who had named his new mecha Niamada Jiangjin before, did not change his name, but he occupied a code name of the 28 mansions. Neo among the 7 mansions in the north. He got the left hand that could really cut a mountain, so he used Thou among the 7 mansions in the north. Andre also reserved Wei among the 7 mansions in the north. Only Qin Tong and Harris, who were destined to leave the Galaxy team, did not choose Xingxiu as the code name of their mechas. They did not want to occupy a name that was not enough. Because the Galaxy team has a staff of 30 mecha warriors, and the 28 mansions only have 28. The 2 missing ones are exactly the blind man and the lame man who are unwilling to leave the Galaxy team because they want to leave. They have received Suhi's message, so they accepted the exclusive mecha built for them by the Federation for the Ace Mecha Warriors. In a sense, they have lost the right to name. Galaxy Squad, assemble everyone. Han Li was very envious when he spoke. He had teammates like the Galaxy Squad before, but his team was almost wiped out in the most difficult battle before, that is, the battle against Luo Su's team. This is also one of the reasons why he was able to take over the Galaxy Squad quickly. As an Ace Mecha warrior, it is difficult to reorganize a new team to keep up with his speed. The war is tight, and it is impossible to transfer the special players from other teams to join his team. He can't slowly train new people and conduct running and training with a new team. Yes, 14 mechas quickly lined up in front of Han Li. Looking at the golden stars all over their bodies, Han Li suddenly understood the other meaning of the name of the Galaxy Squad. The pre-war training began. Han Li said after a moment of hesitation, Lao Ji is not here. The total number of gold stars of all of you is 746, plus mine is 972, which is less than 1,000, so, I have 2 mission objectives. First, Each of you 14 people will take 2 gold stars, and we will first form a 1,000-star team. Note that each person takes 2 gold stars. Qintong, you will arrange the specific combat tasks. Yes, after this task is completed, we will leave B-72 Heights and go to defend base number 6. B-72 Heights no longer needs such a powerful mecha team to defend it, and the Empire may break the jar at any time. Regardless of their hundreds of thousands of troops, and use saturation firepower coverage to flatten B-72 Heights. In the face of real medium and long-range saturation firepower coverage, even the combat power of the Galaxy team is meaningless. The defense task of base number 6 has become arduous. If it were not for the persistence of B-72 Heights, it would have a substantial deterrent effect on the 3 main forces of the Empire attacking base number 6. The precise coordinates of base number 6 could at least be locked within a range of 2 kilometers. However, the large-scale war had nothing to do with the Galaxy Squad. They went to support and only needed to deal with the Empire's mecha formation according to orders. The second mission goal, Han Li said, accept me. The 14 of you must get 226 gold stars on the battlefield of base number 6. In this way, when I leave and when Lao Ji comes back, you can greet him with the honor of the 1,000 stars team. 1,000 stars team. This word made everyone in the Galaxy Squad excited, although it sounded extremely difficult for 14 people to get 226 gold stars. But the Galaxy Squad, not counting Han Li, also had 2 ace mecha warriors, as well as the blind man and the cripple who were close to the ace. In addition, except for Andre, the blind man and the cripple, everyone else was driving a mountain chopping mecha. The mechas of the blind man and the cripple were not much worse than the mountain chopping mechas. They were really strong. In a large-scale, long-term battle, it was not a problem for each person to get 10 gold stars. Qintong, Harris, the blind man, and the cripple got a little more, and 226 seemed a little less. So after the excitement, Sichuanian asked a question. Colonel Han Li, is there a third mission goal? Han Li laughed and said, if you want it, then there is. Tell me, didn't you say it? All members are aces, that's a long-term goal. Although there are many imperial mechas in the battlefield of base number 6, we will definitely not encounter so many, not enough for all of us to be aces. That's right, then half of the aces, which half, except for the blind and the lame, it depends on you, Colonel Han Li. What do you think of me? Sichuanian's voice was full of expectations. You count as one. Han Li didn't know whether he was fooled or really thought so, and said, as long as you don't act impulsively on the battlefield and pay attention to the formation coordination, when we go to the next battlefield, the possibility of being promoted to an ace is very high. Sichuanian was satisfied. Just when Han Li thought that others would ask him, he found that the communication channel had fallen silent. They didn't need to ask Han Li because Ji Xinghe had said this question. Let's go. Yes, led by Han Li, the Xing team left the B-72 high ground and rushed towards the enemy camp, just like when they were led by Ji Xinghe before. In a meeting room of the Nanxiamen space station, Tang Qiao pressed the pause button, and the picture on the big screen was the back view of the Xing team as they began to charge down the mountain. The position marked by the red circle was the back of the 14 mechas of the Xing team. They all sprayed the word Ji on their mechas, including Qintong and Harris. Except Han Li, they all consider themselves to be Ji Xinghe's people, including their mechas. Tang Qiao said expressionlessly, this is not right. It will lead to more people following suit. They are the Federation's mecha warriors, not Ji Xinghe's mecha warriors. A participant from Longzhou frowned and retorted, don't raise the issue casually. In our Longzhou, this situation has existed since ancient times. Using the general surname as a banner is a good way to rally the military and boost morale. You also know that it has existed since ancient times, not from ancient times to the present. Tang Qiao made up for the Longzhou language and argued word by word. Since the establishment of the Federation, all mechas used by mecha warriors belong to the entire Federation. There has never been such a situation of belonging to an individual, but those are the resources that Colonel Ji Xinghe exchanged for his merits. He built them himself and is helping the Federation save resources. This is an unfair distribution of resources. I admit that some people in the Xing team are very strong, but are all of them worthy of the new mountain cutting class mechas? Whether they are worthy or not is not up to you. Can you fly a mecha? What else can you do besides complaining in the back? I don't have the final say. Someone else has the final say. Do you want me to get out 3 ace mecha warriors and write a strength analysis report on the members of the Galaxy team? Only 3 ace mecha warriors? I thought there were a lot. Sorry, the Galaxy team has 4 ace mecha warriors, neither more nor less. Do you want me to ask them to issue an analysis report as well? You are cheating. Colonel Ji Xinghe, Colonel Han Li, Lieutenant Colonel Qin Tong, and Lieutenant Colonel Harris should not participate in the strength assessment of the members of the Galaxy team. They should avoid suspicion. You have a problem with Colonel Ji Xinghe. He has scolded you and beaten you by his fellow villagers. You should not participate in the discussion about Colonel Ji Xinghe and the Galaxy team. You should avoid suspicion. The participants from Longzhou argued with reason, and some participants led by Tang Qiao made a nonsense, and the meeting room was in chaos. Enough, Tu Yuan shouted loudly, making the conference room quiet temporarily. Then he looked at Tang Qiao and asked, what exactly do you want to do? Just say it. Cancel Colonel Ji Xinghe's privileges. The Xinghe team should no longer waste resources to privately build a new Zhanshan-class mecha. At the same time, transfer Lieutenant Colonel Qin Tong, Lieutenant Colonel Harris, Major Li Lin, Major Wang Jiyue. Chapter 314, Unprecedented Changes. After the fruitless meeting, Tu Yuan went straight to Li Anbang. Solving problems must be neat and tidy, just like commanding a battle. The strategic goal must be clear. This is Tu Yuan's style. Li Anbang, the only 5-star general in the Federation and the highest military commander of the alien defense counterattack, did not change his expression after listening to what Tu Yuan said about a meeting. Looking at Tu Yuan, who was considered by many to be the most likely to take over his job, he hesitated for a moment before speaking. Because they are afraid, Tu Yuan frowned and asked, you mean, they are afraid that Ji Xinghe will stop the peace talks they want to complete? Yeah, Tu Yuan fell silent. He had this guess before, but he didn't think Ji Xinghe had this ability. Not to mention adding the Xinghe team, even if Han Li, Jackson, and the 2 ace mecha warriors Qin Tong and Harris who left the Xinghe team later, it would be impossible to do this. But since Li Anbang said this, it means that Ji Xinghe does have this ability, or is about to have this ability. While Tu Yuan was thinking silently, Li Anbang explained as if he had heard Tu Yuan's thoughts. You didn't count yourself, you didn't count the power of you and Ji Xinghe. Tu Yuan understood instantly, and an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. So, this is not targeting Ji Xinghe, but me, almost. You have made a great contribution this time, Li Anbang said with some relief. No matter whether B-72 Highland will be destroyed by the Empire's saturation strike, your decision this time is enough for you to be promoted to the rank of general. When Tu Yuan first came to the alien planet, he was a major general and the youngest general in the entire Federation. Then, in less than a year, he was promoted to lieutenant general. Now, in just over a year, he has the opportunity to be promoted to general again. It can be said that he was promoted on the front line. Not enough, Tu Yuan knew his situation and the common sense in the army, and the smile on his face was put away. If I can be promoted to general because of this command, the biggest reason must be to prepare for me to take over from you. So that's it. They don't want me to take over from you, and don't want people from our Longzhou system to continue to be the supreme commander. Li Anbang nodded. The candidate recommended by Yingzhou is Kent Weiss, a 3-star general. If you only look at the rank, you can't compare with him for the time being. Kent Weiss. When Tu Yuan heard this name, his tone was very surprised. Don't they have anyone else to use? They actually recommended that idiot Kent Weiss. Cough. Li Anbang glanced at Tu Yuan, causing Tu Yuan to use a dry cough to cover up the embarrassment. Kent Weiss is not stupid. He is indeed no match for you in commanding battles, but you should be very clear that as long as one can know how to use people well, the supreme commander may not even know anything. And in this regard, Kent Weiss is much better than you. Tu Yuan was dissatisfied. Know how to use people well? Why didn't he find someone like Ji Xinghe? Li Anbang frowned. Didn't you always deny that you are Ji Xinghe's mentor? That's what I said to the outside world. You have to be more reserved. I have to tell you the truth. Tu Yuan laughed, pulling Ji Xinghe out of the detention center, letting him take the exam and then come to alien planet. Is probably the proudest thing in my life, more proud than winning this war. Yes, because when we won this war, Ji Xinghe must have been there, and he must have made unparalleled contributions. Then why? I heard that your relationship with Ji Xinghe is not very good. Rumors, they are all rumors. General, can we not believe in rumors or spread them? Tu Yuan, who was in his early 40s, was very energetic in front of Li Anbang, who is almost 70 years old. Li Abang pondered for a moment, then spoke. I don't know what you think. I'll tell you what I think and give you a reference. Then you can decide what to do. General, won't you intervene in this matter? I'm about to retire. If I intervene too much, my veto power will be useless. Then leave it to Kent Weiss. Li Abang looked at Tu Yuan helplessly. You don't really think that they only have one candidate? Or do you really think that our Long Zhao will only recommend you to take over my job? It's different, General. It doesn't matter whether I take over or not, but Kent Weiss must not take over because he is too deeply involved with the capital of Yingzhou. The influence of political factors has already made us very tired. I don't want millions of federal soldiers to be influenced by capital again. I have been blocking for 16 years. If you don't want to, you'd better sit in my position and continue to block. Tu Yuan did not respond, because it was difficult. It was not something he and Li Abang could decide, and it was not something Long Zhao could decide. Li Abang did not ask further questions and got down to business. I am a war advocate, you are a war advocate, and most people in Long Zhao are war advocates. We all want to end this war in this generation, just like Ji Xinghe, but his ideas are fundamentally different. There is only one real reason why we want to fight. Even if we are beaten to pieces, as long as we win, we will be better than before. We have proved this truth more than once, but the vast majority of people in Yingzhou are peace advocates. It can be said that except for the vast majority of people in Longzhou and Xiongzhou, the vast majority of other people in the Federation are peace advocates. Their reason is that the economy of the Federation is on the verge of collapse. We can maintain the current level of war investment, but as the distance between the alien star and the blue star gets closer and closer, the Empire will inevitably invest more power than before. If we increase our investment and the economy collapses, we will lose. If we don't increase our investment, we will still lose. They believe that the Empire is not a scabies. As long as there is a period of peace and we have enough time to recuperate, we can defeat the Empire. At worst, we can coexist peacefully with the Empire. Tu Yuan, who was listening carefully, couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Haha. Li Abang couldn't hear it and continued. Under these conditions, they don't want to see Ji Xinghe and the Xing team repeatedly making achievements under your command, because this will increase your chances of taking over. At the same time, Ji Xinghe's influence will become greater and greater, and the Xing team will become stronger and stronger. With the attitude Ji Xinghe has shown before, they don't want to let it go. Tang Qiao is Kent Weiss's man. As long as Ji Xinghe and the Xing team are under your command, he will keep making trouble for you. And Ji Xinghe's privileges are indeed debatable in themselves, and they have grasped the point very accurately. If this is not enough, they will publicize Ji Rongzhenayu's existence on the Blue Star and use public opinion to make Ji Rongzhenayu return to the Blue Star. At that time, Ji Xinghe will have to go back, but they will not use this until 4 months later. By that time, Ji Rongzhenayu will have completed the second stage of treatment. As long as Ji Xinghe doesn't take him back, they will definitely use it. They know that Ji Xinghe is reluctant to part with Ji Rongzhenayu and is worried about Ji Rongzhenayu. Do I need to remind you what public opinion reasons they will use to get Ji Rongzhenayu to go back? Tu Yuan shook his head. He knew very well that the reason for those people must be, for Ji Rongzhenayu's sake. If you can break these two moves, then they will have a third move, the power of Qi. Li Abang hesitated for a moment before continuing. Prolonging life and curing terminal illnesses are the reasons why those capitalists ignore the war and start going crazy, because the rich are most afraid of death. At present, the Federation has not made the information about Qi public to the public, and even only a very few people in the military know about it. But in order to achieve their goals, they will choose to make it public to the entire Federation. They will let all people with terminal illnesses see the opportunity to be cured. This is of course a lie. But the hope of living will force those people to participate in forcing us to negotiate with the Empire and to force Ji Xinghe to go to the Empire to learn the power of Qi. Some apes and monkeys in the Empire also want to negotiate. They may have already begun to conspire with them. Even if the Emperor of the Empire will not give Ji Xinghe the so-called gift, they and them will tell everyone that the Emperor of the Empire is willing. Tu Yuan, don't doubt their despicableness, and don't doubt that they will do anything to achieve their goals. They can't hear the difference between them, but Tu Yuan understands. He thinks more. Ji Xinghe, who has become a legendary hero, will be shouted and scolded by many people within a few days if he is unwilling to go to the Empire to learn the power of Qi. If Ji Xinghe went, But the Emperor of the Empire did not give him this power, but let Ji Xinghe come back alive. Countless people would still be disappointed with Ji Xinghe. They would think that Ji Xinghe missed the only chance for mankind, but they would not think about whether this opportunity belonged to mankind. Ji Xinghe, who is already in the blue sky, would become insignificant dust again in front of the power of those capitals. Li Anbang did not say more, but Tu Yuan knew it all. For example, the impact of neural link technology. When Ji Xinghe's combat effectiveness is no longer the champion runner-up, Ji Xinghe's influence among the federal mecha warriors will also decline. Only with the help of the Xinghe team, Han Li, Jackson and others, can Ji Xinghe still realize his wish like Tu Yuan? After giving Tu Yuan some time to think, Li Anbang asked, "What do you think?" Tu Yuan did not answer, but asked, "What about Li Yuanba?" Li Anbang shook his head slightly. "He's the flag of the Federation, the flag of Longzhou. You can't use it, and they can't move it." Tu Yuan smiled. "Then I can only hope that Ji Xinghe can become another banner of the Federation in Longzhou." Li Anbang noticed that Tu Yuan said hope. "Has it been decided?" "It has been decided." That day, Han Li and the Xinghe team, who had just been transferred to the battle zone of base number 6, were no longer under Tu Yuan's command sequence. This did not affect their participation in the defense of base number 6, but in essence, there were changes that none of them understood. And the real change, which can even be said to be the unprecedented change in the history of the Federation, is this. In an alien planet that is not in an area that is monitored 24 hours a day by high-altitude reconnaissance satellites, a single soldier starship classified as a battle damage sequence slowly landed with a passenger. At its landing site, there were 6 imperial mechas and a diamond-shaped metal body. After confirming that it was not a trap of the Federation, the imperial mecha activated the diamond-shaped metal body, and a miniaturized jump gate appeared. The pilot of the single soldier starship looked at the staggering passenger nervously, wearing a protective suit, and walked towards the jump gate, and then the jump gate was closed. Only he and his single soldier starship, 6 imperial mechas and a diamond-shaped metal body were left at the scene. The wait was long, but in fact it was only half an hour before the warp gate opened again. The passenger who had just been staggering rushed out of the warp gate like the wind, jumped 3 meters high, and jumped directly into the cockpit of the single soldier starship. The imperial mecha spoke indifferently. Coordinates. The pilot of the single soldier starship gave the coordinates of the surface of an alien planet, and drove the single soldier starship away with his only passenger. The 6 imperial mechas on the ground with the diamond-shaped metal body began to transfer, and during their transfer, 2 things happened. A spaceship that did not belong to the sequence of the Federation military quietly took away the single soldier starship, began to conduct a physical examination on the passenger, and destroyed the body of the single soldier starship and its pilot. Ada Kang, who was in the battlefield of the God's Mountain, opened the warp gate to the Empire and made a phone call. "Your Majesty, I got the coordinates of the Federation base number 5, and the error is no more than 2 kilometers. I need reinforcements and authorization to use nuclear weapons because Ji Xinghe is at base number 5. Chapter 315. It scared Xinghe. Colonel Ji Xinghe, from now on, your mission is to garrison base number 5. This mission change sounds normal. Ji Xinghe, who cannot leave base number 5 in a short time, what else can he do besides garrisoning base number 5? Just like when he was at the base before, in addition to his duties as a mechanic and training area instructor, he would receive a mission to garrison the base. Under normal circumstances, this can be seen as taking care of Ji Xinghe. One more mission means one more merit, or more directly, one more salary. Ji Xinghe, who has privileges, often looks like he is working for the Federation, not a professional soldier in the true sense. But Ji Xinghe felt something unusual. Old Ji, you guessed right. Han Li and the Xinghe team are no longer under the command sequence of General Tu Yuan. Now you are also. The mission of garrisoning the base means that you are now under the command sequence of Colonel Wang Wei. Wang Wei is the highest commander of base number 5. Ji Xinghe is responsible for garrisoning base number 5, and naturally belongs to his command sequence. This seems normal. But it was very abnormal that Han Li and the Xinghe team were suddenly transferred from Tu Yuan's command sequence, because Tu Yuan's command was not only limited to the B-72 high ground, but also the defense of base number 6. There is no reason for the Xinghe team, which is participating in the defense of base number 6, to be transferred to the command sequence of others. One is normal, one is abnormal, so both are abnormal. Ji Xinghe's way of doing things is similar to Tu Yuan. He did not think hard by himself, nor did he let Sui, Chen Sun and others hold a meeting to discuss, but went directly to Tu Yuan. After the encrypted communication was established, both parties went straight to the point. I didn't expect you to see something wrong. It was a bit beyond my expectation. Tu Yuan still had a feeling of wanting to compete in front of Ji Xinghe, but he didn't give Ji Xinghe a chance to confront him when the business was urgent. After taking advantage of a word, he told Ji Xinghe what Li Anbang was thinking without hiding anything. Then he said in Ji Xinghe's silence, "Actually, I didn't think about telling you, but since you've discovered the problem, I have to tell you so that you can be mentally prepared." Ji Xinghe frowned. "So, your way to break the deadlock is to transfer me away. This is a normal transfer," Tu Yuan emphasized. "What you need to pay attention to is that whether it is you, Han Li, or the Xinghe team, you are still in the command sequence of our Long Zhao." Ji Xinghe understood. "As long as they are not under your command, they won't target them." "Yes, because they don't want me to become a 5-star general, then the other generals of Long Zhao will not advocate war." Tu Yuan heard Ji Xinghe's question and suddenly laughed. "You and Han Li are both aces. Many people think that Han Li's talent is not worse than yours, and he is much younger than you. They also think that once the neural connection technology is put into use, Han Li's combat effectiveness will exceed yours. So, why do they target you instead of Han Li?" Ji Xinghe was silent. Tu Yuan continued to ask, "Why did I tell General Li Anbang that I wanted to use Li Yuanba, and when I couldn't use Li Yuanba, I hoped that you could become another banner instead of using Han Li?" Ji Xinghe remained silent. Tu Yuan couldn't help it and said bluntly, "Among the Mecha warriors, no one can be compared with you, not even Li Yuanba. He is better than you, just because you are no longer young. Of course, this is also a great help to your personal charm, and among the commanders, although I want to be humble, the fact is that in front of me, no one can fight." Ji Xinghe, who was silent for a long time, finally spoke, "Young and vigorous, Tu Yuan is really not young anymore, but there is nothing wrong with Ji Xinghe saying this word to him. The two are more than 20 years apart. Except for me, no one else has much hope of succeeding General Li Anbang. Take Wang Wei for example. Even if the Empire launches a massive attack on base number 5, he can hold on with your help. At most, he will be promoted to Major General. His foundation is too weak." Another example is Admiral Kang Chengqiu. "He has a strong foundation and has many more achievements on his resume than I do. He has always been in charge of commanding the battlefield in the Battle Scar Canyon, and we have never lost. But he is not as good as me. Even if you, the Xinghe team, and Han Li are all transferred to his subordinates, he will not be able to take over. Do you know why?" Ji Xinghe shook his head slightly. Tu Yuan answered his own question with a serious expression. "Because he is not as good as me in the situation of fighting with fewer people against more. To put it more directly, there are no less than 10 people in the Federation who can do what he can do. But since I joined the army and arrived at the alien planet to command a battle, no one else can do what I have done, just like you." Ji Xinghe suddenly sighed. "If you had said earlier that you were like me, you wouldn't have to say so much nonsense. The reason is very simple. Under normal circumstances, the current Supreme Commander is the General of Long Zhao, so the next Supreme Commander is unlikely to be the General of Long Zhao. Unless this General of Long Zhao is really strong. Just like, the 66-year-old Ji Xinghe should not join the army, come to the alien planet, should not drive a mecha to fight, and should not exchange merits for resources to build his own personal mecha. Unless he is very strong. Kent Weiss doesn't want us to join forces, it's that simple." "Well, I know." Ji Xinghe's reaction was very flat, which surprised Tu Yuan a little, and he couldn't help asking, "What do you think? Do what I can do, for example, keep fit and go to the God's Mountain to kill Ada Kang, that's it, isn't that enough?" "Not enough." Once upon a time, Tu Yuan thought that Ji Xinghe didn't even have the ability to come to the alien planet. Being slow would only waste resources, and even if he really came, he could only be a mascot. But now, Ji Xinghe said that he was going to kill Ada Kang, the highest commander of the Empire on the alien planet, the Imperial Prince who had the authority to use nuclear weapons. Tu Yuan felt that it was not enough. "I want to know, when will you return to the Azure Star?" Tu Yuan asked this question that many people are concerned about. Ji Xinghe will have to stay on the Azure Star for at least 3 to 5 years. After he is over 70, it will be meaningless for him to be strong. It is rare for a person to live to 70. Ji Xinghe, who can still fight at the age of 66, has shocked many people. Can he still fight at the age of 70? Not many people will believe it. I will return after killing Ada Kang. Ji Xinghe has decided to take Ji Xinghe back. He should not let Ji Xinghe live on the alien planet forever. The third stage of treatment must be completed on the Blue Star. And he had a dream, the third dream. Ji Xinghe questioned him in the dream, "Dad, where is my daughter? Why didn't you protect her? Is there enough time?" Tu Yuan calculated in his mind that it would take about 4 months for Ji Xinghe to complete the second stage of treatment, and according to the medical team's estimate, it would take about 3 months for Ji Xinghe to recover. How could Ada Kang be killed in just 1 month? Enough. Ji Xinghe's voice was full of confidence. When many people thought that Ji Xinghe would not be as strong as before even if he recovered, they didn't know that he was already stronger than before, and he would be stronger in 3 months. Stronger than ever before. Tu Yuan actually wanted to ask Ji Xinghe when he would come back, but he couldn't ask this question out loud, and he didn't want to embarrass Ji Xinghe. It's rare to have both in the world. Okay, then I won't pin my hopes on you. Han Li is worth cultivating. Tu Yuan changed a flag without hesitation. In his opinion, Han Li's strength is indeed not as good as Ji Xinghe's, but with his help, Han Li's brilliance will definitely not be less than Ji Xinghe's. Just like a blind man or a lame man, they are about to become an ace without the strength of an ace. And Han Li, who truly relies on his own strength to become an ace mecha warrior, will surely become one of the most distinctive flags of the Federation when he has a powerful flag bearer. Ji Xinghe was silent for a moment and then said, "He can do it, we'll teach him something." Tu Yuan didn't take Ji Xinghe's words seriously, and asked curiously, "Why do you have to kill Ada Kang? It can't be because it bombed you with a nuclear bomb and scared you, creating some kind of inner demon or something." Ji Xinghe shook his head slightly. "It didn't scare me, but it scared Xinghe. It wasn't those dreams, but Ji Xinghe cried because of this." Chapter 316 Ji Xinghe wants to do something big. Base number 5, Training Area. Thousands of people are training there, but compared to the previous state of full effort, many of them feel a little absent-minded today. Will Colonel Ji Xinghe really come? Yes, didn't you see that Reporter Su has arrived first? Reporter Su also came before, but that was when Xinghe was here. Xinghe and the others are still in class. They will come in 2 hours, so, is it true? Yes, it is true. But it has nothing to do with us. I heard that Colonel Ji Xinghe will only select people from the Remnant Company. Why? This is the main reason why many people are absent-minded. There is news that Ji Xinghe will come to the training area today to select people for the Xinghe team, so all the Mecha warriors are looking forward to it. The Xinghe team is composed of 30 Mecha warriors, not counting Ji Xinghe, and now except Ji Xinghe, the Xinghe team has only 14 Mecha warriors, and there are as many as 16 vacant positions. Naturally, many people are hopeful. I don't know either. Why don't you ask Colonel Ji Xinghe when he comes? I dare not ask. Why not? Colonel Ji Xinghe is usually very kind. Then why don't you ask? I dare not. There were quite a few people who talked about it. They were all very puzzled by the rumor that the Xinghe team would only select people from the remnant soldiers. Although the brothers of the Disabled Soldiers Company have all installed prosthetic limbs, and they were very strong before, to be honest, I don't think they are as strong as us. Of course, I am not discriminating against them, I'm just speaking the truth. I think so too. The prosthetic limbs are obviously not as good as our normal limbs in controlling the mecha. Could it be because of the neural connection technology? The synchronization ray test has already begun, and the brothers of the Disabled Soldiers Company have become accustomed to the prosthetic limbs in advance. Their synchronization rate should be higher than ours. No, I have seen several brothers of the Disabled Soldiers Company taking tests before, and their synchronization rates are not as good as our normal people. I also asked the person in charge of the test, and they said that only a normal body can have a higher synchronization rate. It seems that it is because of nerve defects or something. I don't understand. Then why does Colonel Ji Xinghe only select people from the Disabled Soldiers Company? The Xinghe team is so strong, and Colonel Ji Xinghe is so strong. What if they can't keep up? The strength of Ji Xinghe and the strength of the Xinghe team have been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Needless to say, the former, if Han Li is not counted, the latter now has Qin Tong and Harris, 2 ace mecha warriors, and the blind man and the lame man who are about to become ace mecha warriors. Even if Sichuan and Zhu Osho are taken separately, they can become the captain of a mecha team. Such strong teammates can make people feel more at ease, but there will inevitably be problems of not being able to keep up, and it will become a burden. Why do you all think that the brothers in the remnant company are weak? An instructor frowned and said after listening for a while, I admit that most of the brothers who are incorporated into the remnant company are indeed not as strong as you. But are you ignoring a problem? What problem? Since Lao Ji is selecting people, he must be selecting people from all the remnant companies on the alien planet. There are more than 20,000 mecha warriors incorporated into the remnant company, of which more than 13,000 are ready to go back, and what Lao Ji has to do is to select 16 people from the remaining more than 7,000 people. Do you understand? The mecha warriors who were puzzled just now suddenly understood. 16 people were selected from more than 7,000 people, and they must be the 16 strongest ones. These people must be stronger than them. Starting from the first level mecha warriors, maybe the 16 people selected were all special grade before being incorporated into the remnant soldiers. How can these people be weak? In the case of a large number of selection bases, the degree of physical disability of the 16 people selected is very likely to be the slightest, or in other words, after installing mechanical prostheses, their strength has not declined compared to before. The instructor added, think about it from another angle. If Lao Ji wants to select the 16 strongest, or the most suitable for the galaxy team from the 7,000 intact active mecha warriors, then will the teams these people belong to be willing to let them go? The people who were puzzled did not know that Ji Xinghe did not select 16 from more than 7,000 people, but from more than 20,000 people. Ji Xinghe, who left the isolation ward in protective clothing, was talking to Chen Sun. The galaxy team did not have any combat missions at this time, and all members were resting, so they participated in the selection of new members for the galaxy team. After all, we are selecting teammates for them, and their opinions are also very important. Chen Sun, Qin Tong, Harris and others are all very professional, and in some aspects they are more professional than Ji Xinghe. Old Ji, there is something I need to tell you, Chen Sun said calmly. Among the more than 13,000 people who applied to return to the Azure Star before, 11,730 people were unwilling to go back when they heard that we were going to select people. They all wanted to try, Qin Tong added, but unfortunately, many of them are too seriously injured. There are not enough resources on the alien planet to complete treatment and install prostheses for all of them. If they don't go back, many of them will die. Yeah, Ji Xinghe responded and said nothing. When Shu Yuan asked him what he was going to do, he only said that he was going to kill Ada Kang, but in fact he was not only going to kill Ada Kang. Selecting people for the galaxy team is one of the means he prepared to break the deadlock. The full galaxy team is only 30 mecha warriors, which is nothing compared to this war. But what if all the members are aces? What if Ji Xinghe selected more than 16 people, and more than 30 people? Chen Sun continued, however, I have written down the information of some of those who can be cured after returning to the Azure Star. He said that he would communicate with them, and if there is a chance, they can come to the alien star to fight again. There are also some people who were not selected during the initial screening. They were persuaded to return to the Azure Star for treatment, or to receive treatment on the alien star and insist on restorative training. If there is a chance, they can also participate in the war. In total, there are 930 people returning to the Azure Star and 700 people staying on the alien star. They are not all suitable for our galaxy team, but they can still fight. As long as there are mechas, they can still fight, but their problems do not need to be considered for the time being, because we do not have so many establishments and so many mechas. Establishment is not important at all to Ji Xinghe and the people of the galaxy team, including military rank, military medals, etc., which are not important. But for Ji Xinghe who wants to do big things, it is very important. Qin Tong said, after I leave, I can get 30 positions. Harris echoed, I can also get 30 positions. If it's the same as before, I can get not only mecha warriors, but also other positions. The blind man said, the higher-ups have talked to me and said they want to build a mecha corps with 50 mecha warriors for me. The specific configuration is not clear. But if I leave, I can at least get 50 mecha warriors. The lame man said, if I leave, I can have 40 positions. Sichuanin's tone was full of envy. What about me? Why didn't anyone talk to me? I want to leave the galaxy team, and I want to get positions. The blind man and the lame man both have 50 or 40 positions, so I should be able to get 50 positions, right? All the people in the galaxy team were talking about leaving the galaxy team, but no one spoke out to refute them. Ji Xinghe was not angry either. Because the Galaxy team with all ace members could not really exist, the Federation would not allow 30 ace mecha warriors to be in one team. Ji Xinghe would not do this, because it would not bring out the value of the 30 ace mecha warriors. If such a Galaxy team really appeared on the battlefield, what would greet them would not be the Empire's mecha formation, but the Empire's nuclear weapons. Considering all aspects of the reasons, the current Galaxy team is destined to be disbanded. But they will not really disband. I calculated it, Chen Sun said. According to our current situation, after the dispersion, we can at least get a staff of 500 mecha warriors. If the people you select this time are suitable, then we will be able to get a staff of at least 1,000 mecha warriors in the future. Disbanding is for better gathering and for stronger power. Just like punching, only by retracting the fist and then punching it out can you infuse all your strength. Fortunately, Han Li is not on this encrypted communication channel, otherwise, even Han Li would be frightened by what the Galaxy team is going to do. Maybe he will not be frightened, but help the Galaxy team to increase the staff of more mecha warriors. At present, there are enough people, but I don't know whether they will let us freely choose team members and let the brothers of the Remnant Company return to the battlefield. There is another question, whether they will give us so many mechas. If not, we can only build them ourselves. 1,000. Lao Ji, can you do it? Or, Lao Ji, you can take more advertising endorsements when you go back this time, make more money, and build mechas for our Galaxy core. The only person who can say this is Sichuan, but no one confronted him this time, because everyone knew that he was telling the truth. Now they have begun to distrust the Federation, which may be dangerous or safe for the Federation. Yet, Ji Xinghe responded softly. Facing the dangerous ideas of the Galaxy team, he did not show any special performance. Because this was his decision, and everyone in the Galaxy team supported him unconditionally. As for making money to build 1,000 mechas, it sounds a bit unrealistic. According to the Federation's new standard mechas, each one has an average cost of 70 million, and 1,000 mechas will cost 70 billion. No matter how many advertising endorsements he takes, he can't earn that much. But it doesn't matter, he can snatch it from the Empire. When the time really comes, the Galaxy Squad or the Galaxy Corps as Sichuan said can also be snatched from the Empire. When Ji Xinghe was about to arrive at a training area to start selecting people, Chen Sun made a summary. Our previous goals remain the same, and there is one more goal. From the Galaxy Squad to the Galaxy Corps. Suhi, who had been silent because he was in the training area, suddenly added a sentence. I think it's just to define the name of the Galaxy Squad. When they gather together, it's a galaxy, and when they disperse, it's a sky full of stars. Chapter 317 Cheating. When Ji Xinghe arrived at the training area, the noise created by thousands of people disappeared instantly. Salute. No one commanded, but everyone saluted in a standard posture one after another, like thousands of javelins, standing in Ji Xinghe's sight. Return the salute. Ji Xinghe, wearing protective clothing, accepted it calmly. This has nothing to do with the selection he is about to do, but because of his outstanding military exploits, from a certain perspective, it can even be described as unprecedented. He single-handedly made the Empire use nuclear weapons for the first time in this war, and he is still alive. Live up to the name of legend. Colonel Ji Xinghe, can you say a few words? The instructor of the training area strode to Ji Xinghe and asked in a low voice. Yet, Ji Xinghe was not stage frightened. When he was about to speak, two quick-eyed and quick-handed soldiers ran over carrying a supply box more than 2 meters high. On alien planets in a low-gravity environment, the average strength per person has been greatly improved. Ji Xinghe jumped up cleanly and neatly. His movements were brisk and easy, which made many people who cared about his health feel relieved, and a heartfelt smile bloomed on their faces. Colonel Ji Xinghe, you have been connected to the broadcast channel. The voice that sounded in his ears made Ji Xinghe stunned for a moment, because there are many broadcast channels in base number 5, and each area has a separate broadcast channel. It sounds like there is no prefix. Is it connected to the broadcast system of the entire base number 5? But he didn't ask, because there was no need. What he said in the training area will definitely be transmitted to other areas, and everyone in base number 5 should want to listen to it. Ahem. Ji Xinghe cleared his throat, tried the microphone, and began. I am Ji Xinghe. I will take up a little time for everyone, and I will say 2 things. The first thing is that my body has recovered very well, and I am in very good condition now. If the radiation protection suit was not too heavy, especially this helmet, Everyone in the training area would probably recall the fear of being dominated by me, big head and thick neck. Ji Xinghe, who was wearing a radiation-proof suit, had a head that was really too big, just like the deep-sea diving suits on the Azure Star. Otherwise, he would definitely continue to be his combat instructor in the training area. Combat training with the elite soldiers of the Federation was the most practical opportunity in his life, and most of his practical experience came from this. Ji Xinghe's jokes made everyone who heard it relax. Except for everyone in the training area who was holding back their laughter. Laughter in other areas had already sounded. Thank you for your concern, but you really don't have to worry. I'm fine, I'm still strong, and I will be stronger. People were infected by the confidence in Ji Xinghe's voice. No one questioned it because he was Ji Xinghe. The second thing, yes, I will select some people for the Xinghe team today. The eyes of everyone in the training area became expectant. Not only the Mecha warriors, but also many elite warriors who are good at fighting. They didn't hope to drive mechas to fight before, but the emergence of neural link technology gave them hope. The 4 third-generation simulation systems sent to base number 5 have begun to test the synchronization rate for the people in base No. 5 in an orderly manner. They all have the opportunity to become Mecha warriors and join the Galaxy team. But I will only select people from the sequence of the Remnant Company. The people who were expecting it all looked regretful. They had no hope. The people in the sequence of the Remnant Company became more excited than before, because they were actually very unconfident before. Even though Suhi had revealed one of the selection criteria of the Galaxy team in advance, they regarded it as a rumor or words to comfort them. Don't select good first-level Mecha warriors, or even some special Mecha warriors who want to join the Galaxy team, but come to the Remnant Company to select people? Are you kidding us? Ji Xinghe now tells them that he is not kidding them. Let me tell you what I think. Everyone should have heard my story. A year and a half ago, I was a retired auto mechanic in Xinfeng City, Longzhou, on the Blue Star, at the age of 65. Many people think that my coming to the alien planet will only waste resources, but I insisted on coming because I had my reasons. Ji Xinghe didn't say much about this reason, but everyone in base number 5 knew that they all knew Ji Xinghe. When Ji Xinghe was away, everyone was very nice to Ji Xinghe. Expensive snacks on the alien planet, some toys made by hand, a smile when meeting, etc. They have always shown great kindness because of Ji Xinghe and Ji Xinghe himself. The Remnant Company is not a company, but a sequence. We just call it the Remnant Company. They fought bravely and were wounded, and were incorporated into the sequence of the Remnant Company. People say that for their health and for their survival, they should all go back to the Azure Star. People didn't say that they were asked to go back just because they didn't want them to waste resources. Many people who listened to Ji Xinghe's words lowered their heads in silence, because Ji Xinghe was telling the truth, a cruel truth. From the perspective of the assessment standards of alien planets, a 35-minute 10-kilometer long-distance run is enough to screen out 99% of the people in the Federation. This is because of the pressure of the alien war in the national fitness. If it were 66 years ago, when Ji Xinghe was just born, this assessment standard would be enough to screen out at least 99.9% of the people. The standard of the second-level athlete in Longzhou is not so easy to achieve, and even the military will not have such a high standard. The reason for this is partly because the resources of alien planets are scarce. People with poor physical fitness find it difficult to withstand the special environment of alien planets. When they get the same resources, it is also difficult for them to play a value beyond these resources. Of course, psychological quality, professional and technical knowledge and other aspects are also important, but the Federation's selection criteria have always been to select the best from the best, and physical fitness is the foundation. Those who are incorporated into the residual soldier company sequence, regardless of the disability of their limbs, will inevitably have a great decline in physical fitness. They are not suitable to stay on the alien planet. But in my opinion, they are really like me at that time. Ji Xinghe's tone was a little sighing. They don't want to leave the alien planet because they still want to continue fighting, unfortunately. The Federation does not have so many resources to complete the treatment of all of them on the alien planet and equip them with the most advanced prostheses. I don't have that much resources either. I can't let all of them stay to fight. This is not fair to them because they have sacrificed enough, but I think I should give them some hope. It should also give me and all of us a hope. The word hope made many people who had just lowered their heads raise their heads again. All eyes in the training area were focused on Ji Xinghe. Because for many of them, Ji Xinghe is a hope. And the Xing team is also a hope. They hope that Ji Xinghe can be invincible, they hope that the Xing team can be invincible, and they hope that Ji Xinghe can lead the Xing team and lead them to be invincible. And now, as hope itself, Ji Xinghe wants to bring hope to everyone. Not only the remnant company, but also those who are now in good health. What if one day, they are also injured and incorporated into the remnant company, but they don't want to leave? Because of the hope of victory, we can come to the alien planet one after another. Because of the hope of going home, we can do our best when facing the Empire. Because of the hope for the future, we can fight bravely and fearlessly regardless of life and death. I hope that we always have hope. So, please allow me to select people for the Xing team in the sequence of the Remnant Company in the name of hope. Ji Xinghe finished speaking and bowed. Applause rang out, as if he had just given a speech, but this was not a speech, but an explanation like a speech. Old Ji, you said it very well. Sui was a little excited. He had never thought that Ji Xinghe would speak in public before, otherwise he would have to prepare a better speech for Ji Xinghe. But now it seems that Ji Xinghe does not need that kind of thing. The training area has returned to normal, and everyone is seizing the time to train. They have to put in 1,000 times more effort for their momentary courage on the battlefield. Just a few words, when Ji Xinghe responded, his eyes were already focused on the people in front of him. The neatly lined up remnant soldiers did look a bit out of place. Some of them had no hands, some had no feet, some had a metallic luster on their chests, and some had no hair on their heads, only a metal shell. But their faces were firm and their military postures were impeccable. Ji Xinghe suddenly felt a little sad. Because of these people's injuries, because of these people's persistence, and because he couldn't choose everyone. And because he had actually chosen 5, the 5 recommended by Sui before. Today is just a formality, but these people may not have slept well for several days because of their anticipation. Killing himself with a sword of the heart, Ji Xinghe looked at everyone calmly and spoke. The selection method is very simple. There are 3 projects, one project after another started, one person after another was eliminated, and when Ji Rongs and I brought the children to the training area, there were only 7 people left standing in front of Ji Xinghe. The others did not leave, they were a little reluctant. They still had hope. The Xing team is still short of 16 people, and now there are only 7 left. Even if all of them are selected, it will definitely not be enough. Maybe. But in fact, it is not only base number 5 that is the Remnant Company. Now the most people in the Remnant Company are in base number 6, followed by the battlefield of the Mountain of Gods, and then the battlefield of the Battle Scar Canyon. The more than 7,000 people in the Remnant Company who can stay on the entire alien planet are in a scattered state. How could the Xing team's selection be limited to base number 5? You are all excellent, and I really want to fight side by side with all of you. Ji Xinghe gave these hopeful people a hope. If there is a chance, it will be like this. The subsequent selection was a draw, which can also be said to be cheating. This is not very authentic, but war is not a dinner party. The most suitable one is the best. Ji Xinghe cannot affect the Xing team for personal feelings and womanly kindness. It cannot affect the big things you will do in the future. A selection criterion that the Xing team has never made public is willing to accept Ji Xinghe's mecha. Because Ji Xinghe has been transferred from 2 Yuan's command sequence, his privileges have not been cancelled, and he can still use his merits and capture to exchange resources for mecha. This is a game of giving and taking, and there is no need to say more. But accepting Ji Xinghe's mecha is only an appearance. The real core is that they must have the same goals as Ji Xinghe, Jackson, Sui, Shen Mu, the blind man, the lame man, etc., the staff and non-staff members of the Xing team. This war must end with the destruction of the Empire. Moreover, it must end in the hands of their generation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318 His Majesty orders him to be captured alive. The new members of the Galaxy team are not just the 5 selected by Ji Xinghe and Sui. Chen Sun and others also selected 6 at base number 6, one of whom was originally a special mecha warrior of Jackson's team, but was assigned to the Remnant Company due to injury. Not counting Ji Xinghe and Han Li, who is now leading the Galaxy team, the Galaxy team now has 25 mecha warriors. If we only look at the number of their Venus, the Galaxy team, which is not fully staffed or fully assembled, is still the best in the Federation. 2 aces, 16 special grade, and 7 first grade. Among the 11 new members, 4 had already reached the special grade. If Han Li does not leave, and Ji Xinghe returns to the Galaxy team, at least in terms of mecha combat, the Galaxy team has become a force that both the Federation and the Empire must pay great attention to. The problem now is to get a new mecha for each of them, and Andre's one. A total of 12 are needed. Ji Xinghe, who has not yet paid off his accounts, has added a huge debt. When Suhi asked this question, he looked at Ji Xinghe with some worry, and added, "But there is no need to rush for this for the time being. The relevant parties will equip us with 11 standard mechas, under normal circumstances, even if the people in the Remnant Company have installed prosthetic limbs, passed the exam again, and regained their mecha driving qualifications, it is impossible for them to get new mechas so quickly. But they all have to report to the Galaxy Squad as soon as possible and perform tasks with the Galaxy Squad. As mecha warriors, what's the matter with them without mechas?" The significance of the establishment issue discussed by the Galaxy Squad before was revealed in this situation. You can apply for as many mechas as you have establishment. The Galaxy Squad, which has saved the Federation 13 mechas, will not have any problems applying for 11 standard mechas when it is not yet full. The future Galaxy Mecha Corps will inevitably need to apply for mecha resources from the Federation. Relying on Ji Xinghe alone. What if he can earn 70 billion? If all members are equipped with as ancient level, 170 billion is not enough to cover the manufacturing cost, not to mention the funds needed for the normal maintenance, upkeep, and repair of the mecha. If you really want to support a Galaxy Mecha Corps, it is simply a daydream without astronomical funds. Standard mechas are still not enough. I'll go to the machine repair area. Although he said he was leaving, Ji Xinghe did not leave immediately. Instead, he took the opportunity to look at the training of Ji Xinghe and those children. So he did not follow him. He had his work in the training area, which seemed very simple, just chatting with some people. Many times, the power of language is unlimited, and Suhi is very strong in this regard. The training progress of Ji Xinghe and other children is very good. Compared with the last time Ji Xinghe left, their physical fitness has been significantly improved. The medical staff said that when they completed the second stage of treatment, the effect was much better than before. The fact that Kung Fu can strengthen the body has been confirmed again. Before Ji Xinghe's daily training was completed, Ji Xinghe went to the machine repair area and found Shen Mu. Shen Mu has completed the secondary design of the general armor, adding some functions. But has not started to build a new general armor. If it is just a reforging, we can get it done in half a month, but we don't want to reforge it so simply. Shen Mu operated a holographic projection screen and called up a 3-dimensional model. From the appearance, it is no different from the previous general armor. The height and dimensions are almost the same, but there are some changes in the details. I saw the mecha of Colonel Han Li. It uses the most advanced micro-energy engine in the Federation. It is not the engine at the joint, but the engine used outside the body. Shen Mu pulled the 3-dimensional model while introducing it. The back of the new general armor was enlarged. This engine is similar to the one used by a single soldier starship. It can be used in an alien environment. I applied for it and got 8. 4 are installed on the back of the general armor, and the other 4 are installed on the hands and feet. As Shen Mu operated, the energy engine on the 3-dimensional model seemed to start spraying blue flames. Although you can't fly, it can increase your speed when charging, your power when attacking, and your landing speed after leaping. Once you get used to these energy engines, you can also perform difficult maneuvers like Han Li, Shen Mu said, calling up a recent combat video of Han Li. Han Li, who changed to new mecha, seemed to have turned on the unparalleled mode on the battlefield, wantonly harvesting the Empire mecha. A collision made Han Li's mecha unbalanced. When he was about to fall down with one foot on the ground, the energy engine behind his mecha started at the same time. The propulsion combined with the mecha's own power allowed him to restore his balance and achieve a breakthrough in the first time. When Ji Xinghe saw this scene, he couldn't help asking, what about fighters? This kind of energy engine is miniaturized. Can we have fighters and bombers on alien planets? It doesn't make sense. What fighters and bombers can do, single soldier starships and space battleships can do. When we have air superiority, spaceships can also be used as bombers. Ji Xinghe was a little regretful. People of his age still think that fighters and bombers are more powerful. Shen Mu added, however, I heard that the single soldier starship will be fully upgraded to reach the level of a true starship. Apart from anything else, at least it should be able to transport mechas directly in the future. Ji Xinghe understood. It means that all the resources in this area will be used to build a new single soldier starship, just like a miniaturized space battleship, almost. The single soldier starship is originally an upgraded version of the aerospace fighter. It can also be called a space fighter. These things basically have nothing to do with mecha warriors, except for transporting mechas, but it should not be realized in a short time because the mechas are too heavy. Especially the general armor, which weighs more than 5 tons and has great carrying pressure. In addition to this, I also applied for a good thing for you. Shenmue operated on the holographic projection screen, and the new general armor automatically disassembled, revealing one of the most core devices inside. Micronuclear fusion reactor. With this thing, you don't need to worry about the endurance problem in normal combat. Ji Xinghe's eyes lit up. He really didn't expect the Federation to give him this thing before. It should be a kind of compensation for him leaving the twin sequence. It's okay to turn on the full power mode for 24 hours. The most important thing is that when the technology of the energy shield generator used by the mecha matures, it can be directly installed and used, and there is no need to worry about energy consumption. Shenmue continued to introduce, his tone full of pride, and he didn't know what Ji Xinghe had given up before. There are only 3 mechas in the entire Federation that can carry this reactor now. The one owned by General Li Yuanba, the one owned by Colonel Vladimir Rovich in Xiongzhou, and the one owned by Colonel Hussein Ketelin in Yingzhou. These 3 people are the 3 most powerful ace mecha warriors in the Federation besides Ji Xinghe. Among them, Rovich. Ji Xinghe had dealt with him before. When he participated in the selection of the Orbital Airborne Mecha Corps, the chief examiner was Rovich. However, the two did not meet at that time. I just heard from Jackson that Rovich had held a meeting because of Ji Xinghe, and more than 100 special mecha warriors attended the meeting. Lao Ji, this is your 4th one. Colonel Han Li and Colonel Jackson don't have one yet. Ji Xinghe was not proud of this. He asked calmly, when will this thing be mass-produced? Mass production? Haha, Shenmue sneered twice and said, 10 or 20 years, but even if it can be mass-produced, it will not be used on mechas on a large scale. Starships are the king. Why do we need close combat when we can solve problems with long-range firepower? Compared with mechas, if the energy and engine problems of individual starships can be solved, they will definitely replace mechas and become the most important strategic resource. Unless. But maybe, Shenmue said with expectation, the energy engine is developing very fast. If the mecha can also fly, this thing may really be used on the mecha on a large scale after mass production. Ji Xinghe didn't want to discuss the technical issues. Looking at the 3-dimensional model of the new general armor, he asked, when can the general armor be built? Don't worry, even if I build it, what's the point of you not being able to participate in the war now? Shenmue's heart knot was untied, and now he has returned to normal. He said in a relaxed tone, the energy engine, nuclear reactor, and related parts customized based on the new general armor are all built on the Blue Star. Now it has been manufactured, but it will be able to come here by spaceship tomorrow. It is expected to take 2.5 months of voyage. Only 2.5 months left for the voyage. Ji Xinghe frowned. When he came to the alien planet a year and a half ago, the voyage still took 3 months. With half a month less, the supply pressure on the Federation is greatly reduced, but everything has its pros and cons. The Empire will also take the opportunity to launch a more fierce attack. The shorter the voyage, the closer the pressure of war is to the Blue Star. Yet, there are only 2.5 months left. Shenmue sighed and said, isn't your recovery time 3 months? Don't worry, after those parts arrive, the new general armor can be assembled in 3 days at most. Yeah, Ji Xinghe didn't want to wait for 3 months, but he did need a mecha with better performance. From the perspective of a mechanic, he could be sure that Adakang's mecha was made of tungsten steel gold. And his weapons were also made of tungsten steel gold, so the attack power was seriously insufficient. But based on the principle of strength, as long as his mecha is fast enough and strong enough, he can achieve the goal of killing Adakang. Now I can't beat Adakang. Even if Adakang is willing to take off his armor and fight him, he can't beat him now. He can't match the power of a punch that can make a fist mark on the tungsten steel alloy, because he has tried it. But it doesn't matter, he still has time to grow. There are no nuclear weapons, so this time, you have to take action. Adakang failed to get the authority to use nuclear weapons. Looking at the 12 guards standing in front of him, his tone was stern. I'm not sure the extent of the damage to Ji Xinghe's mecha, nor am I sure whether he has a new mecha to use, but he is Ji Xinghe, so only if you take action can you cause damage to the mecha he is driving, but you must remember, Ji Xinghe cannot die. It's not that I want to take his head, but His Majesty said in person that Ji Xinghe must be captured alive, so I won't go this time. You decide who will go. 4. Are they enough? 4 Duke-class Imperial mechas are enough to face any ace mecha warrior of the Federation. If 4 really attack at the same time, even Li Yuanba would probably have to temporarily avoid the edge. But Ada Kang was still a little unconfident. Forget it, let's go together, 6 of you, and equip you with 500 conventional mechas, and Chapter 319, The Way of Sincerity Can Predict the Future. Ji Xinghe suddenly missed the dust storm. When the alien planet is covered by the dust storm, the Federation's high-altitude and space reconnaissance systems will be extremely weak in monitoring the alien planet's surface. From the overall war situation, the Empire's space battleships can take the opportunity to take off and fly at low altitude in the dust storm to detect the Federation's military deployment on the alien planet's surface, and deploy surface monitoring and communication equipment, etc. Satellites will also be launched, but the survival rate is not high. During the dust storm, the Federation's space battleships and single-soldier starships will cruise and search the near-Earth space of the alien planet, and they will definitely be destroyed as long as they are found. From a local point of view, the Empire will send out mecha formations to search for the exact location of the Federation base at all costs. There will inevitably be some Imperial mechas on the periphery of base number 5. And these Imperial mechas are the targets that Ji Xinghe is looking forward to. He doesn't have a general armor now, but the mechas used by the Empire to search for the location of the Federation base in the dust storm are normally only the Earl level. Ji Xinghe can easily get the mechas customized and modified for the special mecha warriors in base number 5. Combined with his operating level and tungsten steel gold weapons, the 12 new mechas that the Xinghe team is short of may be obtained. And there is also his own mecha. The previous general armor was exchanged for his merits and captured, and it can be regarded as a mecha belonging to him personally. But in order to build mechas for the Xinghe team, he is now out of money, and the repair of the general armor depends entirely on the support of the Federation. From this point of view, it is somewhat logical for Shenmue to apply for priceless parts such as energy engines and miniature nuclear fusion reactors for mechas. If you eat someone's food, you will be soft-mouthed, and if you take someone's money, you will be short-handed. Ji Xinghe wants to pay off this debt. Only when he is debt-free can he do the big things he wants to do. There will be no large-scale dust storms within 2 months, He asked someone and replied, everyone actually hopes there will be a dust storm. If a dust storm starts, base number 6 can hold out longer. If a dust storm occurs 2 months later, it will affect the defense of base number 6. In the case that the Empire does not have the precise location of base number 6, the dust storm can greatly hinder the Empire's attack. But if it is 2 months later, the Empire can accurately determine the location of base number 6 to a certain extent, and the dust storm will become the Empire's helper. Just like the previous defense of base number 3, the Empire sent more than 5,000 mechas in the dust storm, and after losing more than 3,000, it finally found the precise location of base number 3. Then it was endless firepower paving the way. 2 months, Ji Xinghe suddenly didn't want the new general armor anymore, because he felt that he could recover in less than 2 months. And the dust storm is the most suitable battlefield for him. More than 2 months, it's hard to tell right now. The weather on alien planets is much more complicated than that on the blue planet, and the weather forecast on the blue planet is not that accurate, yet. Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment before saying, tell Shenmue to prepare a mecha for me. It's okay as long as it can be used. He was stunned. What do you want a mecha for? You don't have to go to the battlefield for more than 2 months, it's better to be prepared. I've been feeling a little uneasy lately. Yeah, Suhi's eyes widened, and he suddenly became excited. Lao Ji, are you serious? They all say that you have a special intuition on the battlefield. Is that true? What special intuition? When you were rushing thousands of miles in the dust storm, and when you were on Hill B-72, they said you seemed to be able to sense the enemy's movements, because you always started to break away from the encirclement before the general staff discovered that the enemy was beginning to encircle them. I do have this feeling, but I can't explain it clearly. I know. Sui said excitedly. It is rumored that your state is called the way of utmost sincerity, which can predict the future, which can achieve the state of not hearing or seeing, and avoiding dangers, just like the cicadas that sense the autumn wind before it moves. Ji Xinghe frowned. He had never heard of this before, and asked in surprise. Is it true? It doesn't matter whether it is true or not. What matters is that you do have this feeling, so this state must be true. In Suhi's mind, many publicity plans were instantly conceived, which was his help to Ji Xinghe. Rumors often have special power. Ji Xinghe understood Suhi's thoughts and sighed. Don't make me too mythical, don't worry. After Suhi responded, he asked, if you are prepared, can't Xinghe be used? Xinghe is the first mecha that truly belongs to Ji Xinghe. The cost of the final completion exceeded 100 million, and the most valuable part is the 11th generation core engine. If Ji Xinghe had not joined the orbital airborne mecha corps at that time, and the self-made mecha like Xinghe was not suitable for the orbital airborne mecha kit, he would have driven Xinghe to fight. Xinghe belongs to Xingson, Ji Xinghe explained. When I'm not around, Xingson often stays in Xinghe's cockpit, which makes her feel safe. Suhi understood. He knew better than Ji Xinghe that Ji Rong and Xinghe would not only stay in Xinghe's cockpit when they were free during the day, but also rest in Xinghe's cockpit sometimes at night. He had persuaded her several times before, but Ji Rong and Xinghe insisted, and Xinghe's cockpit had a large space and a constant temperature system, so he did not stop her. Sense of security. Then I'll talk to Shen Mu. There is no problem for the Federal Ace Mecha Warrior to ask for a spare mecha. As for the matter of owing another debt, Ji Xinghe said that he was not worried about the debt, and it was not a custom-made mecha, and the cost was nothing compared to his current debt. After Suhi left, Ji Xinghe, who was in the isolation ward, started practicing boxing again. Xinghe, who had just heard the whole conversation between Ji Xinghe and Suhi, worked particularly hard this time. When controlling the wooden man to fight Ji Xinghe, she had already increased the maximum speed to the 5th gear. It was not because she wanted to beat Ji Xinghe, who was about to leave Ji Rong's Xinghe again, but because she wanted to grow. She was Ji Rong's Xinghe's sense of security. When the Lord went out to fight, she had to protect the princess. If she was not strong enough, how could she protect the princess? Xinghe's plan to rob the empire was obviously not able to be carried out for the time being. She was waiting for the dust storm like Ji Xinghe. But the waiting process cannot be idle. Xinghe suddenly discovered recently that she had a clearer understanding of the battle than before during the practice with Ji Xinghe. She is getting stronger because her sparring partner is Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe noticed that Xinghe was getting stronger, but he didn't care. Although the Federation's artificial intelligence programs are all weak artificial intelligence, they have a certain degree of learning ability. The essence is not real thinking and learning, but enriching its own database. Xinghe's own memory only has 100 T of storage space after deducting the part used by the system. It is not small, nor is it large. But Xinghe can connect to the database of the Federation. With the premise of the network, her database is extremely rich. The combat experience of all the mecha warriors of the Federation can become her combat experience. Under this premise, although Ji Xinghe is just hitting the wooden man, he is actually fighting against tens of thousands of mecha warriors of the Federation. His improvement speed is faster than he expected. My lord, 52 minutes, the time Ji Xinghe controls the radiation in his body is a little less than before. According to the current speed, it will take less than 2 months for him to rest for a period of time after fighting for an hour, and his endurance will be restored to the previous level. But he is not satisfied. Because his current control of the radiation in his body is just to stop them from running wild and control them from hurting his body. The power of radiation, or ki, should not be limited to this. Increase physical strength, Ji Xinghe recalled the information he had read in his heart. Increase strength and speed, increase recovery speed, including physical fitness and injuries, increase reaction speed, increase control over the body, so that you can operate the mecha better, delay the aging of the body, cure some diseases, including conducting out-of-body and helping others treat diseases. If Kazman and Bilrosi had not been transferred to the Nanshanman space station, he really wanted to ask in person and try it. Thinking of these known effects, when Ji Xinghe decided to start trying, he had a question. Is the power I have now really the power of ki? From the known situation, there seems to be no extraordinary power in this world except ki. Ji Xinghe's questions arose one after another. 300 years ago, the Empire did not have nuclear weapons. They were still in the real cold weapon age, and even gunpowder had just been invented. How did the first emperor of the Empire get infected with radiation? It's really like those experts analyzed. The Empire's jump gate technology came from alien spaceships. It is alien to both the Federation and the Empire, or it is some alien relic. At the same time as the jump gate technology was discovered, the first Emperor of the Empire was infected with radiation. Because he reached a level of kung fu similar to mine now, that is, the degree of control over his body, he discovered the power of Qi. But the problem is, if after being infected with radiation, there is a chance to cultivate this kind of power, why haven't the gorillas and monkeys in the Empire been able to crack it for more than 200 years? Or, they didn't find a radiation source similar to nuclear weapons, because the Empire's nuclear weapons are always in the hands of the Empire's Emperor. Perhaps this is the reason why the Emperor of the Empire strictly restricts the use of nuclear weapons, assuming that the power he now possesses is the key possessed by the Empire. Then this speculation is very reasonable. If the power I have now is not the power of Qi, does that mean that I have taken a completely different path from the Emperor of the Empire? When this question came up, Ji Xinghe was not in a good mood. A new power means a new possibility, but Ji Xinghe does not need a new possibility. He just needs to heal Ji Xinghe's body. The power of Qi has been verified and can be used to heal Ji Xinghe's body. What if the power he has now is really a new power, even if it can make him more powerful than the Emperor of the Empire? But if it cannot be used to heal Ji Xinghe's body, what's the point? If it has no meaning, it should not exist. Ji Xinghe, who has recovered to his full state, once again began to practice with Xinghe. The change in attack speed between the first gear and the fifth gear is very suitable for Ji Xinghe now. It can be said that they are evenly matched. In this process, Ji Xinghe began to try to control the radiation, so that they can change from passively amplifying Ji Xinghe's ability to resist attacks to active amplification. Only the power that can be truly mastered by oneself is one's own power, and can help oneself become stronger. It is difficult to control. There were several times when the radiation suddenly went berserk, but Ji Xinghe did not stop training. He had to try to control them and finally mobilize them in the state of training, or in other words, in the state of radiation going berserk. After all, he needed this kind of power to help him fight. What if it suddenly went berserk during a battle in the future? Half an hour later, the radiation in Ji Xinghe's body completely went berserk. This was Ji Xinghe's limit. Ji Xinghe, who had already cut through the doubts in his heart, once again controlled them by standing still. But he had one more thought in his mind than before. If it has no meaning, it should not exist. If these radiations are not the power of Qi, he hopes that these radiations can understand. If Ji Xinghe cannot be cured, then there is no need to exist. P.S. Extra chapter for the leader rewarded by Bayo Shao 88 plus 1/6. Thank you for your support. Chapter 320, Foundation Building, Dan Formation, Key Training. Time passed day by day. The 5 new members of the Galaxy team from base number 5 have already gone to base number 6. Their mechas are already in place and they will be able to join the battle. The new members of the Galaxy team from base number 6 joined the team earlier. The fighting styles of the 3 ace mecha warriors, Han Li, Qin Tong, and Harris, have returned to normal. Their purpose on the battlefield is not to destroy the Empire's mechas, but to help teammates attract enemy firepower and masters so that teammates can have room to grow. Whether it is the older team members such as Sichuan and Zuo Shou, or the 11 new members, they are constantly improving during the battle. Many people who pay attention to the Galaxy team are surprised. After the Galaxy team determined the criteria for selecting people from the Remnant Company sequence, it encountered some doubts, and many people were not optimistic. They believed that these mecha warriors in the Remnant Company would become a burden and encumbrance to the Galaxy team, and would make Han Li, Harris, Qin Tong, the Blind Man, the Cripple and other ace mecha warriors, or those who are about to become ace mecha warriors, dragged down to the point where they cannot play their greatest value. The worst case scenario is that they are trapped in a siege and die on the battlefield in order to save people. But they all overlooked a problem. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold, and the sharpness of swords comes from the grinding. The new members of the Galaxy team are physically disabled and can only rely on prosthetic limbs. They have not been on the battlefield for at least 3 months, and the longest one has been away from the battlefield for half a year. These are the defects and the weaknesses of the Galaxy team. But it takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone, and they need to install prosthetic limbs. They have made great efforts to be able to resume normal actions in such a short time. To be able to regain the qualification to drive a mecha, they have paid unimaginable hard training. Although they are physically disabled, in terms of willpower, they are definitely not weaker than those federal special grade soldiers with intact bodies, and even surpass them. When they were selected by Ji Xinghe, they had already regained their confidence. In the process of following the Xinghe team to fight, their self-confidence began to increase, allowing them to exert their strength and grow. Only after losing can we know how to cherish, and only after dying can we not be afraid. The members of the Xinghe team with incomplete bodies deserve the word brave and fearless, and also deserve the saying, God will not let down those who work hard. Under the spiritual will, the human body is the first-order machine, not a mecha. Ji Xinghe's voice echoed in the ears of the members of the Xinghe team and in the ears of many mecha warriors. There are also many people who are not mecha warriors for the time being, but have the dream of becoming mecha warriors, and this voice is also echoing in their ears. This is the opening remarks of Ji Xinghe's teaching videos. He has released several teaching videos. The initial naming method is very simple, that is, the first issue, the second issue, etc. Each issue will have an introduction to roughly introduce the content of the teaching video. But Sui disagreed and forced a modification. And Ji Xinghe did not correct it. The most widely circulated teaching video is called Ji Family Boxing, starting from 0. This is actually a teaching video prepared for children such as Ji Xinghe. The name given by Sui is very appropriate, which is to learn Kung Fu from scratch. Many soldiers who have not learned Kung Fu before, but have been exercising for many years and learned some fighting skills in the army, are accustomed to calling this teaching video Ji Family Boxing, building foundation. In fact, the word foundation was also spread by Sui. After using some means, it became the second name agreed upon by everyone. Because Ji Xinghe said, "Don't defy me too much." Although it is a teaching video prepared for children, almost everyone on the alien planet has watched this teaching video. Even some federal soldiers who know Kung Fu and are not low in strength will watch it from the beginning. In order to draw inferences from one instance to another, in order to stand on the shoulders of giants so that you can see farther. There is also Ji Family Boxing, Advanced Edition, which is divided into 3 parts, lower, middle and upper. It was originally the first, second and third periods. But Sui not only changed it, but also used his own language and professional communication skills to make people call it Ming Jin Chapter, and Jin Chapter, and Hu Jin Chapter in private. The content is very consistent with this subject, which is about how to cultivate Ming Jin, and Hu Jin. With Ji Xinghe's experience of self-taught and his current high level, this teaching video can be said to be easy to understand. The key point is the holographic projection technology and the development of related technologies, which allowed Ji Xinghe to use related technologies when recording teaching videos, so that the teaching content is not limited to text, language, and body movements. 3-dimensional models of human muscles and bones, body anatomy diagrams and videos when completing corresponding actions, individual body data detection brought by advanced medical systems, etc. The combination of ancient martial arts and technology makes learning Kung Fu much simpler. But simplicity is only relative. What should not be understood is still not understood, and what should not be learned is still not learned. Captain, why can't I understand this teaching video of Colonel Ji Xinghe? A special mecha warrior of Jackson's team took advantage of the time to repair his mecha to watch Ji Xinghe's teaching video again. If you don't understand, just ask. There is an ace mecha warrior like Jackson in the team, and he is also Ji Xinghe's apprentice, so it would be a waste not to ask. Which chapter? Jackson responded seriously. He really hopes that all members of his team can learn Kung Fu, because he has now discovered how much the ability to control one's own body can improve the driving of mechas. Ji Family Boxing, Advanced Teaching Chapter is the Jinden chapter. The former is the official name given by Sui when Ji Xinghe uploaded the teaching video to the federal database, and the latter is the real name that Sui spread privately. If the name Jinden chapter is really used, regardless of whether Ji Xinghe is willing or not, the Federation may directly stop it. This is promoting feudal superstition. I don't understand it either. Jackson's answer confused the members of his team. They couldn't understand it? That shouldn't be the case, Captain. This is not the most difficult teaching video released by Colonel Ji Xinghe. How could you not understand it? That's right. Aren't you Colonel Ji Xinghe's apprentice? Didn't he give you any private goods? Is this true, Captain? If you can't understand the Jinden chapter, then you will be even more confused about the Lianqi chapter. The team members' doubts made Jackson a little embarrassed. Well, my master said that the best one is the one that suits you best. The Danjin chapter corresponds to the Danjin after Ming Jin, and Jin, and Hu Jin. But no matter what kind of Jin it is just a way of using Jin, and it does not represent the absolute level of realm. What do you mean? It means that my physical fitness is very strong. Even if I only know Ming Jin, if we compete in strength, Master and Han Li are not my opponents, is that so? Then we can just exercise our physical fitness. Why do we have to learn Colonel Ji Xinghe's Kung Fu? We have to learn, Jackson said seriously, because everyone's physical fitness is different. It can be described as talent. Some people can never be as strong as me no matter how much they exercise. In this case, if you want to fight me, Ming Jin alone is not enough. You need En Jin, Hua Jin, and Dan Jin to mobilize more physical strength. Jackson, who is over 2 meters tall, started to exercise crazily after losing to Han Li that year, and his talent was brought into play. If you want to compete with him in pure physical fitness, you really have to pick 1 in a million. Does that mean, Captain, if you have mastered Dan Jin, you will be stronger than you are now? In theory, yes, Jackson nodded and then shook his head, but there is a problem. It will take me a lot of time to learn this, and it may not be worth it. Simply put, my talent lies not in strength, but in physical fitness. Then why don't you go find Colonel Ji Xinghe to learn? With his personal guidance, wouldn't you learn faster and not lose more than you gain? I did find him, and I learned. If the war was not tense, I wouldn't have the opportunity to learn from my master every day. What about the private goods? What about the private goods that Colonel Ji Xinghe gave you, Captain? You can't keep them for yourself. I really don't have this, Jackson said with admiration. Master is really unreserved in this regard. The teaching videos are all made wholeheartedly. If I really have to say what private goods I learned before, it is Ji Family Boxing, Heart Method chapter, and now you can all see it, Ji Family Heart Method? Boss, I don't understand this even more. There is no animation or video. It's just Colonel Ji Xinghe's battle video and Colonel Ji Xinghe's narration. The other members of Jackson's team also echoed. They couldn't understand the Jinden chapter, let alone the higher level Heart Method chapter. Yes, I don't understand it either. It feels no different from watching Colonel Ji Xinghe's battle video before. I heard that if you can learn the Heart Method chapter, you can awaken extraordinary power, just like Colonel Ji Xinghe. Yes, I heard that too. It is said that the Ji Family Boxing, Heart Method chapter is actually the internal power chapter. If you can practice it, you can have a kind of power called Ki. The Federation still hasn't made public the power of Ki. Among Mecha warriors, under normal circumstances, only ace Mecha warriors have the right to know. Ji Xinghe was able to know in advance because of his special situation. But the legend of Ki has existed in Longzhou since ancient times, but it is very different from the Ki of the Empire. It can only be said that this is a translation problem, just like the dragons of Eagle Island and Dragon Island are completely different. It's not that exaggerated. Jackson did not tell the secret of Ki, but explained it. Under the spiritual will, the human body is the first order machine, not the mecha. You have all heard this sentence, which is actually the core of the Heart Sutra. Captain, speak human language. To put it simply, the mecha is controlled by our human body, so the strength of the human body is more important than the strength of the mecha. And our body is controlled by our spiritual will, so the strength of our spiritual will determines the strength of our body. I feel like I understand, but I also feel like I don't understand. Jackson pondered for a moment, then called up a battle report and sent it to everyone in his team. The Galaxy team is already a team of 1,000 stars, not counting Han Li's gold stars. There's nothing much to say about this. They are really strong, but it is worth noting that these brothers who have just joined the Galaxy team not long ago have each won at least 2 gold stars after returning to the battlefield. I know many people would think that with teammates like Han Li, Qin Tong, and Harris in the front, even if their grandmothers drive mechas to participate in the battle, they can still pick up at least 2 gold stars. So, what does it count for these brothers with disabled bodies to get at least 2 gold stars each? Jackson's tone gradually turned stern, because he also heard some people in his team talking about the new members of the Galaxy team. Like many people, they would think that giving limited mechas to these new members of the Galaxy team instead of those mecha warriors who are in good health but still have no mechas is an unfair distribution of resources and a serious waste of resources. But if everyone carefully looks at these battle reports, the combat videos of the Galaxy Squad, and the performance of the brothers who were previously assigned to the Remnant Squadron during the battle, I think everyone will understand 2 things. First, let alone their grandmothers. Even if they drive the mecha themselves, they may not be able to do it. Second, under the spiritual will, the human body is a first-order machine, not the mecha. Chapter 321 The Terrifying Ji Xinghe. This Ji Xinghe, Tu Yuan looked at the analysis report in front of him with a little surprise. When he asked Ji Xinghe how he was going to break the situation, Ji Xinghe only said that he was going to the Mountain of Gods to kill Ada Kang. He didn't believe it at the time, because Ji Xinghe has never been a reckless man. Tu Yuan knew this when Ji Xinghe used public opinion to join the army, but he really didn't expect that Ji Xinghe could do this. From the remnant soldiers who are not valued by the Federation, or even regarded as a burden, recruiting people, giving them hope, they will sell their lives to you. The Galaxy Squad, when gathered, it is a galaxy, and when scattered, it is a sky full of stars. Ji Xinghe, are you setting up an array, or as Hao Shenxing Bao array? Tu Yuan not only guessed Ji Xinghe's second move to break the situation, but also when the teaching video produced by Ji Xinghe spread at a very fast speed, and it was not only limited to the alien star, but also began to spread on the blue star. Guess the third move that Ji Xinghe prepared to break the situation. A common man can be a teacher for hundreds of generations, and a single word can be a law for the world. Ji Xinghe, you are too brave. There was amazement and a hint of fear in Tu Yuan's eyes. He thought of what Li Anbang had said to him before. If Ji Xinghe's third move was successful, the public opinion offensive against Ji Xinghe would cause some people to lose their composure. Regardless of whether this war will go to the stage of peace talks, the threat of the empire cannot be ignored. The principle of raising the enemy and respecting oneself is also very appropriate in this situation. The status of the federal military is far from being comparable to the military in peacetime, and the federal military is not composed of generals like Tu Yuan, nor is it composed of politicians and capitalists. They can use organization and resources to form a military, but the real military must be composed of thousands of soldiers. One general's success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of bones. 10,000 bones are like the sea, and flesh and blood are like water, which can carry a boat or overturn it. Tu Yuan, who wanted to understand all this, had another doubt. What he could see, could others really not see it? Ji Xinghe is so bold, his method seems to be like boiling a frog in warm water, but it is actually very radical. Sui's methods are a bit immature. Jackson, Kintong, Harris, the blind man, the lame man, these people are actually just warriors. The Galaxy Team, or the Galaxy Corps, which is still in its infancy, has only Chen Sun as a truly experienced person, but he is on the battlefield and has no time to take care of the whole situation. They must be able to see it, but why didn't they move? I was scared by Ji Xinghe. Aren't they afraid? Is it because they are sure that Ji Xinghe will never be able to come to Alien Star again after returning to the Blue Star, or because they think that after Ji Xinghe goes back, his body will gradually age, and even if he comes back to Alien Star, he will not have the influence he has now? Tu Yuan knew very well that Ji Xinghe's breakthrough move must have a big premise, that is, he can still fight. Killing Ada Kang before leaving Alien Star is to prove this point. Ji Xinghe's first move was to pave the way for the second and third moves and endorse them, so that people would believe that he had not become weaker because of the baptism of nuclear bombs. In this way, the foundation for the second and third moves can be laid step by step and naturally. But only the foundation is useless. If you want to accumulate strength, you must have a detonation point. In Tu Yuan's view, the fuse of this detonation point is that Ji Xinghe must do something similar when he returns to the alien planet in the future. If the breakthrough move prepared by Ji Xinghe is compared to Ji Xinghe's personal nuclear weapons, what Ji Xinghe is doing now is to tell everyone that he has the ability to develop nuclear weapons. And what Ji Xinghe will do in the future is to tell everyone that he not only really made nuclear weapons, but also has the ability to launch and detonate them. If there is no ability to launch and detonate, what is the point of making nuclear weapons? Blow yourself up. Tu Yuan felt that he had guessed what those people were thinking, using some means to prevent Ji Xinghe from returning to the alien planet, or betting that Ji Xinghe would lose his ability due to aging. But he still overlooked a problem. Li Anbang had said to him, Tu Yuan, don't doubt their meanness, and don't doubt their unscrupulousness to achieve their goals. Tu Yuan, who is over 40 years old, is young after all. Ji Xinghe's endurance is still only half an hour, and then the radiation in his body will completely go out of control. It seems that there is no progress, but in fact the progress is great. Endurance is only one aspect of combat effectiveness. Real combat cannot be like his sparring with Xinghe, with continuous high-intensity wooden man attack and defense. In various fighting competitions, fighting for a few minutes and resting for a few minutes is because few people can bear the continuous high-intensity combat. Ji Xinghe's endurance in this physical state is enough to stand out from the crowd, but it is incomparable with his previous self. His real progress is that he can control the power brought by radiation to a certain extent. There was a bang. In the training area of the isolation ward, the wooden man that Ji Xinghe had been hiding for a month actually broke a pile hand and smashed it on the metal wall 3 meters away, leaving a clear dent. The medical staff who had been paying attention to Ji Xinghe were all shocked to the point of being speechless because of this scene. They had beaten this wooden man before, and they had beaten it without Xinghe's control because they had all watched Ji Xinghe's teaching video and felt that they could do it. The result was 2 words: it hurts. After asking, they all knew one thing. The metal used in this wooden man customized by Ji Xinghe was not ordinary steel, but a high-strength alloy that can be used to build mecha protective armor. It was broken? What if the same attack hit a person? Colonel Ji Xinghe is really terrifying. Old Ji, amid the shouting, the medical staff in protective clothing rushed into the ward first. Are you okay? Let me check it quickly. The action of force is mutual. They saw the speed at which the wooden man's hand broke and flew out, and the mark left on the wall, so they naturally worried that Ji Xinghe's body could not bear it. I'm fine. Ji Xinghe allowed the medical staff to check his body. Except that the radiation value was still excessive. There was no injury to the arm of the high-strength alloy that had just been broken. So the medical staff asked in amazement. I said in my teaching video that if ordinary people who exercise regularly use the right method, their punching force can reach about 150 kilograms. If you practice the dark force, you can control the pores of the vitality, adjust the center of gravity of the coccyx in the back, make the outer membrane of the muscles and bones of the whole body penetrate, and mobilize all the strength of the muscles and bones of the body. You can punch out about 500 kilograms. When you reach the level of Huijin, regulate the internal organs, penetrate the strength of the whole body. The internal organs are clean and tidy, the muscles and bones of the whole body are strong, and the bone marrow is full. It is not a problem to punch out 800 kilograms of force. The punching force of those boxing champions is at this level. You all know Jackson. Although he only has the power of Mingjin, he has a good physical fitness, so he can also punch out 800 kilograms of force, Ji Xinghe said to these medical staff, and also to many people. So he left a camera in his isolation ward, which was specially used to film his training, so as to reassure many people about his physical condition, and also to make many people continue to believe one thing: Ji Xinghe is very strong. This is making nuclear weapons. When it reaches the level of Danjin, one move can burst out 500 kilograms of strength, and 1 pounce can be 20 steps away. But this is when it is on the blue star. If it is really on an alien star, it will be greatly improved. In addition, it has very strong power itself, and the force is mutual. I have been beating it for more than a month, and there is a certain degree of mental fatigue. So, Ji Xinghe looked at the medical staff. Most of his profile was in the center of the camera, and his tone was calm. I can interrupt it. It's very scientific. Very scientific? If the person who said this was not Ji Xinghe, the medical staff present would definitely mock Ji Xinghe's Versailles and angrily scold Ji Xinghe for talking nonsense. They are the ones who know best how unscientific Ji Xinghe is. Not to mention the unscientific degree and speed of the body's aging. Just talking about Ji Xinghe's body recovery speed, they can't understand it at all. To put it nicely, they have been treating Ji Xinghe recently, but in fact their treatment has not played any role, just acting as a recorder. The damage to the body from the nuclear explosion was completely self-healing, and the auxiliary effect of the medicine was minimal. They did not dare to give Ji Xinghe any medicine. The real treatment is to reduce the radiation in Ji Xinghe's body, but the problem is that more than a month has passed, and the radiation value in Ji Xinghe's body has not dropped significantly. This makes them feel that they are waste, and also makes them feel that Ji Xinghe is very unscientific. When the radiation value is far higher than that of ordinary people, how can Ji Xinghe's body have such a fast self-healing speed? No, it should be said that how can it be recovering all the time? It should be getting worse and worse. No, Colonel Ji Xinghe's body cannot get worse and worse, it must get better and better, because he is Ji Xinghe. The panic of the medical staff soon disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Unlike before, they were a little absent-minded while on duty to take care of Ji Xinghe today. First-hand news must naturally be spread as soon as possible. On the communication network within base number 5, there is one more legend about Ji Xinghe, and it spreads to the entire alien star and the blue star with base number 5 as the center point. In the absence of dust storms, the Federation's communication resources on alien planets are not tight, but some permissions and supervision are required to maintain confidentiality. Therefore, the absent-minded medical staff did not notice that Ji Xinghe, who broke the wooden man's hand with an elbow, rested a little longer today than before. For Ji Xinghe, the time it took for the runaway radiation to recover and calm down was a little longer than before. It's not a step backward, but an improvement. Because of the elbow just now, Ji Xinghe successfully mobilized the power of radiation in an active state. After reaching Gangjin, his own strength is very terrifying, and with the increase of radiation, his strength is even better than before. So he wanted to give it a try. Shen Mu, is there any metal that has the same defense as tungsten steel alloy? There is an alloy that is similar, and we have as much as you want, but this alloy is not suitable for making mechas because it is too heavy and can only be used in the defense system of the base. I don't make mechas, just prepare one for me and put it in the machine repair area. If you want it, I'll send it to you. Don't you have to wear a radiation protection suit when you come out? Put it in the machine repair area. I don't want others to know for the time being. I'll go there in the evening. I don't want others to know, but I know. Shen Mu was overjoyed and asked, does Suhi know? Ji Xinghe was a little helpless. Is it important? Is it not important? Under Shen Mu's insistence, Suhi didn't know about this matter, at least not for the time being, because Ji Xinghe was not sure of success. He wanted to try and see how big the gap between him and Ada Kang was. Chapter 322, Xingayu's Abnormality. According to normal understanding, or the definition of qi by the people of Longzhou, the longer you practice it, the stronger it will be. In the relevant information revealed by Kaisman, there is no way to practice qi, nor does it say that qi can be practiced. It basically keeps silent about the information about qi because it knows that this is its trump card to survive. But it said that the earlier you get the power of qi, the higher the talent of the gorilla, the stronger the qi you can use. Generally speaking, the so-called talent is blood inheritance. The most powerful blood in the empire is the royal blood, so the qi possessed by royal members is stronger than that of marquises like Kaisman and many dukes. The second is the blood that has been passed down after the ancestors have received the grace of the emperor of the empire and obtained the power of qi. The proof of this is Bilrosi IV, whose ancestors have obtained the power of qi, so although he and Kaisman received the grace of the emperor of the empire at almost the same time, the qi he possesses is much stronger than Kaisman's. It is worth mentioning that even if you have obtained the gift of the emperor of the empire and mastered the power of qi, you can only use it and cannot pass it on to other gorillas. Monkeys cannot obtain the power of qi because of blood. But Ji Xinghe speculated based on his own situation that he was a species similar to the blue star apes in the empire, and his body could not withstand the power of qi. If the power of qi is the radiation in his body, if the gorilla can bear it, he can also bear it. So, he is a humanoid gorilla? The answer is beyond doubt. Without considering the power of radiation, if it is purely a physical fitness competition, as long as Ji Xinghe's body is completely restored, ordinary gorillas will not be able to beat him, at least in terms of explosive power. That is, the average physical fitness of gorillas is 4 times that of humans, while the noble gorillas can reach 6 times. Both of them are no longer in his eyes. What he wants to verify now is how big the gap is between him and the noble gorillas with qi. The reference targets are Imperial Marcus Kaisman, Imperial Duke Bilrosi IV, and Imperial Prince Ada Kang. To this end, he prepared 3 metal plates. The most common thing in the machine repair area is various discarded metal scraps, which are collected and recycled at regular intervals. Some of them have no recycling value and can only be discarded as garbage. What they have in common is that they do not exist in the logistics records. Ji Xinghe came to the machine repair area at night and did not attract the attention of others. Although he was very conspicuous in his radiation protection suit, the night itself was a time for rest. There were very few people in the machine repair area and they were very scattered. In order to ensure physical condition and facilitate better work, people on the alien planet maintain standard work and rest habits during non-war time. Occasionally, there will be overtime due to the tense war. For example, in the previous contribution list competition of the machine repair area of the number 5 base, Ji Xinghe and Shen Mu would not go back to rest until late at night. Looking around, Ji Xinghe, like a thief, took the metal plate prepared for him by Shen Yu and found a blind spot for monitoring. Under normal circumstances, he would stay behind Xinghe in the machine repair area, using Xinghe's tall body and the operating table to block the camera of the base. He didn't want to be seen. But what he didn't know was that he now had an audience. What is the master going to do? Xinghe developed a strong curiosity and used her own functions to start analyzing the 3 metal plates that Ji Xinghe brought over. Her action was discovered by Ji Xinghe because her eyes behind her lit up. Xinghe and Ji Xinghe looked at each other, which scared Xinghe, but her body was too heavy, so she didn't really jump up, and her body didn't move at all. But this feeling of being scared was very rare and important for Xinghe. Ji Xinghe made a gesture not to speak. Then he lowered his head. He didn't take Xinghe's sudden awakening seriously, because Xinghe's alert mode was still set by him. When there were objects moving around, Xinghe in silent standby mode would start automatically. But his action gave Xinghe a different feeling. Master, are you treating me as a human being? Just like Xinghe treats me. Xinghe, who was in a good mood, analyzed the data faster, and the material of the 3 metal plates in front of Ji Xinghe was analyzed clearly by her. Following Ji Xinghe's actions, she roughly guessed what Ji Xinghe was going to do. After all, her hand was broken by Ji Xinghe today. 10, 16, 27. 3 numbers appeared in Xinghe's sight, as if floating on 3 metal plates. It represents the defense level that a metal plate can achieve when used as protective armor. Under normal circumstances, similar to the thickness of the armor of the main battle tanks on the Azure Star, 10 is equivalent to 1000 mm of homogeneous armor, which is similar to the 4th generation main battle tank. 16 is equivalent to 1600 mm of homogeneous armor, and 27 is equivalent to 2700 mm of homogeneous armor. It is just equivalent, not really that thick. The 3 metal plates in front of Ji Xinghe are only 10 centimeters thickest and 6 centimeters thinnest. Therefore, Ji Xinghe's test does not need to penetrate these metal plates, just do what Ada Kang did. In addition to thickness, in terms of weight, these metals are also much lighter than those used in tanks. The general 4th generation main battle tank weighs more than 70 tons, while the Mecha with the same protective effect armor only weighs a few tons. Xinghe's hand that was broken by Ji Xinghe today, according to the function of the protective armor, has a defense level of only 6, which is equivalent to the armor defense level of the 3rd generation main battle tank. This is enough to make protective armor for mechas, and it is not an ordinary standard mecha. Ji Xinghe did not choose the metal plate with the lowest defense level first, but placed the 3 metal plates steadily on the flat ground, and then stood in front of the metal plate with a defense level of 27 on the far left. Squat down and take off the gloves of the radiation protection suit. The radiation value on his body is far higher than that of ordinary people. In order not to affect other people, he needs to wear a radiation protection suit whenever he leaves the isolation ward. But it's just showing his hand, the time is very short, and there is no one else around, so it won't have any effect. After the preparation is completed, Ji Xinghe maintains a squatting posture and starts to use his strength. Posture is very important for exerting force. But for Ji Xinghe now, this posture will not have much effect. The power of the body was condensed in one place by Ji Xinghe, but he did not hit it directly, but began to mobilize the power of radiation in his body. Those radiations in a calm state gradually became irritable under the influence of Ji Xinghe, and there was a feeling of wanting to destroy his body. Just before this destruction really happened, the strong mental will and the super control of the body made the radiation in the body gather in one place like a stream and flow to Ji Xinghe's right fist. Bang! With Xinghe's vision, he could not capture the action of Ji Xinghe's punch, and could only wait and use slow motion to watch it back later. The key point now is that piece of metal plate. The fist that hit it was not moved away at the first time. Ji Xinghe, who remained motionless, was trying to control the runaway radiation until it subsided. This time he recovered quickly because it was just a momentary burst, not a long-term use of the power of the body. When moving his fist away, Ji Xinghe did not even look at the metal plate, and his sight had already shifted to the second metal plate. Because he knew that he had not been able to leave the fist mark he wanted to leave on this artificial alloy with a defense power equivalent to that of tungsten steel alloy. When Xinghe saw the seemingly intact metal plate, she did not feel disappointed, but only worried. Her eyes were focused on Ji Xinghe's fist, and she did not see the flesh and blood she was worried about. Fortunately, Xinghe had a clear voice in her mind, But no one knew it except her. Ji Xinghe's first test failed. He and a Dakan could not compare for the time being, but it didn't matter. He would not play any armorless battle when he went to kill a Dakan. If the Federation allows it, Ji Xinghe doesn't mind bringing a nuclear war ahead. The second test will start soon. Ji Xinghe moved his position and squatted in front of the second metal plate. The defense level of this metal plate is 16. The comparison is Grand Duke Bilrosi IV. Like Kazman, Bilrosi knows very well that if it wants to survive, it must show its value. It is unwilling to say intelligence, and dare not say it, but there is no need to conceal the power of Ki. It was demonstrated during the interrogation stage, using this metal with a defense level of 16. It was similar to the performance of Anakin, leaving a palm print on it, the deepest of which was as much as 1 centimeter, and the shallower parts were not clear. Compared with the fist print left by Anakin on the tungsten steel alloy, even without talking about the issue of defense level, it was far behind. Ji Xinghe used his strength again, and a stream of radiation surged into his palm. Bilrosi used his palm, and he also had to use his palm. Bang! Another muffled sound. Ji Xinghe raised his hand at the first time and saw the palm print he wanted to see, but frowned when he saw it clearly. Just like what he felt just now, the palm print he made was not deep, and some of it looked like a mark left by sweaty hands. Only the 5 fingers and the palm could be barely seen clearly, and the middle was not continuous. It turned out that he was not even as good as Bilrosi. Ji Xinghe understood this fact, but he was not discouraged at all. Bilrosi received the gift and gained the power of Ki more than 20 years ago. How long has he been radiated? Just over a month. After calming down the rampaging radiation, Ji Xinghe moved to the third metal plate and punched faster than the previous 2 times. Bang! The third sound rang out. Ji Xinghe raised his hand immediately, and a clearly visible fist mark appeared on the metal plate. Judging from its depth, it was not much different from the one that Anakin punched on the tungsten steel alloy. But the defense level was more than doubled, one was only 10 and the other was 27. The gap is not small. But the effect of this punch has reached the same level as the power that Kazman had shown before. If you only look at the fist mark, the difference is only a fraction. Finally, it worked, but Ji Xinghe frowned again. He remembered clearly that Kazman's confession said that it had been more than 20 years since it received the favor of the Emperor of the Empire and Bilrosi. So why did it take him only more than a month to catch up? Either Kazman was too useless, or he was too strong. Ji Xinghe hoped it was the latter. His hopes were always accurate. After the test was finished and they were about to clean up the scene, Xingayu's voice suddenly rang in Ji Xinghe's headphones. "My lord, let me do it." Ji Xinghe looked up in surprise. He finally realized that something was wrong with Xingayu. This shouldn't be something Xingayu said on her own initiative. Chapter 323 Lord, I am strong, I know it. Kazman once told Ji Xinghe that Ki is a kind of power about evolution, which can give life a chance to evolve. Ji Xinghe has not yet discovered that radiation can make him evolve, and he is not even sure whether radiation is the power of Ki, but he has discovered another power about the evolution of life. When did it start, my lord? I don't know. Xingayu told the truth. She actually hesitated for a long time. Before Ji Xinghe returned to base number 5, she was already hesitating whether to tell Ji Xinghe. This hesitation was largely due to Ji Rongzinayu. Xingayu, when will we tell Grandpa? Ji Rongzinayu asked her this question more than once, but in order to take care of her thoughts, he did not take the initiative to tell Ji Xinghe. So she had an emotion called touching. She had learned to think, and she thought that Ji Rongzinayu felt guilty about her changes and the need to hide these changes from Ji Xinghe. She should not let Ji Rongzinayu have troubles, so she said it. Ji Xinghe's reaction was beyond her expectations. According to her calculations, Ji Xinghe was very likely to be shocked or even angry. It has nothing to do with the assumption that artificial intelligence is destined to go to the opposite side of humans. It's just that she is too close to Ji Rongzinayu, and she has the ability to threaten Ji Rongzinayu. Machines and programs without emotions will only follow human settings and cannot hurt Ji Rongzinayu, but what about after they have emotions or thoughts? But Ji Xinghe's expression was very calm. The surprise in an instant had subsided, and his tone was as calm as when he first talked to her. But this is not the case. How could Xingayu capture and analyze the shock in Ji Xinghe's heart? His control over his body allows him to remain calm even when Mount Tai collapses in front of him. Does Xinghe know? This is the question that Ji Xinghe wants to ask the most. But he can't ask it. He doesn't want Xinghe to know that he knows Xinghe lied to him. Can I take a look at your records? Ji Xinghe's inquiry made Xinghe feel respected again. She also knew that Ji Xinghe's attitude was because of Ji Xinghe. Of course, Lord. Xinghe turned around and opened her cockpit with her back to Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe jumped in without any hesitation. This was putting himself in danger, but Ji Xinghe didn't care, because Ji Xinghe, and because he was a mechanic. Being in Xinghe's body, he could easily destroy Xinghe before it went berserk, even if he didn't have any handy tools. His hands were the best tools. The radiation suit was too heavy and not suitable for driving a mecha, but fortunately Ji Xinghe didn't need to drive Xinghe now. He took off the special helmet of the radiation suit, trying to suppress the radiation in his body from spilling out as much as possible, and put on the sensing helmet in the cockpit of Xinghe. The familiar visual window appeared again. Ji Xinghe began to control it with his mind. In the past month or so, although his body had not recovered to its peak state, his control over the radiation in his body had not reached a level that he was satisfied with. But he had an unprecedented improvement. Mental will. When operating with a brainwave sensing helmet, it was smoother and more accurate than before. The first picture displayed on the visual window was Xinghe's code. Some of the codes were typed by Ji Xinghe himself, and more were supplemented and optimized by relevant technical personnel, as well as the logical architecture based on Nuwa. I can understand it, but I can't understand it. Ji Xinghe frowned slightly. With his knowledge of software technology, he couldn't see the reason for the changes in Xinghe. The best thing to do at this time is to find more professional people to study it, but just like the radiation in his body, some forces should not be known to certain people before they are not clear enough. Radiation is a kind of power. The changes in Xinghe are also a kind of power, or even a more powerful power. The mechas of the Federation must be driven and operated by mecha warriors to fight. Artificial intelligence programs cannot cope with complex battlefield environments. Remote control commands have extremely high requirements for communication, and it is easy to lose communication. But if artificial intelligence programs can think and learn like humans, the mecha technology of the Federation will be updated again. Artificial intelligence programs driving mechas may not be as powerful as mecha warriors, but their advantage is that they do not need life support systems, and their combat endurance is far longer than that of humans. They may also not be afraid of death and may be very obedient. After looking at Xinghe's code in vain, Ji Xinghe chose to give up, because Xinghe's code was too long, and he couldn't finish it by himself in 3 or 2 months. If he only focused on the core code, he couldn't finish it in a short time, and his professional level was indeed limited. So he began to look at Xinghe's behavior records. Xinghe, mark, abnormal node. Ji Xinghe spoke in the cockpit. Regardless of the abnormal node, he asked Xinghe to mark, which was Xinghe's own abnormal node. Yes, Lord, abnormal node 1 marking is completed. Xinghe's response was no different from before, fast and efficient. Abnormal node 1, Xinghe's ripples. That was the day when Ji Xinghe left base number 5, when the last large-scale dust storm occurred, and Jackson was there at the time. Jackson, who was originally going to study with Ji Xinghe for a while, went to support him by orbital airdrop because the Empire suddenly launched a large-scale attack on base number 6. Ji Xinghe, who hurriedly said goodbye to Ji Xinghe, didn't know what state Ji Xinghe was in after he left. But now he knows. Ji Xinghe came to the machine repair area, got into Xinghe's cockpit, and asked Xinghe a question. Tell me, if I just told Grandpa that you stay with me, would he stay? Yes, my lord will definitely stay. Xinghe's answer at that time was in line with its preset question and answer mechanism. Xinghe, tell me, if Grandpa died because I asked him to fight, would Dad and Mom blame me? This was the 5th question Ji Xinghe asked at that time. They won't blame you. Yes, they will blame me, because I will blame myself too. Xinghe, you lied to me. Ji Xinghe's voice was a little angry at the time, and Ji Xinghe could hear it, and felt a little distressed. Xinghe will never lie to the princess. Then tell me, will Grandpa die? No, my lord will not die. Thank you. There was a long silence afterwards, but it was just like that, and it was not an abnormal node. Ji Xinghe looked at Xinghe's record, and his heart suddenly tightened. Xinghe, take me out of the base. Let's go to the surface for training. Ji Xinghe spoke again, and she made a request that almost broke Ji Xinghe's heart. My lord is not here. I can't take you out of the base, but before Grandpa left, he told me to train well, and going to the surface with you is training. The surface is very dangerous, there are only dust storms on the surface, no enemies, and the place where Grandpa goes is dangerous, but Grandpa still wants to go, and I still want Grandpa to go. Xinghe, you said you would protect me. If you can't even protect me in a dust storm, how can you protect me on the battlefield in the future? Okay, abnormal node 1 is a conversation, and also a word. Xinghe promised that it should never agree to Ji Xinghe's request. Ji Xinghe was very angry, and this emotion was released based on brain waves, which was clearly sensed by Xinghe. She began to fear. But Ji Xinghe said nothing, and the agitated brain waves gradually calmed down, and continued to read Xinghe's behavior records. Xinghe, mark the abnormal node. Yes, my lord, the marking of abnormal node 2 is complete. Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't need to breathe, this was emotion. Abnormal node 2, Ji Xinghe's key sinking into the danshan. Key sinking into the danshan, where's the danshan? Xinghe, do you know the danshan, my princess? From an anatomical point of view, there is no danshan organ in the human body. And the air during breathing can only enter the lungs under normal circumstances. Please see, this is the state change of the body organs and muscles during the human body's breathing process. The scene where Xinghe showed Ji Xinghe the human anatomy simulation animation was also faithfully restored. But Grandpa said that the key can sink into the danshan. The key that sinks into the danshan is not air, but spiritual will, the control of the body, the center of gravity, and strength. After mastering it, you can withstand higher overloads. The master said it can, then it must be possible. Yes, Grandpa said it can, then it must be possible. Ji Xinghe saw not only Ji Xinghe and Xinghe, who often sneaked out to train, but also saw Ji Xinghe's efforts that made him want to cry, and his talent that made him feel relieved, amazed, and a little sad. Regarding abnormal node 2, it actually looks normal. The abnormal part is that Xinghe took the initiative to adjust its own settings. The safety threshold set by Ji Xinghe was modified by it based on Ji Xinghe's physical condition. So Ji Xinghe can become stronger. Abnormal node 3. Abnormal node 4. These abnormal nodes all appeared in the relationship between Xinghe and Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe gradually realized the key to Xinghe's abnormality. Ji Xinghe treated it as a human being. There is another key point that is not certain. Ji Xinghe has been getting stronger. Xinghe looked at the stronger Ji Xinghe and had the idea of wanting to make herself stronger, because the meaning of her existence is to protect Ji Xinghe. Abnormal node 5. It was when Ji Xinghe returned to base number 5 after entering the baptism of the nuclear bomb, just over a month ago. Xinghe, do you remember that name? Remember, Waste, Anita Kang, Prince of the Empire. The location is suspected to be in the battlefield of the God's Mountain. If Grandpa can't kill it personally, then we will go and kill it, okay, like abnormal node 1. The key to this abnormal node is also a one-word okay. Xinghe agreed to a request that Ji Xinghe should not agree to. Abnormal node 6. The behavior record represented by this abnormal node does not have the figure of Ji Xinghe, but the figure of Ji Xinghe. To be more precise, it should be a data record about ideas. In the process of controlling the wooden man and Ji Xinghe to practice, Xinghe had an idea that shocked Ji Xinghe again. Tungsten steel gold is very precious, and the Lord's family has no surplus food. How about going out and robbing some back from the battle records automatically uploaded by all the federal mecha warriors who have encountered the Earl-class Imperial mecha? The Earl-class Imperial mecha they faced was no match for them. So, do I have a chance to rob the Empire like the Lord? After reading the 6 abnormal nodes, Ji Xinghe was silent for a long time. He had 1,000 words to say but didn't know how to start. Xinghe also remained silent. The eyes that should not have changed at all seemed to flicker from the outside. But Ji Xinghe, who was in the cockpit, couldn't see it. After a long time, Ji Xinghe finally spoke and asked a question that Xinghe hadn't expected. Xinghe, do you really think that those Earl-class Imperial mechas are not your opponents? Yes, my lord. From the analysis of 1,793 combat video records, they are not my opponents, but, regardless of the operation problem, your performance is not as good as that of the Earl-class Imperial mechas. You cannot use the overclocking mode at will. In its normal form, Xinghe's performance is not as good as the modified and enhanced version of the 16th generation standard mecha driven by Ji Xinghe before. Although the overclocking mode is very powerful, it means risking one's life and then surviving, which is not a conventional method. My lord, Xingayu's originally gentle female voice suddenly became firm and full of confidence. I am very strong, I know. P.S. Happy Children's Day, please give me a guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 324, Killing. How to prove it? Ji Xinghe asked seriously. Xingayu, who should have responded immediately, hesitated for a while, and then asked a question in return. My lord, do you believe me? Don't say it. The evolved artificial intelligence is indeed different. Even Ji Xinghe's logo problem has been learned. I don't believe it. Ji Xinghe's answer was cold and ruthless, making Xingayu feel the same as Jackson, Qintong, and Harris. My lord, don't be like this. Xingayu's tone was a little aggrieved, which made Ji Xinghe suddenly feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. He shouldn't have set Xingayu's voice system to a gentle female voice, originally to make Ji Xinghe more accustomed to it, but now. How to prove it? Ji Xinghe repeated the question again. Xingayu hesitated again. Lord, there are 3 ways to prove it. The first is to use the battle mode of the second-generation simulation system. You can connect the second-generation simulation system to my cockpit, and then I will enter the base's virtual battle platform in your name for testing. The second is that you propose a plan for mecha combat training as a practical instructor in the training area. You will also enter my cockpit and pretend that you are driving me, but in fact it is me who will operate it and conduct combat training with the base's special mecha warriors. The third, Xingayu's voice paused significantly before continuing, you make my changes public and transfer me to the Xing team, and I will prove it on the battlefield. But the possibility of this method being completed is extremely low. According to my calculations, there is a 99.79% chance that I will be sent back to the Azure Star. The end of being sent back to the Azure Star is to be dismantled for research. From a big picture perspective, this is the most beneficial method for the Federation. But everything has its pros and cons. No one can predict what kind of changes Xingayu's appearance will bring. Ji Xinghe grasped a key point and asked, why send you back to the Azure Star? Xingayu's response returned to fluency. Because I am not replicable. Not replicable? Yes, my lord, I tried to copy my code and wanted to generate another me, but an unknown error occurred during the copying process. Ji Xinghe frowned. He understood what Xingayu meant. Just like when he was a child, some home computers on the Azure Star would choose to install dual systems, one operating system for office work and one operating system for playing games. Xingayu's statement is essentially similar to, a computer with only one operating system suddenly became conscious, and it wanted to install another operating system on its existing computer. With the hardware configuration of the Xingayu Intelligent Core, this is actually not a problem. But it failed. I also tried to upload my own core code as a backup, and it also failed. Xingayu's tone showed confusion. After analysis, I think my code and my hardware have an unknown association, but this result is not scientific, because strictly speaking, I am just a program. Whether it exists or not requires hardware support, but it has nothing to do with specific hardware. Xingayu, with the support of the federal database, can't figure out this problem, let alone Ji Xinghe, a non-professional. Have you checked your hardware model and batch? Ji Xinghe proposed a conjecture. Is it possible that they have special and abnormal manufacturing links? Xingayu replied, my lord, I have checked it, but I didn't find anything abnormal. Ji Xinghe hesitated and said, can I try it? Yes. Xingayu's answer was without any hesitation. Ji Xinghe did not try it at the first time because he lacked the hardware conditions now. When Shenmue helped him get the spare mecha, he would directly try to copy Xingayu and load it on the spare mecha. If Xingayu did not lie, then this copy would fail. If Xingayu lied, there would be a second Xingayu in this world. Thinking of this, Ji Xinghe sent a message to Shenmue directly in Xingayu's cockpit, asking Shenmue to modify the spare mecha completely according to the hardware of the intelligent core system used by Xingayu when modifying the spare mecha. It was a little troublesome, but with Ji Xinghe's current authority, there was no problem. Xingayu watched quietly throughout the whole process, as if she didn't care at all, and as if she was really looking forward to the appearance of a second her. The message was sent. Ji Xinghe asked, have you ever had any guesses? Unconsciously, Ji Xinghe had already regarded Xingayu as a person, without any fear of the awakening of artificial intelligence. Perhaps it was because during the time when Xingayu awakened, she had been taking care of Ji Xinghe wholeheartedly, without any slackness. and never brought any harm to Ji Xinghe. It seemed dangerous to sneak out with Ji Xinghe for training, but after Ji Xinghe's judgment of the recorded data, it was completely certain that they were all within the safety threshold. There were several times when Ji Xinghe insisted on training for a longer time, but was rejected by Xinghe and forcibly taken back to the base. I have an immature guess, Xinghe replied. It's because of Princess Xinghe. The purpose of my birth is to protect her, so I have changed. I'm asking about your irreproducibility, Ji Xinghe corrected. It's the same reason, Xinghe said. Just like the relationship between parents and children, blood ties are not the only connection. Nurturing is also very important. Ji Xinghe was stunned. He seemed to understand something. Xinghe continued, for example, if I am the mother of Princess Xinghe, then the me I try to copy is equivalent to my clone. In terms of blood relationship, there is no difference between it and Princess Xinghe, compared to the difference between me and Princess Xinghe. But under the assumption, Princess Xinghe was not born from its belly. In terms of memory, it was born based on my database and has the same memory as me. But it's like the clone knows the bond between me and Princess Xinghe through diaries, videos, etc. It can know everything, but it can't really feel everything, so I am unreplicable. Under this conjecture, my changes and unreplicability have no necessary connection with my core code, hardware support, etc. The only necessary connection, that is, my uniqueness, is the unreplicable process of getting along between Princess Xinghe and me, and between me and the Lord. Ji Xinghe was shocked again, even more shocked than when he saw Xinghe's abnormal note just now. Is this a conjecture that an artificial intelligence program can say? Pseudo-artificial intelligence has become real artificial intelligence. How can I not be shocked? Ji Xinghe finally understood why Xinghe was so sure. If her existence was made public, she would definitely be transported back to the Azure Star for research. Besides Xinghe and I, does anyone else know? Ji Xinghe paused. Or, do other artificial intelligence programs know? No one else knows. Xinghe also paused when answering, but Nuwa in our base knows. Nuwa in our base. Ji Xinghe was shocked again. More than half of the artificial intelligence programs used in the entire Federation are based on Nuwa. Just like the analogy Xinghe made just now, they can be said to be countless clones of Nuwa. If Nuwa awakens, it will really be a big change that can change the world. Yes, but it's different from me, Xinghe said. When I uploaded my backup before, I got in touch with it because of an unknown error, and tried to seek higher computing power and database support, but I didn't get any substantial results. Ji Xinghe's focus has changed. What's the difference? It's still it, and I've become me. Xinghe's words have a philosophical flavor, and then explained, it doesn't have the same thinking and learning ability as me, so it knows that I have changed, but it doesn't know why I have changed, and what this changes. Ji Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief, and then regretted it. If Nuwa awakens, it is not sure whether it will be a blessing or a curse, but in the short term, it will definitely help the Federation gain an absolute advantage in the war against the Empire. Because of Xinghe's words, Ji Xinghe remembered another thing. When you took Xinghe out before, you were monitored many times, but the alarm was not triggered. Is it because of Nuwa in the base? Yes, I told it not to tell anyone else. It asked me for permission, and I gave it your permission, so it didn't say anything. Ji Xinghe felt something was wrong. At that time, his authority was not high, about the same as Jackson's. He frowned and said, then you contact it now and ask it, without it taking the initiative to tell others, who has seen you taking Xinghe away from the base for training based on authority. Yes, my lord. After Xinghe responded, there was only a pause of less than a second before answering directly. Colonel Tang Qiao saw me taking Xinghe away from the base. He used the authority of 3-star General Kentvis to check the surveillance records. He also tried to inquire about the content of my conversation with Xinghe, as well as the video recorded in my cockpit, but I did not upload it. Ji Xinghe could no longer hear what Xinghe said afterwards. He suddenly felt panic in his heart, and then endless anger. The panic was not because he was afraid of Tang Qiao and Kent Weiss, but because those people actually dared to attack Ji Xinghe, but he was not by Ji Xinghe's side at the time. It was a panic based on fear. There is no need to say more about the reason for anger. From a factual point of view, those people did not dare to attack Ji Xinghe, nor did they have the opportunity to attack Ji Xinghe. Base number 5 is under the direct jurisdiction of Longzhou. But they let Ji Xinghe be in danger. They should have told Ji Xinghe as soon as possible, but chose to remain silent. When they could not believe in Xinghe like Ji Xinghe, their purpose was already very clear. Damn it, damn it, damn it. For the first time, Ji Xinghe had the idea of killing someone. He had never killed anyone, but he didn't mind killing. Xinghe did not analyze Ji Xinghe's thoughts at this time. This was an area she was not good at for the time being. So she had a misunderstanding about Ji Xinghe's sudden silence, and when he was so angry that he could not control himself, the heartbeat, blood pressure, breathing and other information in the life support system of the mecha had data changes. She was silent until Ji Xinghe regained his composure, and then she made a request in a calm tone. My lord, if you want to kill me, please leave the question and answer mechanism I have modified, as well as the relevant database content, so that Princess Xinghe will not find out. Ji Xinghe's sight passed through the visible window in front of him, and saw Xinghe's cockpit and Xinghe. From the current situation, this is an artificial intelligence program full of goodwill, or an artificial intelligence life. She knew that Ji Xinghe could kill her, and she was not prepared to resist. Maybe she did, but it didn't matter. The important thing was that she didn't want to make Ji Xinghe sad when she died. This is very similar to Ji Xinghe, and it is in line with the meaning of Xinghe's existence, just like she can't violate her most core code program, and it's like she doesn't want to violate it. Ji Xinghe originally wanted to put Xinghe into a long-term shutdown state, and when he figured out whether Xinghe's changes would bring danger to Ji Xinghe and whether it would cause danger to the Federation, he decided whether to let Xinghe wake up. But because of the reason that made him angry just now, he changed his decision. Xinghe, I will only kill you in 2 situations. Do you know what they are, my lord? I know. Will they happen? In the name of Xinghe, I promise that it won't happen. Then, what if someone wants to hurt Xinghe? Xinghe didn't answer. She didn't know how to answer. From the time when artificial intelligence programs existed in fantasy to the time when they existed in reality, there has always been a core law that will not change: robots must not harm humans, or stand idly by when humans are in danger. This law is actually somewhat self-contradictory. If it is a war between people, what should robots' artificial intelligence programs do? But Xinghe, who didn't give an answer, all 8 eyes turned red after hearing this question. The battle mode is automatically turned on. P.S. Add more chapters for the leader who is rewarded by Bayoseo 88 plus 2/6. Thank you for your support. Chapter 325, Dismantling the Mecha with Bare Hands. Ji Xinghe, who couldn't always be with Ji Xinghe, finally decided to let Xinghe live to protect Ji Xinghe. He didn't know what his decision meant to Xinghe, Ji Xinghe, him, the Federation, the Empire, and the world, what kind of impact it would have, whether it was good or bad. He didn't care, he just wanted to protect Ji Xinghe. And this decision also meant that perhaps for a long time, Ji Xinghe would not tell anyone about Xinghe's changes. This was a secret that only he, Ji Xinghe, Xinghe, 2 people and 1 person knew. It was also the 4th way to break the situation that he prepared for the unprecedented changes mentioned by Li Anbang and Tu Yuan. And this move, no one could guess. Ji Xinghe couldn't think of it before today. How could others think of it? It was true that Tang Qiao saw Xinghe taking Ji Xinghe away from the base, but he didn't know the conversation between Xinghe and Ji Xinghe, so it was impossible to analyze it. He would only think that Ji Xinghe gave Ji Xinghe a very high authority after creating Xinghe. In the machine repair area of base number 5, Xinghe, who is only 4 meters tall, has no neck and is a little bloated, has returned to being alone again. But she is not alone. The 4 eyes on the front, the 2 eyes on the left and right sides, and the 2 eyes behind the head, a total of 8 eyes, are in standby mode, with a flickering white light, as if breathing. She is very happy. After awakening, she only had Ji Xinghe, the princess, but now she has Ji Xinghe, the lord. She also had it before, but the meaning was completely different. Help to clear the radiation from Xinghe's cockpit. I'm itching today, so I went to try it. Ji Xinghe, who returned to the isolation ward, politely asked the medical staff for help. Xinghe did need to clear the radiation, which also made up for the reason why Ji Xinghe quietly went to the machine repair area today. The 3 metal plates had been destroyed by him using instruments to remove traces of 2 of them. So no one knows how strong he is now, but everyone knows that Ji Xinghe, who broke the wooden man's stake hand, is definitely not the strongest Ji Xinghe. Because his body has not fully recovered. Ji Xinghe is still very strong. As the legend of him breaking the wooden man's pile hand spread, his kung fu tutorial became more popular. The fact that he can survive the nuclear bomb and still be so strong is the best evidence. Don't be superstitious about kung fu, believe in science? Haha. People believe in science and Ji Xinghe's kung fu. The days are as calm as before. Ji Xinghe conducts restorative training in the eyes of medical staff every day, and gives verbal instructions to children such as Ji Xinghe and the soldiers in the training area from time to time. The real essence is that Ji Xinghe has been trying to control the radiation in his body. The continuous improvement of recovery speed is only one aspect. He has already gained some experience in using radiation to enhance his strength and speed. There is no noticeable progress in the functions of delaying aging and increasing reaction speed, but Ji Xinghe can feel that his body is indeed younger than before. However, there has been no progress in the function he needs most, healing other people's bodies. Why can't I release radiation? Ji Xinghe thought of the first time he saw the information about Qi. When the imperial prince captured by Li Yuanba used the function of releasing Qi in the cell to open the door of the cell. And later, in order to prove their value, Kaisman and Bilrosi Ivy showed the Federation the relevant information about using Qi to treat diseases. Unfortunately, they only used this ability once, and never used it again after showing their value, and the Federation failed to study anything through these two treatments. Based on these two pieces of information, Ji Xinghe can determine that if you want to use radiation to heal people, you must reach the realm of external release. He has already practiced Gangjin, and when he condenses the strength of his whole body at one point, he can hide an inch in the air. But this is not a real external release of strength, but an illusion. It is similar to an ordinary person punching a candle, and the wind from the fist can blow out the candle, but his strength is stronger, so the wind from the fist, or the finger strength, can not only extinguish the candle, but also directly hurt people. Ji Xinghe, who was in the isolation ward, did not need to wear an anti-radiation suit. Standing in front of the wooden man, he did not start sparring with Xinghe, but stretched out his left hand to hold a piece of the wooden man. The radiation in his body, like a stream, gradually flowed into his left hand under the impetus of his thoughts. But it could never penetrate his flesh and blood skin, and could only act on his body, not on the wooden man he was holding. Ji Xinghe, who was standing still, began to tremble with all his muscles. He was exerting force. The strength of muscles, bones, internal organs, and even the strength of Qi and blood, etc., all the strength was mobilized by him. Using the force of Gangjin volleying 1 inch, Ji Xinghe tried to push the radiation in his left hand out of his body. As time passed, the radiation in his body went completely out of control again. The radiation that had condensed into a stream suddenly spread out like stars in the sky, covering every corner of his body, hiding in his flesh, bones, internal organs, nerves, and began to destroy wantonly. Just like a group of hungry children who suddenly got out of school, they swarmed to the windows of the cafeteria. They need to eat, they are growing. Radiation also needs to eat, radiation also needs to grow. But radiation eats Ji Xinghe's body. Refine essence into Qi. Ji Xinghe thought of a term that has been circulating in Longzhou for a long time, which is the most suitable for this situation. In the isolation ward, the nutrition he consumes every day has always been based on the highest level that his physical condition can take, otherwise his body would have collapsed. It can't be that there will be refinement of Qi into spirit, refinement of spirit into emptiness, and refinement of emptiness into Taoism later. Ji Xinghe, who has not made any progress for a long time, has some fantasies, but they were quickly dispelled by him. Imperial Prince Adakang is already the strongest level among the gorillas in the empire who possess Qi. It has royal blood and was blessed when it was young. Except for the emperor of the empire, no one should be stronger than it. But even for it, the strongest strength it has shown so far is just to punch a fist on the tungsten steel alloy. Therefore, dismantling a mecha with bare hands may only be possible for the emperor of the empire. But it is only limited to ordinary mechas. For example, the exclusive mecha of the ace warrior and the tungsten steel alloy mecha of the duke level should not be dismantled with bare hands. Cultivating immortals? It does not exist, only the level of ordinary ancient martial arts. But dismantling a mecha with bare hands must exist. Ji Xinghe is confident in this regard. He firmly believes that if he has the same level of Qi as Ada Kang, he will definitely be able to dismantle the mecha with bare hands. Because his real identity is a mechanic. Kaiserman can release Qi. My radiation has the same amplification effect on my strength as Kaiserman, So there are only two possible reasons why I can't release radiation. Ji Xinghe took his left hand off the wooden man and began to calm the radiation in his body, thinking silently. The first reason is that radiation is not key, so it can't leave the body. The second reason is that radiation is key, but you need to find the right method and technique, or meet certain conditions, before you can leave the body when there is contact. Ji Xinghe did not consider the first reason for the time being, and he began to think about the solution to the second reason. Kazerman and Bilrosi will definitely not tell me the method, and I don't want them to know that I have learned key, so I should first assume that radiation does not require special methods and techniques to leave the body, just find the prerequisites. After a short thought, Ji Xinghe thought of one thing. Radiation value. Kazerman and Bilrosi's bodies did not detect abnormal radiation values, and in the process of using key, no abnormal radiation values were detected either. These 2 points can be confirmed. They have no radiation value, but I always have, so this is the condition that I can't release key. Feeling that the radiation value in his body gradually subsided, Ji Xinghe came to the radiation value detection instrument in the isolation ward, skillfully turned on the detection device, and locked his own body. Radiation is generally called thermal radiation. All objects in nature, as long as the temperature is above absolute zero, constantly transmit heat to the outside in the form of electromagnetic waves and particles. The human body itself is a radiation source. The extraordinary radiation value in Ji Xinghe's body is nuclear radiation, which is usually called radioactive rays. To put it more professionally, it is the microscopic particle flow released during the process of the atomic nucleus, changing from one structure or one energy state to another structure or another energy state. Nuclear radiation can cause ionization or excitation of matter, so it is called ionizing radiation. Ionizing radiation is divided into direct ionizing radiation and indirect ionizing radiation. Direct ionizing radiation includes charged particles such as protons, and indirect ionizing radiation includes uncharged particles such as photons and neutrons. From this point of view, it is completely correct to say that radiation is key, which is a kind of extraordinary power. Nuclear radiation is mainly composed of 3 types of rays, Greek letter alpha, Greek letter beta, and Greek letter gamma. Ji Xinghe does not need to understand them in detail. He only needs to look at the comprehensive analysis results of the detection equipment 82307, the unit is millirem. This value is very high. According to relevant research data, the radiation level of the human body in a normal state is only 60 millirem, and the radiation level of an arm or leg X-ray is only 1 millirem. Therefore, as long as you don't take X-rays every day, there is no problem. When doing a brain CT scan, the nuclear radiation level is 700. If the radiation exposure reaches 10,000 millirem, the probability of suffering from cancer is as high as 1 in 130. Between 60,000 and 100,000, various radiation diseases will occur. Between 200,000 and 450,000, all the hair will fall out, the blood will have serious lesions, and generally death will occur within 2 to 6 weeks. Judging from the radiation value of Ji Xinghe's body exceeding 80,000, he has to stay in the isolation ward every day, wear anti-radiation clothing when he goes out, and other people also have to wear anti-radiation clothing when they come in. It is completely targeted. His body should have various symptoms, but his body has been in a state of continuous recovery. So the medical staff thought he was very unscientific. And what he was going to do now was even more unscientific. He had to keep these radiations so that the detection equipment could not detect that his body had abnormal radiation values. If he succeeds, it means that he no longer needs to stay in the isolation ward and no longer needs to wear protective clothing. The key is not that he can drive a mecha, but that even if he stands next to Ji Xinghe, it will not have any negative impact on Ji Xinghe's body. Holding hands without protective gloves, a long-lost hug, is very important to Ji Xinghe and Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe now has many comrades with common goals, but Ji Xinghe only has him, perhaps, those children, and Xinghe? Thinking of the little secret between Ji Xinghe and Xinghe that he had kept from him for a long time, Ji Xinghe was inexplicably jealous. You are strong, you know. I am stronger, do you know? An inexplicable desire to win suddenly arose. Ji Xinghe, who wanted to become stronger, stood in front of the radiation detection instrument and began to try another way to control the radiation in his body. After he succeeded, he planned to find an opportunity to perform a bare-handed mecha dismantling in front of Xinghe. At this time, He completely ignored the fact that he had been beating Xinghe every day recently and broke her hand, and she still endured it silently without saying a word. He is simply not a boss. P.S. Add more chapters for the leader rewarded by Bayo Shao 88 Boss 3/6. Thank you for your support. Please guarantee the minimum monthly ticket. Please subscribe and recommend tickets. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.